In all its operations worldwide,
Total Energies
considers national content a key component for the success of its operations.
Over 94% of the overall workforce are Ugandans, and we continue to recruit and mobilize more and more. Around 8,000 Ugandan nationals will directly contribute to Tilanga project only. More than $700 million is expected to be really spent in Uganda for these local goods and services. Already more than 160 Ugandan companies directly involved in our project.
This strategy was developed in line with the national content regulations of Uganda.
As PAU, we would like to recognize Total Energies, E&P, for their efforts in employing, training and skilling Ugandans.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
Total Energies
has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at ensuring that Ugandan entities and citizens are adequately equipped to participate in the oil and gas sector.
We are contracted by Total Energies and its subcontractors to supply them skilled manpower, which they deploy at the respective projects. They are also going to work through us to begin to train many Ugandans around skills that are required to supply the oil industry. Because we're already working with Total in Uganda, we had so many suitors from Europe, Dubai, the USA of potential manpower companies that wanted to actually enter partnership with True North.
Total Energies EP Uganda is committed to the empowerment of Ugandans to take an active part in the overall development of the oil project in Uganda.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. In order to be contracted to supply goods and services for oil activities in Uganda, you must register on the National Suppliers Database. Between 2017 and 2021, close to 400 Ugandan entities were awarded various contracts to supply goods and services to the sector.
TechLab Limited is a geosciences company that has been offering geotechnical and geophysical investigation services to the East African market since its inception in 2002. Our experience working with Ama Energy has been a pleasurable one. The seismic surveys have always been on our radar, and when this opportunity came up, we put together a winning bid and became the first Ugandan company to provide seismic services under an oil and gas contract in Uganda.
Registration on the National Suppliers Database is free. Visit www.pau.go.ug, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Uganda's oil and gas resources are located within pristine environments. The oil and gas activities are benchmarked on Uganda's updated environment legislation and on the international best practice standards in order to continuously ensure coexistence between the oil activities and Uganda's rich biodiversity. This is being achieved using improved technology to reduce environmental footprint, mapping of sensitive ecological features for avoidance, improving standards of waste management and development and implementation of tools for environment management. These include the Albertine Graben Environment Monitoring Plan, Strategic Environmental Assessment, various environmental sensitivity atlases, and the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan, among others. For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
uta kongwar ponyina uchalla yang America Australia wal podre kongwe kuwe uta kongwar mirinda uchalla yang Uganda Kenya jibakatu mena kungi kango we uta kongwar mirinda yes
etiel malwo po jok tipeka wukit magogwa we au ke wasako u jimogo go ke gwag men duong ne men ba rapta shabab cholo e Genova Sudan u gino gwagwan ba to sir mo wori chol mo tum jiboga go share ke kayne ba firgat mer al ghinaiya bi qiyadat
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Sinoke kamaro obusumine twegesa enkora etukusobora koramu habwa kike tukaba tusabire etukusobora itwe kuba niturunda twachwa mukurunda enkoko njungu za mahuli bakatwarubire ni batwegesa habo kwati ziri nyangu mulingo turakoramu kombeke ekiju batupimira mita twakikora batugambira mulingo tukusa kuziroleramu tukakoraho saving bakwa katugamba tuligenda mu katale tugaruka ni batutayisura tulina kwerolera kandi tuyambaho no kutransferring ebyokulya ku gas store kwika site hano ikyo twatero saving yekyo.
We had a plot of land, and before we started this plot of land, first of all we have been using it for grazing animals. They advise us that this land can even help us in even farming or growing vegetable. Actually, the first season we had we tried tomatoes and the eggplant, and it healed well.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
The Petroleum Authority of Uganda is mandated to monitor and regulate oil and gas activities in Uganda. In order to capture the demand and supply of Ugandan manpower relevant to the oil and gas sector, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda invites applications from all eligible Ugandans for registration and qualification to the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. The National Oil and Gas Talent Register is a talent pool that will improve the visibility of Ugandans for possible employment in the oil and gas sector. The Petroleum Authority will only consider online applications submitted via www.nogtr.pau.go.ug. How to register? Log into www.nogtr.pau.go.ug/register. Kindly fill in all the fields below with all the correct information and valid national ID number. Ensure you read and accept the terms and conditions. Once all the fields are completed, a confirmation email with your NogTR code and password will be sent to your email. Use the sent NogTR code and password to access your new NogTR account. The jobs will then display. Here you can manage notifications, filter options, refresh the page, see specific search options, click on a particular job to read its detailed requirements. Under the profile page, manage and update your biodata. Manage and update education history, work experience history, and save changes made on the biodata page. In case you want to contact us, use the Contact Us page. Write the subject, compose the message body, and send. You have now successfully registered on the NogTR. You can read the terms and conditions and guidelines to use NogTR. The NogTR system allows you change and have your preferred password. You can as well deactivate your account. The PAO reserves the right to the NogTR, and successful applicants will be published periodically. Registration on the NogTR is free.
The Oil and Gas Moment, brought to you by Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. The land take for the development of the Tilenga, Kingfisher and the East African crude oil pipeline projects in Uganda is approximately 6,900 acres, with close to 10,000 project affected persons. The compensation process involves an intensive resettlement action plan study that provides for the cash payment, physical resettlement and livelihood restoration for the affected persons.
Bampo sente ezindi ekindi banyumbakira henju irudenje lyo mazina ganye ndajangula nenjune yange tusenju nezo zo mulembe munongo anozireba baba byarira pasparum compound
tegebisika bineto ngengeleke mate shonke ubatuletire kono batweri nimbagi koto gagili gebisika bitano kizibu kyakulala na kyaku bintu bende kiliki ayi mu nyumba yetu batu amezi batu ugudo wakule batro magulu getu gazigina kwa yansi tuna to inakinaviro byo kuditwale kwa inavyo.
For more information, visit www.pau.go.ug. Petroleum Authority of Uganda, creating lasting value in Uganda's oil journey.
Total E&P Uganda is committed to preserving, protecting and minimizing potential impact of its activities on environment and biodiversity in the areas of our operations, such as the Murchison Falls National Park. We do this by, among other things, undertaking initiatives such as animal collaring.
Together with Uganda Wildlife Authority, who is our key stakeholder, as well as other conservation NGOs and stakeholders, Total E&P Uganda will be able to understand the preferred habitats as well as the seasonal movements of the different animal species that we are going to collar. And such information will help us to assess, understand, and mitigate potential impacts of the Tilenga development project onto the different species that we shall be collaring.
The company has since 2012 undertaken thorough baseline data collection aimed at characterizing the habitats and species in the project area and the wider landscape.
Total has invested a lot in this type of studies so that we can build the baseline information we need before the oil and the gas activities can start to be implemented.
Radio collaring of animals is a tried and tested method of studying free-ranging wild animals that has been in practice for several decades. It is primarily used for tracking the movement and activity patterns of the tagged animal, with the signals being sent to a handheld device or to a computer via satellite.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're all most welcome. It was perceived, conceived, it was advertised, well planned, and behold today, it's my singular honor and privilege to welcome you all for the very, very first Oil and Gas Skills Expo in this very beautiful auditorium of the International University of East Africa. Good morning once again. My name is Bob Felix Ochite. I work for the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as the Manager for License Compliance, and I'm privileged to be here with you today to ensure that this very beautiful day that we have all been looking forward to is a success. And you, like many others who are yet to come, are part and parcel of this very successful occasion. Before I go further, I want to introduce somebody very special. You probably have seen her on billboards, heard her voice on radio stations, and maybe seen her maybe on your TV screens. And this is a very important person and very sweet. I'm sure you're going to love her. She is a media personality. She's an actress. She's a fashionista. She's a radio presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, your MC for today, Tendo Tenshi Malaika.
Thank you so much. With an introduction like that, honestly, let's do take two. I'm an actress, all right. Say it again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the one and only, the one you've always been seeing on TV, listening to our voice on different radio airwaves, yours truly, Tendo Tenshi Malaika.
There we go. Hello. The Honorable Minister has given me a good morning.
Good.
I'm sorry, most of my jobs are always in the evening. That goes to show you autopilot. How are we doing this morning? Looking fresh, looking lovely, looking well. And I personally would like to say thank you so much for honoring me with this opportunity. Not because of the pay, which is good, thank you, but because I know I'm going to learn so much, so much today. And I'm cheating exams by being here and just being an insider, a fly on the wall, and knowing how far we can go when it comes to the oil and gas sector in this country. And for anyone here, for all our stakeholders, we appreciate you for keeping time, waking up early today morning, making sure that you look good, you're ready, you're going to be networking with different people, and beating the Kampala traffic. Honorable Minister, I have to give you your salutes. You have set a very good example. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we have very important guests amidst us today for this very, very, very first Oil and Gas Skills Expo on the theme Unveiling the Career and Training Opportunities in the Oil and Gas Sector in Uganda. Amidst us this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Right Honorable Minister who is yet to come, but with us this morning we have the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Dr. Ruth Nankabirwa. You're most welcome, Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the Chairman of the International University of East Africa, University Council, Ambassador Sebunya Chiwe Moses. You're welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, amidst us also we have the Vice Chancellor for this magnificent university of International University of East Africa, Professor Emeka Ekezua. I hope I pronounced that name correctly. Thank you, sir, for hosting us. We really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have our guest and keynote speaker for today. He flew all the way to come and be with us this morning on this very beautiful day, and the day that we have been all looking forward to. Dr. Omar Farouk, who is the Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producing Organization. Sir, you're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the chair of the chief officer of this, the board chair of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Dr. Jen Mulemwa. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have the person who is representing the executive director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, who was not able to be with us this morning, Director Dozet Abeinomugisha. With Abeinomugisha, we also have Director for Development and Production, Mr. Alex Nyombe. We also have Director for Economic and National Content Monitoring, where under whose watch this planning for the Oil and Gas Expo was conceived and planned throughout, Madame Penina Ahewa. She's right there with the Secretariat, doing a tremendous job. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have our guest and very important members that we work together in the industry, the Deputy Managing Director for Total Energies Uganda, Madame Mariam Nampera. With her, we also have the Director for Human Resources at Total Energies, Madame Christine Sechana. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have an important guest who is with us doing a tremendous job already at the Albertine Graben, the head of the projects at McDermott, Mr. Miguel Leon. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing in our oil and gas sector.
All right, allow me to take this opportunity to appreciate all our stakeholders, the international oil companies, the contractors, the subcontractors, the academia, training institution, policymakers, associations in the skills development space, and our graduates. Thank you so much for being here. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. A round of applause for the PAU. This is the first ever Oil and Gas Skills Expo 2023. I used to always have the question of, if I wanted to, because the oil is where I come from, partly in Hoima, no place like Hoima. I said, but how do I know that where my family land is, we are not ripe? What schools do I have to do? What courses do you have to do? You might be here studying arts and, different things, not knowing. So to be able to be given the direction, to know where the opportunities are, to know where to apply your talent and your skills, all this has been created because of PAU, and I really, really would like to appreciate them for that. A big thank you to Total Energies, UNOC, CNOC, EA Corp, the Daking Oilfield Construction Company Limited, DOCG, the Eco and Partner Consult Limited, Sinopec, COOEC, CPEC, SLB, Schlumberger, I know I pronounced that, Schlumberger. Yep. Your girl is from Buganda and Bunyoro.
You're doing very well, Malaika. And especially with your multi-talent, you will be able to join the sector soon.
Valorec, MSL, ZPEB, ISER. We also like to recognize Busoga International Polytechnic, UPIC, Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda, OCTAU, UPIC, Task Q Sourcing, Turn Energy, IUEA, that's the International University of East Africa, Chambogo University, Society of Petroleum Engineers, Chisubi Hospital, Mbara University of Science and Technology, IPSK, Chambogo University, IUEA, Blue Crane, CO. Thank you so much for being here. We truly appreciate each and every single one of you from all the different students from the different universities. This is not a wasted time. It's not a wasted opportunity. Today is the day that your life will change.
Yes, one more recognition that has come here. We have also amidst us today this morning the HR Director at Schlumberger, Uganda, Mr. Nick Tuma. Yes, Nick is right here in front of that. You're most welcome. Thank you for the work you're doing in the sector. Schlumberger, it's an oil service company giving us a lot of services in the oil field as well as in office with many different softwares. Thank you very much for the work you're doing.
I have a suggestion for you, sir. When you're interviewing people, the first thing you should ask, pronounce my company name to know if you should hire them or not. That's how you know the real ones.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we will be able to proceed.
Yes, we'll be moving on to a safety moment. We have to make sure that we take safety very, very seriously. And there are a few house rules. So I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Joel Tumwebaze, who's the Manager Health and Safety and Security at the Petroleum Authority, Uganda.
In the oil and gas sector, safety is number one.
Joel, could you kindly join me on this side? Our cameras are right there. And I'm also nicer.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, MC. I'll invite Omar to come and give us some housekeeping rules for our stay here. Omar.
I observe the protocol. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, this is not Ramadan, so I need to hear you well. Welcome to IUEA. We're glad to receive you. We do have a few issues that I need to put forward. One is rest assured, you're in a very safe place. We have a very good security. Each one of you here is safe and sound. However, I want to recommend that you keep your gadgets with you and your belongings. You never know. A crowd like this, some people come with different intentions. So please, at all times, have your laptops, your phones, where you can see them. Where we are here in the auditorium, the extreme right and left hand sides of me, if you're seeing me, we have routes that lead us to places of inconvenience. They are underground, but very near. And then outside this building, every 5 meters, you will see signposts. We have very many places of inconvenience. Should you want to use them, please feel free. If we have an emergency, we do have fire assembly points. If there's any emergency, we have people amidst us dressed in white and blue with writings on their chest, Oil and Gas Skills Expo 2013. The gentleman on my left-hand side, and there's a lady on my right-hand side. Those kind of dressings, we have very many of them all over the campus. They will be directing you where to go. We'll also hear a sound of bells, so don't panic. This team will direct you where we'll assemble for easy movements. Health-related issues, we do have a standby health facilities around for first aid. So the cases be intense, we also have a standby ambulance to help us with that. Once more, I want to welcome you to IUEA, and thank you for being part of this.
Thank you, Omar. It's a culture to share a safety aspect in such an engagement so that we promote the health and safety culture in our working environment in society. So I'll request the people manning the machines to project the presentation, the safety moment today. Okay, thank you. Today we are going to share something on safety precautions for driving during the rainy season. We know road safety is a major issue in our society. We lose about 10 people per day. And I thought today we could be enlightened about some of the safety precautions for driving during the rainy season. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So what are the key risk factors in such a rainy season? We have poor visibility on the road. We have slippery road surfaces. We can have damaged road infrastructure. We can have fallen electric poles and sagging lines. We can have lightning and thunder. From this picture, you can see during the rainy season, the grip on the road surface, it's not too much. So we need to avoid things like applying instant brakes. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. This picture, you can see the friction impact. When it is raining, it's a different game compared to the dry season. The grip, your tires are not gripping the road surface very well. So instant braking is a challenge. That is one of the key risk factors. You can see in this picture, you can have damaged road infrastructure if the rain is too intense. Okay, thank you. What are some of the precautions we need? We need to plan our journey in time. We need to take care, stay off the road during heavy thunderstorms. I can't read that well, so I will prefer this. We need to always keep a safe distance so that there's enough braking space between somebody in front of you and yourself. We need to keep our headlights on to ensure visibility. We need to ensure wipers are working effectively. Then the tires have a good thread so that there's some grip. Even if the road is slippery, at least you can have some grip on the road. We need to avoid off-road driving. You shouldn't drive through moving water. Moving water has a very big force. It can sweep even a bus. So if you find moving water, you need to change course, and then we need to be more alert. So that is the safety moment today. I wish you a safe meeting today. Thank you very much.
That was short and sweet. Thank you so much, Joel and Mr. Omar. Well, we would like to, entertain you a bit. Today is not just about words and words and words and words. And the International University of East Africa has prepared another presentation by the Liberian group. So I would like to invite them to serenade us with their performance. A round of applause for them, please.
prophesy to you, you will rise, you will shine, you will prosper in Africa. Hear the word. Liberia, sweet land of liberty, we prophesy to you, you will rise, you will shine, you will prosper in Africa. Hear the word. Liberia, sweet land of liberty, we prophesy to you, you will rise, you will shine, you will prosper in Africa. Hear the word. You are lifted, amen, hallelujah. Liberia, you are lifted, amen, hallelujah. We prophesy to you, you are lifted, amen, hallelujah. You are lifted, amen, hallelujah. Kingdom shall come to your life, amen, hallelujah. Nations shall come to your life, amen, hallelujah. Liberia.
A round of applause for our team from Liberia. Big thank you. We'd like to appreciate the International University of East Africa for the entertainment today. You've hosted us in terms of the venue, and we thank you so much for that. I would now like to invite the Chiganda crew. So we went from South Sudan to Liberia, and now we're coming home to Uganda. Are we ready? Let's go. A round of applause and encouragement for them as they come down to the stage. It's a very nerve-wracking walk, but they're all prepared and ready. I'm excited for this one. And if you feel like you know the moves, you can come and join them as well. Don't feel shy.
Davira wa sebo. Davira wa sebo. Mama Davira wa beyo. Davira wa sebo. Davira wa bange. Davira wa bange. Ngala barunja bagarwa. Davira wa bange. 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 Davira wa barunja bagarwa. Davira wa Buganda budade. Davira wa Uganda. Davira wa bange. 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 Tiki. Hot. Hey. Davida wa bange. 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 Where about it? Hey, hey, hey. Sambite, sambite. Sambite, sambite. Sambite, sambite. Where about it? Corner. Where about it? Mama enda mugo ezala balungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Ezala balungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala. Mama enda muwogo ezala balungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Mama enda muwogo ezala balungi n'ababi omwoyo mulondo gw'oyagala gukulondola. Mama amperekera na munene amperekera masotala. Mama amperekera na munene amperekera masotala.
A bigger round of applause, or else I'll make you come and also join us on the stage and you dance. Another one? A big round of applause to IUEA for making sure that we have been taken well care of in the venue. A big thank you to PAU for hosting us with the first ever Oil and Gas Expo 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, today I plan on being your walking, talking program. So I want to run you through what we'll be doing today. We'll have a few speeches, and our speakers today, please make sure you have your pens and notebooks out so you can take notes of what information and wisdom they'll be imparting upon you. We'll be having a word from our Vice Chancellor, our ED. We even have the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development in the house. We have all the way, flew in just for this moment, the SG, African Petroleum Producers Organization. Then we will be having different panels. We'll also have a word from the Director of Development and Production, PAU, Mr. Alex Nyombi, who will be talking to us about the overview of Uganda's oil and gas sector. We'll have panels talking about the project briefs and opportunities for employment and skilling of Ugandans. We'll have a panel about the employment and skilling of Ugandans. And then we'll also have government's role in initiatives in capacity building for the oil and gas sector. Those will be the different panels, the operators panel, the contractors panel, the government panel. We will also have our student quiz, which I'm also very excited about. So I hope that you'll be taking notes, because some of the questions that will be asked should be answered in the panels and in the speeches. Without taking further time and without further ado, allow me welcome the Vice Chancellor for IUEA, that's the International University of East Africa, Mr. Professor Emeka Akezua. Wow. Another round of applause, because aside from being brilliant, we also have fashion coming to the stage, looking very sharp. Yes. Professor, before I die in this movie, I'm going to ask you, how do they pronounce your last name?
Akezua.
Akezua.
Yes. Correct.
Akezua. Do we say it together? Akezua. Don't get it wrong.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Professor Emeka Akezua. I am the Vice Chancellor of the International University of East Africa. And the tradition here is that I have my boss, the chairman of the University Council, Ambassador Moses Chiwe Sebunia. I also have the president of the University Guild, the student body, who will be also welcoming you. Together, we want to prove that the International University of East Africa is a very willing partner in this journey, Uganda's journey to oil and gas development. We are very much happy that you came here to support this initiative. We thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, the Ministry of Energy, for putting together this Skills Expo. I always think that one of the biggest problems that we have in Africa is jumping into a project without proper planning, without giving enough attention to the skills needed to make that industry a successful industry. So I wanted to bring the team here to welcome you together, and I will let our guild president speak a little bit to welcome you, because here at the International University of East Africa, we believe in involving the students in everything we do, because we believe they are the future. Our mission is to provide an excellent education that includes practical experience and skills. And that means welcoming the audience. It means being the best in their field. I am happy to inform you that we have a petroleum department here that is dedicated to supporting the country in oil and gas exploration. And we will do everything possible to assure the contractors, all those involved in the industry, the minister, that the skills that you will be getting, or the skilled people that you will be getting out of the International University of East Africa, will meet the highest standards possible. That is our commitment to the students, that is our commitment to the country, and that is our commitment to the continent. So I welcome you very much. We have students from over 53 countries studying here at the International University of East Africa. And we just have a taste of students from South Sudan, from Liberia, from Uganda. And we teach collaboration, we teach excellence, we teach the ability to go out there in the field to make a difference for the country, wherever country they come from. And our commitment as a training institution, as a skills institution to the country of Uganda is that, one, the country can always rely on us, whether it's in science, technology, I'm sure you are aware of the innovations we've had, some of you have seen them, or whether it's in the area of petroleum exploration. We promise you the very best. And we are open to the contractors, to other skilling institutions. We are open to collaboration, to working together, because we believe that, as the African proverb says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So we always do things together, like you have, the team here to all welcome you. So that is what we would like to tell you from the International University of East Africa. We warmly welcome you. And Ambassador, if you want to welcome, you can do so.
Really, our future is in the youth. And we've dedicated the youth to welcome you on behalf of the University Council, together with the Vice Chancellor. But otherwise, you are most welcome to the International University of East Africa.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. So I greet you all, au protocol observe. Good morning. Bonjour à tous. Salam alaikum. Jambo. Salam. So I didn't prepare a speech. I have just some small words I would like to share with you. As the Vice Chancellor mentioned here, we are International University of East Africa. We are most recognized to be the technological university in East Africa. And to have you today is a privilege for us. And I'm standing here on behalf of all the students and also the youth of Africa. So welcome to you, to the International University of East Africa. Soyez les bienvenus. Caribou, Boye Balamou. Merci beaucoup.
So that is what we have for you. If anyone has questions, we'll be around. I will be around. Please feel free to ask. Welcome to this first annual skilling exposition. We look forward to many more. Thank you and good luck, and God bless Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for them. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to apologize. Protocol observed. There was a few mix-ups in the program, but there's nothing like if something doesn't, kuchankala you a bit. But the point is we are solution-oriented. I'm going to ask each and every one of us to rise to our feet for the national anthems. And none of you remembered, only me. So you all have bad manners. Chikayo in Uganda. Okay, I'm going to ask our technical team, take it away. You may take your seats. Thank you so much. Hands up if you know the words to the Uganda national anthem. Hands up. You know them? Who here knows the words to the East African national anthem? I saw people murmuring, oh, Uganda. I saw the lips moving. East African came, zui. No one. We really need to learn. Honorable, I know it's a requirement for your position, but some of us, we really need to start learning this. It is a part of us. We are East African. You'll sing it for me next time. Thank you. I will remember that. In a country with over 70% youths, one of the biggest things we keep hearing is banange economy. Economy, we don't have jobs, people coming out of the woodworks of schools, of different institutions and saying there's no jobs out there. But now they're being created. I mean, we have already, without even having started this, over 4,000 Ugandans who are internationally trained in this field. Already over 5,000, from 5,800 Ugandans who are employed in this field, with a projection to go all the way to 160,000 employment after 2025. This is the future, oil and gas. Today we must understand, we must learn, what must I know? You might go to class, you might go to school, study all these things and get your aces. What is the point if you don't have the skills? What is the point if you do not know where to channel them? You might be good at it, but it's not necessary. So, you're in the right place today. And to confirm that, I'd like to invite, in the capacity of the Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Director Dozeth Abeinomgisha, to give us a word. A round of applause for him, please.
Good morning, everybody. As already said, my name is Dozeth Abeinomgisha. I am standing in for the ED, who is away on other official engagements. Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, who is also representing our chief guest, the Prime Minister, Chairperson of the Board of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, our partners in developing the oil and gas sector, our partners in the training institutions, training our young men and women in the oil and gas sector, colleagues in the industry, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Before I speak, I want to once again introduce our chairperson. The PAU has a board, a management and a board. I want to introduce our chairperson of the board and then the board members if they are here for recognition. Madam Chairperson. Thank you. It is my honor and privilege to welcome all of you, distinguished guests and participants, to the first Oil and Gas Skills Expo in 2023. I want to begin by thanking all the people, institutions, and organizations that have contributed to make this expo possible. As you may all be aware, the oil and gas sector in Uganda is still developing. Therefore, the journey to fill the manpower gap of the sector has to be a concerted effort. This journey has, over the recent years, been taken forward by the government, the licensed oil companies, and other partners like GIZ, World Bank, together with the private sector players. These institutions have since 2018 collectively supported the training of over 11,000 Ugandans in various fields. Going to the PAU, the mandate of the Petroleum Authority, in as far as regulating national participation in the oil and gas sector, is to promote participation of Ugandans in the sector through employment and through the provision of goods and services by the Ugandan entities. The authority has and continues to undertake this role through the use of different regulatory tools like regulation of employment in the sector by recommending issuance of work permits to foreigners for the positions which Ugandans cannot perform. We also require licensed oil companies to put in place nationalization plans as well as training plans for Ugandans. This is the first Oil and Gas Skills Expo. However, in 2017, the Petroleum Authority convened the first Oil and Gas Skills Dialogue with all the institutions involved in training and skills development for the sector. The key objective of the dialogue was to strategize on ways of enhancing the skilling initiatives for the sector. This dialogue led to the formation of the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda, OGTAU, an association that brings together all institutions involved in training and development of skills related to oil and gas in Uganda. OGTAU was launched by the Minister of Education and Sports, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, together with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda in February 2020. This association has grown from 13 members that started it in 2020 to now 37 members, and is doing a tremendous job. The oil and gas sector is highly specialized and requires international certification and accreditations. Several institutions in Uganda have been accredited to offer training and international certifications like SITA and Guilds, OPITO, and American Welding Society. The institutions in the country which have now been accredited to offer these international certifications include the Uganda Petroleum Institute Chigumba, that now offers OPITO, ECTB, and CT and Guilds. Chijandongo, Nawanyago, and Kiwasa Training Institutes now offer SITA and Guilds. The authority appreciates efforts by the private training institutions that also have accreditation for these international certifications. These include Assessment and Skill Training Center, COR, and Sunmaker. The steps taken by both government and the private sector to achieve international accreditation will no doubt enable the country to realize a significant increased number of competent Ugandans who are able to effectively participate in the oil and gas sector. To enhance visibility of trained and skilled Ugandans, the Petroleum Authority developed and put in place a national oil and gas talent register, NOGTR, a platform that brings together the demand and supply sides of the labor market. This register has not only facilitated easy identification of talent by the demand side, but is also a reference point for the training and skilling opportunities. Different people have and continue to be selected from the NOGTR for skilling opportunities. It is therefore important that those who think they have skills, employable skills in the sector, register on this NOG-TR. It is also important to note that most of the skills acquired for the oil and gas sector are applicable to other sectors of the economy. In other words, they are transferable. As we may be aware, labor requirements for the oil sector will significantly reduce when the current phase of intense infrastructure development begins to reduce in 2026 and the sector enters operational and maintenance phases. It is expected, therefore, that Ugandans will be able to transfer their acquired skills in the oil and gas sector to other sectors of the economy. This expo has brought together various stakeholders with key roles in skilling human resources for employment in the sector. The expo has also provided an opportunity to interact with the industry players and to hear first-hand information on the labor expectations and how to assess the employment opportunities that they provide. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda looks forward to continuing the discussions beyond the 2 days expo, with a view of enabling both the public and private sectors to meet the national content requirements of employment in the sector. With these not so many words, I wish everyone an enjoyable and rewarding Oil and Gas Expo. Thank you very much. Before I step down, allow me to invite the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development to speak on her own behalf, but also on behalf of our chief guest. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by recognizing our guest who has traveled from far, who is going to be our keynote speaker, who is the Secretary General of the East African Oil Producers Association. You are very, very welcome. I am excited to see you again. Dr. Ibrahim, we were together in Cape Town fighting, and I want to encourage all of you to please stay around and listen to him. You are most welcome. I want to recognize the leadership of this university, the International University of East Africa, who are hosting us. I also want to recognize my own team, Team Pau, Team Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I want to recognize all of you, the students who are not only the future but also the present. We look up to you to make sure that you champion the development, and I want to encourage you to be alert of the global trends, because we look at you as our present and future. Good morning to you all. I'm going to do many things, but it's okay. We had invited the Right Honorable Prime Minister. She is very busy, the leader of government business, and unfortunately, she's supposed to be in Kigezi on the instruction of the president today. And as I speak, she's on the chopper going to Kigezi. But all the same, we will continue and I'll be able to deliver all the message all together. I have followed the development of our oil and gas for many years. I have served in government and I've been supporting, I've been whipping everybody to toe the line of making sure that we utilize our natural resources and be rich like other countries. So I put my support and obligation to the development of oil and gas. I am honored to address you this morning And I want to thank you for creating this platform. As we prepare for the 10th East African Petroleum Conference and Exhibition, which is going to take place beginning on the 9th to 11th this month in Kampala at Serena. We are excited to be here on the first expo of oil and gas. This is a very good curtain raiser. And I want to invite all of you to find time, especially the students, to find time and come and see what the East African countries are going to exhibit at Selena. Allow me to give the journey of Uganda's discovery of oil and gas, which was announced in 2006. And I must say that this was a significant milestone for this country. And since then, several strides have been made to ensure sustainable development of the oil and gas resources. And the strides have included the signing of key projects agreements in April 2021, and the announcement of the final investment decision of the projects that took place on the 1st of February 2022. And I must salute our oil producers, the companies that we are working with, Total Energies E&P, I recognize you, CNOC, I recognize you. We worked together and made sure that we made this announcement in February 2022. And the announcement unlocked our potential. It attracted investment to the tune of between 15 to 20 billion US dollars in the country. And we are feeling we are moving in the right direction. And experience learns that the oil and gas sector can accelerate economic and social development by providing opportunities, huge opportunities for decent employment, for example, business, skills development, increased physical revenues, and improved infrastructure. When you visit the oil region, as I speak now, you'll be overwhelmed by the roads that we worked on. All the roads have been tarmacked, and that place is greatly changing. Some of the opportunities have been mentioned by the ED Pau, so I will not spend much time on that. So the need for sustainable exploitation of petroleum resources is further stressed in the East African Community Vision 2050, which calls for all countries in the region to emphasize capacity building to drive efficiency and sustainability of the natural resources. And additionally, Uganda's Vision 2040 envisages the commercialization of oil and gas in a feasible and sustainable manner. Had we not planned in this way, we would be suffering. We would be suffering. You know what has been happening in Europe and beyond, where every development in oil and gas has been decampaigned. But it's good that we had prepared. As East Africa, we prepared. As Uganda, we also prepared. And we have been able to rebuttal and showcase that we are aware of the need for responsible development of our oil and gas resources. Let me mention something regarding the current status of the oil and gas in Uganda briefly. The foundation of the development of Uganda's oil and gas sector was the enactment of the National Oil and Gas Policy for Uganda and the legal and regulatory framework, which were all arrived at through consultative processes. That was the foundation. And Uganda is now one of the established petroleum provinces in the world. And this morning I received a letter from the Secretary General of the East African Oil Producers Organization requesting Uganda to become a member of that association. And I think it is a good gesture. And I can assure you that this will be supported by everybody. If we are now one of the petroleum provinces in the world, why can't we join that family so that we fight together to get resources, our own resources, and do the development that we deserve? So I welcome the idea, and I will share with my president, and I know that it will be supported. Of course, you've read about the estimates in volumes of our petroleum resources, which is estimated to the tune of 6.5 billion barrels of oil. But of course, we cannot achieve all that. We will recover only 1.4 billion, but it's okay. We are doing more discoveries in Uganda. This is just from just 20% of the potential of Uganda. We expect more to be brought on board. There are 4 key projects that are being implemented to develop, produce, and commercialize Uganda's oil and gas resources in the short and medium term. And I am happy that when I came here, I was able to see the progress of what is happening at Tilenga. I'm waiting for the invitation to come and do the spudding with Tilenga. And I'll be visiting first week of June. We shall be visiting Tilenga. Tilenga is exciting, and I'm equally excited. The Kingfisher project, we did the spudding this year, I think was in January. These are 2 big projects. There are also 2 projects which are for commercializing the petroleum to be produced in Uganda, the refinery project. And I want to sincerely thank His Excellency, the President, who resisted the temptation that was mooted for us not to have a refinery in Uganda. And how I wish that this becomes the East African refinery. And it can be an East African refinery. When you look at what is happening across in the DRC, and DRC has been brought on board, is a member state of the East African community. South Sudan is a member state of the East African community. The blocks in South Sudan can be joined through a pipeline to this refinery or to the East African crude oil pipeline so that we reach Tanga together. The products from DRC can be joined through a pipeline to our own refinery or the East African crude oil pipeline. So this project of a refinery is key. We are moving. We expect the final investment decision for this refinery to be announced in June. Beyond that, it will be a different thing. But all in all, the refinery is something that we must do. Then the famous East African crude oil pipeline. It is moving forward. I have witnessed handing over of houses that have been built for the project affected people. Good standards. I have seen the projects that have come with. I have witnessed testimonies for the project affected people in as far as financial literacy is concerned, so that they don't misuse the money that they get, money in bulk, by adding on many more wives. That is normally the priority of majority of men thinking about expanding territory. So we've We have been training them, and I must thank the people who have been working, the shareholders in the East African crude oil pipeline, for that job well done. We are doing it carefully because we know that we are doing it against the wishes of people who want to see Africa continue swimming in poverty so that we continue to be their market. So we are fighting to get out of that. And I know that the details of these projects will be shared in the subsequent presentations. They're exciting. On the benefits of the projects, ladies and gentlemen, the development of the above projects comes with immense benefits for Uganda and its citizens. And allow me elaborate some of these benefits. You've been hearing legislators talk about national content, local content. We have focused on this to make sure that Ugandans get the benefits when we are implementing the oil and gas projects. Some of the opportunities for fast-tracking the country's development through, among other things, are the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in providing the required goods and services. And this participation is also referred to as local content. The key areas of focus in progressing national content or local content includes employment of Ugandans, capacity building, enterprise development, use of locally produced goods and services, together with the transfer of knowledge and technology. Government is working with the private sector and development partners to achieve national content and inclusive growth through a number of strategies. And allow me to concentrate on employment and capacity building, since it is directly related to the main objective of this expo. Whenever you hear someone decampaigning the development of our oil and gas, and especially if he's a Ugandan, then you know that that is an economic saboteur. Then you know that that person does not want you to get knowledge so that you can get employment at the neighborhood and beyond. You know that that person enjoys giving you handouts so that you remain poor. You know that that person is not only evil, but he does not have the spirit of East Africa. And I'm happy that I'm speaking at the International University of East Africa, where you have this course among other courses that you offer here. I am happy, and I wish that we have a number of students in this hall to hear this so that they can remain focused. Priority for employment is given to Ugandans at all levels, with positive discrimination for the communities hosting the operations. There is what we call positive discrimination. We discriminate you for the good of the majority of the communities, because they will always ask, hey, for us who are hosting this, actually the Banyoro call the oil theirs. Our oil, our oil, our oil. So if we don't give them priority in terms of job opportunities, then we will be doing a disservice. So there is that positive discrimination for the hosting communities that are hosting the operations. And at the peak, it is expected that about 160,000 people will be employed. And out of these, 14,000 persons will be directly employed in the oil and gas sector. 42,000 will be indirectly employed, and at least 100,000 will be induced. And following the announcement of the FID I mentioned above, work on the projects have intensified, and to date, 94% of the 11,000 that was mentioned by the ED Pau, the employees he mentioned, and 94% are Ugandans out of the 11,000 employees. And over 300 government officers have been trained in various oil and gas training programs, including petroleum engineering, geology, geophysics, law, economics, taxation, auditing, and finance, among others. This training has helped us even get money before oil was out. We already got our billions. The secretaries are here who negotiated. So the training that the president of Uganda has been doing to Ugandan boys and girls has already seen us achieve, touch money from the development of oil and gas. The discovery was done by our people. So we trust that the discovery is a true discovery. They were trained, they continue being trained. I continue to authorize people to travel abroad for training. I always authorize, because we are seeing this sector as a very wide sector which has to be handled by people who are properly trained. And training is our savior. I've told you about people who want to see us swim in poverty. If they offer training, they will offer scholarship, and they will offer you a job there so that you don't come back to Uganda. They will give you a good house, a good car, and you will be happy, excited. You tell your people at home, by the way, I'm not coming back. I've been offered a job. You're being stolen from Uganda. Many people have been offered scholarship, sponsorship, and after that, you hear a house is given, a job is given, a man has shifted with his entire family. Okay? So we sponsor you as government, we train you, and we expect you to come back to Uganda and do the work. Law is very important. Training in law, in economics, in taxation, so that you are not cheated. Okay? So these have happened. And I am just telling Ugandans that the development of our oil and gas resources is in the hands of your children or relatives. With support from different development agencies and the private sector bodies, over 4,000 technicians and 1,500 heavy goods vehicle drivers have been trained, and they have acquired international certification. And the technicians include pipe fitters, plumbers, welders, mechanical fitters, scaffolders, riggers, etc. These are relevant to the upcoming developments and construction phase in the industry. And the skills impacted through these training programs will be easily transferable to other development projects in other sectors in the country. And this is a factor which makes the skills development sustainable after the production of our oil and gas. These skills are required almost everywhere. So those who are worried that what will happen when the mission is done and there is no more development in the oil and gas, some of those people who trained will be utilized in other areas. 70% of the jobs being created by oil and gas projects are for qualified technicians with international accreditation. And government is therefore promoting international accreditation and certification of vocational training institutes. And some of these institutes will have been international accredited and certified. These include Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba, which is well equipped. I got excited when I visited Chigumba. Buhimba Technical Institute, Chema Technical Institute, Chinyara Sugar Factory, and a number of these are represented here today. I've been informed. You are most welcome. Some private institutions such as the Assessment and Training Center, Q Sourcing, Sunmaker Energy have also secured certification from international certifying bodies to meet the sector requirements. This gives Ugandans an opportunity to obtain international certification locally and be gainfully employed in similar oil and gas projects across the world. Government also launched the Albertine Region Sustainable Development Project, which will see 700 trainees from 13 districts in the Albertine Graben awarded bursaries for skilling, training from accredited public and private institutions, and the bursary being awarded covers tuition and accommodation to selected Ugandan students for 5 years. And to date, close to 400 youth have been trained under this program. To further promote the employment of Ugandans, government has established the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. This is an online application system that promotes the visibility of the available talent in the country for employability. This register currently has 119 companies registered to solicit for talent and over 8,000 Ugandans with varying skills. On the corporate social responsibility, I would like to commend the licensed oil companies that have and continue to implement various corporate social responsibility initiatives as part of the contribution to local economic and social development of the communities in which they operate. Thank you so much. These have so far included support, thank you, to education, sports, reproductive health, sanitation, and development of socio-economic infrastructure, such as schools, hospital, health centers, resource centers, and vocational skills, among others. The corporate social responsibility initiatives are implemented with the participation of local communities through their leaders and local government systems. From the electricity sector, the corporate social responsibility helps us enhance a sense of ownership of the electricity infrastructure so that we curb vandalism, for example, together. When somebody owns the project, he joins you to protect that project. Likewise, from the petroleum side, we have seen many of those projects being implemented. I think I have spent a lot of time. I had to combine 2 speeches, mine and that of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. So let me conclude. I conclude by saying that Uganda's oil and gas industry has progressed from the early exploration period, the discovery of commercial oil reserves, and now the ongoing development stages. The launch of the project in April 2021 and the announcement of the final investment decision of the, that we announced in February triggered a period of 3 years of intensive infrastructure development in preparation for first oil in 2025. There are other areas which I have not mentioned. For example, the many people that are on the ground will eat. It will be shameful, much as I support the East African spirit, it will be shameful to import onions, garlic, carrots, rice, what, import food. So I pray that people, especially those around the projects, are ready to supply and get the money. It's just my prayer. People will eat food. People will continue. I just pray that my people of Chiboga are tuned to this and that we shall see tomatoes coming from Chiboga. Yeah, but we are trying, working with banks, Stanbic Bank, Equity, those banks which are helping us to train our people so that they produce the tomatoes that are required. Yeah, we have tomatoes, but the standards. We have the avocado, but the standards. So it is standards that we have to emphasize here. Uganda's oil and gas resources are being developed in a sustainable and environmentally friendly manner with the due care to the rights of the citizens. The East African crude oil pipeline is not passing through Lake Victoria. Let me repeat this. It is not passing through 200 small rivers. And I want to call upon everybody to take care of the East African geography and understand the map of East Africa very well. Where Lake Victoria is and where the pipeline is passing. I repeat that statement wherever I go. Because it is a shame for somebody to say that the pipeline is passing, cutting across Lake Victoria. This is an abuse. The lake is ours as East Africa. So we are developing carefully, responsibly, not like some of those who have been in the business for decades without taking care of the issues of the environment. And now we are here crying about environmental degradation and climate change. So we are careful. Colleagues, you will appreciate that the oil and gas sector continues to play a critical role in our country's development through providing opportunities for capacity building of especially the youth, who are the leaders of today and tomorrow. And this expo will go a long way in sharing opportunities for employment of Ugandans. It is therefore our humble prayer and appeal that we continue participating in Uganda's oil and gas projects initiatives to ensure sustainable development of the resources. Each one of you has a role to play. For example, information dissemination, whether you are on a border training, traveling on a border, that border guy will begin a story, I want to tell you. They know everything. Will begin a story how Uganda is doomed, how the discovery of oil is a curse. Please don't keep quiet. Much as you don't want to engage with him, don't keep quiet. Correct that impression. You would have made a contribution to tell him, tell that person the truth. So I'm calling upon everyone to have some participation in this development. We shall continue offering policy guidance and support as a ministry, and we shall continue fighting for the relevant budget. We need money, our own money in this sector, because we know that the paradigm shift now of clean energy is reducing financial support in oil and gas. So where do you run to? Your own money. Your own money. So we shall continue to put the spirited fight to make sure that we get money to enhance the capacity of Petroleum Authority of Uganda to be able to track the development, to track the production, so that we are not cheated. We have to build that capacity in terms of technology. It requires money. So we will continue as the leadership of the ministry. We will continue in that struggle. I encourage all of you to join us on various online platforms to prepare and take advantage of the immense opportunities for employment. Online. On the mineral sector, we no longer receive application for licenses physically. It is online. But people, I don't know, either they don't get this information, they continue coming to the minister to ask for license. Yet you just go on our cadastral portal and you apply and you'll be responded to. So I encourage you to log in on our online and get the information so that you know what is happening at the talent register, the National Talent Register, so that you don't miss the opportunity. Why can't I stop here? By thanking all of you, first for your kind attention, second for coming, thirdly for looking good, and fourthly, I thank God for this opportunity. Thank you for listening to me. Am I supposed to open the expo? I use this opportunity on behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister to open the first Oil and Gas Expo 2023. May God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Another round of applause for our Honorable. At first, I follow Honorable Nankabira closely. She's a very well-spoken lady, always knows exactly what to say, when to say it, but very passionate about her ministry. And I realized it must be because of, it's in the name. Some of my sisters are called Nankabirwa. I have brothers called Sentamu. Those ones. I said, that's how we are. For us, it's no more. Sicho, every day we wake up like this. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize all of you who have joined us and to also reintroduce myself. I don't want to just be here and assume that you know who I am. My name is Malaika, and I am one of your MCs for today. And yes, it is my actual name. It is on my birth certificate, driver's license, NIN. People think it's a stage name. It's not. My parents knew. They knew. Yeah, they knew.
They knew.
Malaika, for those who don't know, Malaika means angel. And I'm an angel, especially when it comes to spending people's money. So
nobody can doubt that, obviously. Isn't she an angel? She is. Thank you very much.
And this is Mr. Felix Bob Ochiti, who is from PAU, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. But we have other people who would like to recognize.
Thank you. Yes, we would like to recognize a few more people who came through as the program was proceeding. We would like to recognize the presence of the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at the International University of East Africa, Professor Ozair. Professor Ozair. Yes, he was here. Yes. Thank you so much for being with us today and gracing this occasion with your presence. I would also like to recognize some very important teams, the teams that we work with very closely in the sector to ensure that we move forward the oil and gas sector in Uganda. They're doing a tremendous job in this stage of development of our projects. We would like to recognize a team from IUEA that is led by our friend Olivier. Please, you're most welcome with your team. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing in IUEA. We'd also like to recognize a team from CPP. They're here very much. Thank you very much. They are all working together and ensuring that the pipeline moves forth well. We also want to recognize a team from Daching. That's how you pronounce it. EPC4. These are the people, the EPC4 contractors. Please, we recognize your presence for being with us today. Of course, one of our very good friends and sponsor, Kosul. I can see you're very smart. Those guys in high V's. You can see, just wave to us, Kosul. Thank you. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. We also want to to recognize a team from Balo, where you seated, team from Balo. These are all our partners. They're working very closely with us, and we thank you. Thank you. Again, we also want to recognize a team that is led by David Bishop from Wally. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Where you seated? Yes, please. Thank you very much again for the work that you're doing to ensure that our projects move on smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you, and of course the students that are all coming here today for this very first Oil and Gas Skills Expo 2023.
I would like to also take note of some very key things that I caught out of the very, very important speech that was given to us by the Honorable Minister. And she mentioned something. Look within your heart. Are you an economic saboteur? Are you evil? You don't want for others. And then also think about it. The government goes out of, believes in you, trains you, invests in you. Then you don't come back. You quarrel about these things in your relationships. You gave him your heart, you gave him everything, and then he married some other girl. But you're here doing it to your government of Uganda. You bought her all these things, and then she gave birth for another man. But if it hurts you in the relationship, imagine what you're doing to your country, your nation, Uganda. It's also being hurt. Busy expanding, territories with the money they gave you. No, focus. But remember, this is not only for the projects that are happening now. This knowledge will be transferable. Now, I'm going to ask each and every one of us to please rise, because you're now starting to look at me like I'm at TV. Everyone, please rise. We're going to do something very short. Very, very small exercise. Everyone, to our feet. Let's rise. Yeah. You now can feel your legs. Stay with me. Stay with me right here. Okay. Come here. We're on our feet. We're going to do a little exercise that I like to do with my different guests. When I say something that is true to you right now, you can take your seat. I found out there's over 150 different types of crude oil in the world. So there's different types of people who are in our presence right now. So I'm going to start off by saying, if you are here inside this auditorium at 7 a.m., take your seat.
Okay.
I know, because I was here. Only one gentleman sat down. Okay. If you're wearing the color red, take a seat. Not orange. Red. And I must be able to see it. It cannot be in places I can't see. It must be visible.
Any piece of cloth that is
visible.
Visible.
Okay.
It could be a tie.
Okay.
It could be, yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's not red, sir.
If your last name starts with the letter O.
That should be a last name.
Ochiti, Okui,
Yes.
Owere, Okelo.
Not Naka O.
Not Olivia. Olivia, that's not your last name. Please stay standing. Oscar, I see you. Stay standing. Thank you. All right. If you're wearing spectacles, take a seat.
Okay.
Half that place is going to sit down. Not that you left them at home. You're wearing them right now. Okay, half the place has sat down. Hey, people, we need to talk about our opticians. All right. If you're wearing a suit and tie, take a seat.
Suit and tie.
Suit and tie?
If you have a suit without tie,
suit and tie. All right. If at any one point in your entire education history, you are at the top of your class,
very top.
Take a seat.
Okay, we only have top people here, Malaika.
Some of you are lying. You're saying in baby class, it was me. In middle class, I was the one.
This is akin to the story of parents. Whenever you ask them that, by the way, they always keep, every parent likes to say, I've always been top of my class. Just to encourage kids.
Right.
So I keep asking, so whose parent was the last in your class?
Maybe they were top from the bottom. We don't know. We'll find out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to see you smile and engage with me. That's all I needed. Allow me to take this opportunity. You want to welcome someone else?
Yes, just a few more, of course, just one or two more. By the way, the very special way I'd like to recognize, do we have our very, very good partners in the sector, Uganda National Oil Company? This is a Ugandan company. Yes, please, you're most welcome. Thank you for being with us. And of course, all of you can see our very many sponsors that have been part of this journey. We mentioned them earlier on, but just to recap, we have Kohek, we have Valerek, we have Sinopec, we have MSL Logistics, Daching Oilfield, we have Schlembege, we have Busoga International, we have ISA, we have SPE, we have UPIC, we have Kisubi Hospital gave us an ambulance, so if you, for any reason at all, you don't feel well, we can be able to take care of you. We have Seol, we have, of course, our premium sponsors, International University of East Africa. We have Octal, which is the Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda, Yearcorp, Sinok, Total, and of course, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Thank you, each and every one of you, for sponsoring our event and for ensuring that this is a success. We appreciate your partnership with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
All right. I'd like to take this opportunity to then welcome the Secretary General, African Petroleum Producers Organization, APPO, Apple, Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim. Please, a big round of applause. He's come a long way to honor us with his presence and his knowledge and wisdom. A big, hey, did you pay for his ticket? He's invested in you. Invest with him, with your energy. Thank you so much, Doctor. We truly appreciate you for coming.
Your Excellency, Ruth Nankabirwa, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development of the Republic of Uganda, Chairperson of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, represented, VC, International University of East Africa, Professor Yakezwa, representative of the ED of PAU, captains of the oil and gas industry, the sponsors of the Oil and Gas Expo 2023, our MCs, Felix and the Angel, students of the IUEA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I should like to thank the organizers of the first Uganda Annual Oil and Gas Expo for the invitation extended to the African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, to be part of this important gathering under the theme, Unveiling the Career and Training Opportunities in the Oil and Gas Sector in Uganda, and whose objective is to bring together employers in the oil and gas sector, including the licensed oil companies, contractors and subcontractors, the academia, training institutions, policymakers and associations in the skills development space, graduates and students to share information on the available opportunities for employment, training and career growth in the sector. The Expo will also provide more visibility on the available talent who can potentially work in the oil and gas sector in Uganda and elsewhere. Before I address the topic that the organizers of this Expo have asked me to speak on, namely, strategies and international best practices in developing human capital for the oil and gas sector, please permit me to say a bit about the organization that I represent, the APO. Founded as the African Petroleum Producers Association, APA, in Lagos, Nigeria, on 27 January 1987, by 8 oil and gas producing African countries, with the modest objective of providing a forum for fostering consultation and cooperation among African petroleum producing countries in the areas of development, of hydrocarbon resources, the association underwent major reforms between 2015 and 2019 in response to the global paradigm shift away from fossil fuels to renewable energies, euphemistically called the energy transition. The unanimous adoption by the APO Ministerial Council of the reform program, which consisted of fundamental changes to the mission and vision of the association, as well as the organizational policy and key decision-making structures and processes, signaled the beginning of a break from the silo mentality that had characterized the relationship of many African countries prior to the reform. For the first time, APO member countries were ready to abandon their earlier position as loose association of oil and gas producing countries, primarily for consultation on hydrocarbon matters, in favor of an organization that sees greater partnership, cooperation, and collaboration, not only in policy matters, but also in oil and gas operations, as the solution to the imminent challenges that the global energy transition poses to their individual and collective interests, and by implication, the interests of the African continent. For the first time in the over 3 decades history of the organization, a forum of the CEOs of APO NOCs was recognized in the structure of APO. I'm pleased to say that this forum of APO NOC CEOs has been the most active body of the organization, having met 4 times in the last 1 year alone. The forum has been hosted twice by Sonangol of Angola, once by the NNPC of Nigeria, and the last edition was hosted by Sonatrach of Algeria. In addition to the forum of APO NOC CEOs, we also have a forum of directors of training, research, development, and innovation institutions of APO member countries. Furthermore, a long-term strategy committee was established to constantly review developments in the global energy industry and reshape APO's position in order to continue to be relevant in the scheme of things. In recognition of the critical role that legal and regulatory regimes play in the oil and gas value chain, a forum of member countries' legal and regulatory experts has also been formed and shall soon be inaugurated. Meanwhile, membership of the organization grew from strength to strength. By the end of the reform in 2019, APO had grown from 8 to 15 member countries. Last year alone, APO added 3 additional members, making a total of 18 full member countries, with 1 observer, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. Our full members today comprise Algeria, Angola, Benin, Cameroon, Chad, Congo Republic, DR Congo, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Gabon, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Libya, Namibia, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, South Africa, and hopefully very soon, the Republic of Uganda. These developments are testimony to the increasing realization by African oil and gas producing and potential producing countries that the solution to the imminent challenges that the energy transition poses to the African oil and gas industry lies not in continuing to do more of what we have been doing since independence, admittedly with some adjustments, but in developing a different mindset, a mindset that critically questions the givens that we have grown to accept. For example, we have been conditioned to believe that the African oil and gas industry cannot make much progress without external support in financing, in technology, and in markets. And so, our policymakers' focus at all times is how to make the environment more and more attractive to foreign investors, foreign technology, and foreign markets. The problem with accepting this doctrine is that our policymakers become so obsessed with what to do to create the enabling environment for foreigners to come to develop our countries, to the extent that they ignore the huge potentials within our countries and our own peoples. In other words, that mindset further entrenches the dependency syndrome that has been the bane of African countries. It is gratifying to note that there is emerging consensus among key industry players in the continent that the way forward for the industry on the African continent, especially in this era of energy transition, is through greater cooperation and collaboration in policy making, in technology and local content development, in project financing, and energy infrastructure development. In APO, we have come to the full realization that no foreigner shall develop Africa for us. No one outside Africa owes us an obligation to develop our continent for us. It is our responsibility, a responsibility that we owe to ourselves and to future generations of Africans. And this can best be achieved through collective efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now leave APO for a moment and address the topic I've been asked to speak on, namely strategies and international best practices in developing human capital for the oil and gas sector. The importance of addressing this topic in Africa, and particularly in emerging oil and gas producing countries on the continent, like Uganda, cannot be overemphasized for a number of reasons. The first is that the global paradigm shift away from fossil fuels to renewable energies, euphemistically called the energy transition, and the imminent challenges it poses to the African oil and gas industry, and by implication, the very fabric of the economies, polities, and societies of many of the oil and gas revenue-dependent countries in Africa. The second is the quest to end energy poverty in Africa, which is the continent with the largest proportion of its population living in energy poverty. Over 600 million Africans, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa, do not have access to electricity. And over 900 million Africans live without access to any form of modern energy for domestic cooking or heating. And finally, is our quest for energy security in Africa. Ours is the only continent that exports over 70% of its crude oil and 45% of its gas. Yet, our people have the least access to energy. Where did we get it wrong? Some scholars have said that we got it wrong from the very beginning. They point out that development of the African oil and gas industry followed the colonial agricultural tradition, where the industry was structured to serve foreign, not domestic needs. Thus, Africa emphasized the cultivation of cash crops for exports at the expense of food crops for our populations. Similarly, when oil and gas were found in our countries, the industry infrastructure that was developed was export-oriented, not to meet the needs of Africans. So from the very beginning, African governments saw oil and gas as sources of foreign exchange with which to fund their annual budgets and to pay for imported goods and services. Hence, little effort was put into developing local markets for our energy. Oil and gas pipelines, as well as terminals, run from the fields to the coasts. No provisions are made for the use of those resources by the people from whose territory the resources are extracted or transited. We were conditioned to believe that Africans are too poor to purchase energy. So we have remained poor because without energy, you cannot lift the people out of poverty. What is to be done to unshackle Africa, its people, and its resources from foreign control? And by foreign control, I do not mean IOCs lording it over Africans in their own countries. I mean a mindset that sees the salvation of Africa coming from outside Africa, especially from the countries that have colonized and dominated us for so long. I mean the mindset that believes that the existing international order has room for Africa to break from the current state of underdevelopment. Why must Africa export oil and gas when it has the largest proportion of the global population living in energy poverty? Why must African countries export oil and gas when our factories are daily shutting down because of lack of electricity? Our patients are dying in our hospitals because there is no electricity, and our productivity is a fraction of our potential because the energy to realize the full potentials are exported. The answers to these questions are easy to find. African elites live false lives. We are not prepared to make the necessary sacrifices today for a better tomorrow. We want to export crude oil and gas so that we could get the foreign exchange with which to live lives that are unsustainable. If the people from whom we import those goods and services decide at any time and for any reason to embargo those goods and services to us. One of the biggest challenges of the oil and gas industry in Africa is the cost of the barrel or the scuff. Our per barrel cost is among the highest in the world. Why is it so? Partly unnecessary bureaucracy and corruption, partly inflated cost of funds, and partly the concern of this gathering, namely inadequate human capital in the industry. Enough of lamentations. What is Apple doing to address these challenges? Returning to Apple, we believe that the energy transition is a blessing in disguise for Africa. For without the global paradigm shift away from fossil fuels, APA would still have been a talk shop. We would have continued to look up to the developed countries of the world to finance exploration of our oil and gas resources, produce the resources, refine them, and market them for us. We will be looking up to them for the technology of the industry as well as the skills and the manpower. We will continue to look to the outside of Africa for markets for our oil and gas, even when we have so many of our population living in energy poverty. What has the global paradigm shift away from fossil fuels to global renewable energies or the energy transition done to Africa? In our opinion, the energy transition has jolted Africa from our slumber. A major study conducted by Apple on the future of the oil and gas industry in Africa in the light of the energy transition identified 3 imminent challenges for the industry. These are the challenge of funding of oil and gas projects, the challenge of technology and expertise acquisition, and the challenge of finding markets for our oil and gas in the event the developed countries succeed in moving away from oil and gas. These imminent threats posed by energy transition to African oil and gas producing countries, as well as potential producing countries like Uganda, has compelled us to seriously begin addressing these challenges at Apple. Beginning with the funding challenge, Apple is today working with the Afri-Exim Bank to establish the Africa Energy Bank. Negotiations have reached advanced stage, and we shall soon be choosing the headquarters of the bank. This is in recognition of the fact that the people on whom Africa has depended for decades to finance its oil and gas projects have now decided to abandon us. But Africa cannot afford to abandon oil and gas in a hurry, even when we are not contesting the science of climate change. On the challenge of finding markets for our oil and gas, Apple believes that the coming into effect of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is an excellent opportunity to work on developing cross-border and inter-regional energy infrastructure. The Nigeria, Niger, and Algeria work on the TSGP, that's Trans-Sahara Gas Pipeline, Romco, and the CAPS, and also the ECOP, are all key energy infrastructure projects that will help in energy integration of the continent. The CAPS, for example, is unique in the sense that it's a comprehensive pipeline system carrying crude products and gas across 11 Central and Southern African countries with a population of nearly 200 million people, most of who have no access to electricity nor any form of modern energy. We believe that a population of nearly 1.4 billion people, Africa has the potential market for all the energy it can produce. All we need to do is to empower our people to be able to purchase that energy. That will be the beginning of the economic transformation of our continent. Before I end my address, I would like to give some thoughts to the strategies and international best practices in developing human capital for the oil and gas sector in Uganda, a fairly newcomer in the game. As most of you may be aware, African countries have been producing oil and gas for nearly a century. Unfortunately, however, the technology and the skills of the industry have been dominated by international oil and service companies. Admittedly, some African countries have made good progress in mastering the technology and skills of the industry, but no one African country can claim to have fully mastered the whole value chain of the industry. This is still a lot, there's still a lot of reliance on foreign partners. With the pressure by the home governments of the IOCs, service companies, and educational institutions to abandon fossil exploration, production, and research, a number of the world's renowned centers of science, research, and innovation in oil and gas in Europe and the US have started closing down their faculties of petroleum. Africa is not going to wait until its oil and gas operators cannot find an institution to attend. As a newcomer, Uganda has to move fast to acquire the technology and the skills. Unlike the older players, Uganda does not have the luxury of time to learn the skills or acquire the technology. It has to move fast. Luckily, and unlike the older players, Uganda does not have to start from the scratch. Various models of local content development have been produced by the older players. Indeed, Apple did a detailed study on comparative local content models in Apple member countries. All that Uganda needs to do is to pick one of the models and adapt it to your needs. Uganda and other new entrants to the industry need to develop a clear strategy for speedy local content development. Talking about local content, it's important I emphasize the complex nature of the technology of the oil and gas industry. It is very capital intensive in research, in development, and in innovation. At a time when competing demands for the meager resources of the states are on the increase, it makes no sense for each African country to set out to establish huge institutions of research, training, and innovation at the highest level. Rather, it makes more sense for us to pool resources together and have centers of oil and gas excellence across the various regions of the continent and in the various sectors of the industry, upstream, midstream, and downstream. And this is exactly what Apple is doing today. working with the chief executive officers of our national oil companies, a team from the Pau Secretariat recently undertook an assessment tour of the various oil and gas training, research and development and innovation centers in our member countries, with a view to identifying the institutions that can readily be designated and upgraded into regional centers of excellence in the various sectors of the oil and gas industry. And they shall be open to all Africans in the industry to go for higher trainings and technology acquisition and development. In this regard, I'm pleased to inform this audience that some Apple member countries have gone very far in oil and gas technology and skills development. The Secretariat is working on this project and shall soon complete this assignment. One advice I would like to give is that the oil and gas authorities in Uganda should make cooperation and collaboration with other African oil and gas producers a cornerstone of their energy development strategy. The developed countries on whom Africa has depended for ages have decided to abandon us. We have to look within. And thankfully, we have what it takes to move the industry forward. All we need to do is to have a new mindset, a mindset that sees our salvation lying within us. In conclusion, I urge this conference to remember the world is changing very fast. The old order is giving way. Africa must use the opportunity of the emerging new order to define its position. We cannot continue looking up to others for our salvation. No one owes us a duty to develop our continent or our people for us. That is our responsibility. I thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Dr. Omar. A safe journey to your trip, to your chair. Wishing you journey masses as you sit. By the way, you never know. Anything can happen on your way. Now, as I promised, as you're walking, talking, breathing, a nice-looking program, I'm here to inform you on how we are moving. We're moving along swiftly, beautifully, and I hope that you're learning a thing or two. The theme for today is unveiling the careers and training opportunities in the oil and gas sector in Uganda. The people who have been speaking before you are the decision makers. The people who have been speaking before you are people who know a thing or two what's going on in the oil and gas sector. So I hope you've taken note of who they are, what they do, and how they have been doing it. So that when you're putting in that practice, you also know who to talk to. We're going to have a presentation from Mr. Alex Nyombi, and then we shall then go for a bit of a tea break. But before that, we'll have a photo session, go for a tea break, we'll come back for our panels. And later, we have the quiz, which we're all excited for, with a grand prize of oil field tour, and of course, bragging rights of saying, man, I beat you all. In fact, you can even put it on your CV when you're applying for a job. I won the first ever quiz, right? Mr. Alex Nyombi, please join me on the stage. This is the Director of Development and Production at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Alex Nyombi. I work as the Director, Development and Production at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I'm privileged to speak before you this morning. Honorable Minister, Chairperson of the Board of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, representatives of the joint venture partners with whom we are working this journey, service companies, the Vice Chancellor of the University, International University of East Africa, and all the trainers who are doing a great job in this journey. Colleagues at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, and to the young men and women who are sitting here today and are looking to start a career in this very exciting industry at a very exciting time. I am very confident that you'll have a very exciting career. So let me take you through a short overview of the industry, oil and gas industry in Uganda, where we are today, and maybe probably a short look at where we've been. Okay. So let me start by taking you through briefly the potential for petroleum, that's oil and gas, in Uganda. Now, oil and gas is generally found in sedimentary basins, what we call sedimentary basins. Google these days is very handy when things become a bit tough. But in Uganda, we have just about 5 sedimentary basins. The biggest of them is the Albertine Graben, which is to the west of the country. The strip you see colored yellow, that is the biggest and the most prolific. So as a nation, we have so far concentrated a lot of our efforts in finding and developing oil and gas resources in that basin. The second most prolific is the Morotoka Dam Basin, which is to the northeast, Karamoja region. Government is also starting exploration campaigns. We're having very good shows there. We are seeing signs of a mature petroleum province as well in the Morotoka Dam Basin. Then we have the Lake Victoria Basin. That has been ruled out. It's too shallow. It could not have generated oil and gas. So there's no potential in that basin. Then we have the Choga Basin and the Hoima Basin. Those are yet to be touched by way of exploration. So how has the country walked the journey so far? The story of oil and gas in Uganda, the documented story, begins in the 1920s when the oil seeps were reported in the country, especially in the Albertine Graben. Oil seeps is oil coming out of the surface from the ground on its own. That is an indication that the basin is mature enough and it has been able to generate oil and gas. So that sort of gives you an indication of the potential. The first well to be drilled in Uganda was in 1938, the Waki well in Butyaba. Geologically speaking, it was successful, but it never discovered any commercial quantities of petroleum. Then between 1945 and 1980, there wasn't any activity. One, because the colonial masters then thought we are best for agriculture. We shouldn't go into oil and gas. That's one. But then two, we had a lot of political issues here. We were not very stable and the environment wasn't very conducive for exploration. Now, the modern efforts then begin in the mid-80s by the acquisition of aeromagnetic data in 1985. And then the enactment of the first oil and gas law in Uganda in 1985. So between 1990 and 2006, government undertook consistent efforts to attract oil companies, promote exploration, as well as ensuring that these oil companies do the work that they ought to do. And in 2006, Uganda made its first oil discovery, that is commercial. Let me just speak about the Petroleum Authority of Uganda briefly. We are established by the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act of 2013, but we came into existence in 2015 because when you pass a law, then you need time to prepare to implement it. Our vision is to be a leading petroleum regulatory agency globally, not in Africa or in East Africa. Yes. Our mission is to regulate and monitor petroleum sector in order to create value for society. That's an underlined phrase, while keeping Uganda a sound investment destination. So we look at the Ugandan side to make sure the country, the citizens, gain all that there is to be gained from here. But we also look at the investment side to make sure that those who bring the investments here actually realize returns from those. Now, to summarize the milestones, 2006, I said we had the first commercial discovery. Then 2008, Uganda passed its national oil and gas policy. In a policy, you write how you intend to develop this sector, how you want to regulate it, how you want to manage it, and things like that. And this was a consultative process. The commercial side was consulted, wide consultation of local governments, and things like that. Between 2010 2014, we had the entry of the bigger players, CNOOC and Total Energies. That's when we were going into full-time development before issuing of the production licenses in 2016. Now, by the time the policy was passed, when you read the National Oil and Gas Policy for Uganda today, you are going to realize that the policy was saying 300 million barrels of oil in place. Between 2008 to the time production licenses were awarded in 2016, a lot of work had been done. Many more wells had been drilled, to the extent that now we had established 1.6 billion barrels of oil. It is only then that commercialization options made sense. In 2008, we could not have built a pipeline to transport 5 or 10% of 300 million barrels. It wouldn't make sense. But now, because we have the volumes that we have, we are able to talk about commercialization. I think something has happened. Okay. So exploration-wise, so far we have 4 exploration licenses that are active. One, slightly to the north, below those green fields, which are mature, is Kasurban, which is being held by the Uganda National Oil Company. Another license is Ngasa Shallow and Ngasa Deep. These are held by Oranto Petroleum. Then we do have the Kanyuataba exploration license, which is with Ama Energy. Now, Ama Energy and Oranto, they've been around for some time, and their assessment is mature. So we expect that they are going to drill wells before the end of 2023, this very year. Moving on to the production projects, we have 2 generally mature production projects. We have Tilenga project. The Tilenga project is in the districts of Nwoya, Bulisa, in the northern part of the country. This project is going to involve the drilling of 426 wells, and in total, the length of the wells, what we call measured depth, will be about 600 kilometers combined. So you can imagine how long that is, and all this is going to be done into the subsurface. The project is expected to produce about 190,000 barrels of oil. That's at plateau, at peak. And the production lifetime is about 25 years. The drilling rate is going to be about 10 wells per month to be achieved by the operator, Total Energies. Now, this project has some peculiar characteristics. It has some uniqueness. A lot of oil provinces in the world are located offshore on the sea and things like that. So you take the equipment you want, any way you want, the cheapest and most optimized way you can design them. The Tilenga project, though, is in the middle of a national park. So the specifications of the drilling rigs that are being brought in to drill this are unique. We are seeing a a lot of very high noise suppression technology. These drilling rigs, the moment you are out of its perimeter, you cannot hear anything. So the decibels that are being emitted, because we are in the middle of the park, are really, really low. So they have been designed to minimize the mast height to make sure that it doesn't interfere with tourism. And then the planning for the execution itself, movement of people, vehicle, and equipment has to be planned. And specific different routes have been identified to transport equipment and people separately from those that are transporting or taking around the tourists. This is all in a bid to make sure that tourism and oil and gas develop together and in a more sustainable way. Briefly now to the development of the CPF, Central Processing Facility. When you produce oil from the ground, it has all the impurities, it has the water, it has the sand, it has everything. So you need to reduce it. So the operator of Tilenga, that's Total Energies, is undertaking the detailed engineering to establish a central processing facility. Now this detailed engineering work is being undertaken from London. Why London? We are so specific about national content, but this piece of work is being taken in London because it involves a great deal of specialized disciplines, which we haven't developed here yet. So transferring all those individuals to come and do that one detailed engineering project and going back would be very expensive. But the bits and pieces of this detailed engineering work that can be done in country have actually been brought in, and they are being done in country. Plus, of course, the construction itself has to take place within Uganda. Now, moving on briefly to the Kingfisher project. Kingfisher has slightly fewer wells, but very deep wells, about 31 wells, which are going to be drilled from 4 surface locations, which we call well pads. The combined investment in the Kingfisher alone is about $2 to $3 billion, and this is to be done, to be realized within 4 years. Now, all these projects have been designed, for example, to produce LPG. The initial plans never involved LPG, but now what we see, because the project must adhere to the environment, when you look around Uganda, the National Forestry Authority will tell you how much forestry cover we lose every day, every year. So the generation of liquefied petroleum gas is going to help to substitute biomass usage with LPG. Okay, that's the Kingfisher project being done, and that on the right, upper right, is a schematic of the central processing facility that is being set up on site as we speak. Then you have camps also, construction camps that are going up and are being erected at this time. Now, Kingfisher and Tilenga are for production, getting the oil out of the ground. But then what happens when it's on the surface? You need the infrastructure to take it to the market and make it usable. One of those is the East African crude oil pipeline, which runs from Hoima to Tanga in Tanzania. It is being developed by, as project sponsors, Consortium, Total Energies, Sinok Uganda Limited. We have the Uganda National Oil Company. We have the Tanzania Petroleum Directorate, TPDC. We expect that construction in Uganda is going to begin in July 2023. Construction in Tanzania already kicked off, and we have the yards and camps being cleared and civil works ongoing. So pipelaying in this project, we expect that is going to begin Q1 2024. By Q1 2024, we should have pipelines already going into the ground to be ready for oil production, first oil in 2025, just a few years from now. The second commercialization project is the refinery. On the refinery, the ESIA has been done. The detailed engineering is going to resume, and we expect, like the Honorable Minister said, that we are going to have FID this year, before this year ends. This is the infrastructure that is ongoing. A lot of it is being done by the government. We have seen government embarking on a major road network that they are pushing forward, and over 650 kilometers in the Albertine Graben. Those who have been lucky to go there, we invite all of you, by the way. It is very free. You just have to notify the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We can organize for you to go to the Albertine Graben, and you see the developments that are ongoing. In conclusion, that's the figures on investment. We are seeing the investment figures going up, especially after FID. Between FID, which was undertaken in February 2022 to today, we have seen companies committing over $6 billion in that very short time. So a lot is being committed, and indeed we are seeing progress. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, Uganda is developing and building an inclusive oil and gas industry. There is openness, stakeholder management, whoever wants to see what we are doing, information on websites. We always organize, every single week we are organizing trips and expeditions for those who want to go actually and see. A little while back here, there was a story running in the main media that government takes out oil in the night, and in the morning the wells are covered after they have taken out everything. I am sure that the participants in this conference, by the time the conference ends, we shall all know how untenable that story can be. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alex Nyombi. This is my new friend today. Kati, now it's on TV, you can't deny me. How are we doing? We are good? Honorable, I like you. You've been my cheerleader the whole day. I really appreciate you. How are we? Do you know how hard it is to stand here? I call you and you come. All right, I would like to take this opportunity as promised. I'm going to ask our Honorable Minister to kindly join me on the stage as she receives a fantastic gift from the South Sudanese Association of IUEA. Please join us. Yes. A round of applause. In that, I'll ask our technical team to kindly carry away our podiums, because we'll be taking pictures right after this. Kindly, technical team, take away the podiums. Thank you.
Yaguma tuaji amala ye gangdi nyelo ya mala kodit. Yaguma tuaji amala ye gangdi nyelo ya mala kodit. Ya mala wa. Bunya ya yaguma tuaji ya mala ye gangdi nyelo ya guma tuaji ya mala ye gangdi nyelo ya mala kodit. Yaguma tuaj yamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala kodit yamala wa bonyi ya yaguma tuaj yamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala wa bonyi ya yaguma tuaj yamala ye yagunyelo yaguma tuaj yamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala kodit Yaguma tuaj uyamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala kodit yamala wa bonya yo yaguma tuaj uyamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala wa bonya yo yaguma tuaj uyamala ye kangdit nyelo yaguma tuaj uyamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala kodit Yaguma tuaju yamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala kodit yamala wa bonya yo yaguma tuaju yamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala wa bonya yo yaguma tuaju yamala ye kangdit nyelo yamala wa Bonya yo yaguma tuaji ya mali ye kagdi nilo ya malawa ba. Bonya yo yaguma tuaji ya mali ye kagdi nilo ya malawa ba. Bonya yo yaguma tuaji ya mali ye kagdi nilo.
All protocol observed. I greet you all, our dear guests, in the name of our beloved continent Africa. It's such a privilege to stand in front of you guys here to honor our dear guest, Honorable Minister of Energy and Labor, Honorable Dr. Rose Nankabira Sentamu. We are really glad that you came to join us in East Africa today. So I would like to take this initiative to, on behalf of IUEA, and in particular the South Sudanese Student Association, to receive our gift that we had brought for you. It's a South Sudanese attire. It's called Lao. It's usually like a way of showing appreciation and recognition to an important guest. So, for example, if like you receive an important guest, you recognize them and honor them by tying for them, allow something in form of this. So I would really love to call our team to go up to her and then they present the gift.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special moment, and I'm going to ask the Honorable to mention as to why it being from the South Sudanese Association is very special to her.
Thank you very much. For the 8 years I served as a Minister of State for Defense, I was in the struggle to liberate South Sudan. And it is such a good coincidence that I'm going to receive an honor from the South Sudan Association. And it brings good memories, how we struggled with the leadership of the president of the country to make sure that our neighbors are liberated so that we can do trading. And as I speak now, South Sudan is a member of the East African community. We are working very well. On the electricity side, we are trading electricity to South Sudan. We are constructing a line, a transmission line, so that we can see that part of the country also have electricity for industrialization. So I am happy that it has come on such a day. Thank you so much. I appreciate the gift.
All right, we're going to take the pictures for the handover and a group picture with the Vice Chancellor and the Guild President being involved. Just do the handover. In the interest of time, I'll ask that these pictures be taken right now. In the interest of time, I thank you so much. Oh, fantastic. This is a very beautiful and momentous occasion. We thank you so much. Thank you so much. Looking very smart. Thank you so much. Let's take that picture. This is a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very beautiful moment, very special to the minister as well. And I'm going to thank this. There we go. Corner dance. There we go. All right, I'm going to ask the South Sudanese Association. Thank you so much. I'll ask you to kindly exit And I'm going to ask, no, Honorable Minister, I'm going to ask you to stay on the stage with us. Guild President, I need you kindly stay on the stage. To kindly join me on the stage, could I please have Mr. Abeinom Kishak to kindly join us on the stage? Mr. Abeinom Kishak, please kindly join me on the stage. I'll also ask our Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim to kindly join us on the stage. Mr. Alex Nyombi. We have Dr. Jane, our board chair for PAU, Dr. Jane Mulemwa. A round of applause as I have these people join me on the stage. Miss Penina Ahebwa, Mr. Ali Sekatawa, Mr. James Okwi, Ms. Betty Namubiru. Please kindly join me on the stage as we take this group picture. And then I'm going to ask for a representative from each one of our sponsors to be on standby, because you're also going to join us for the picture. Yes, Ambassador Moses Sebunya, our Guild President Nathan Mubembe, Mr. Bakari Torre, please join us on the stage as well.
Let's have the Deputy MD Total as well. Please join.
So I'm going to ask, before we take these pictures, photographers, how do you want them? Like this, behind, some in front, or this is fine? Could I kindly have a representative from UNOC, a representative from CNOC, a representative from EACOP, a representative from
Daching Oil Construction Company, Oil Field Construction.
A representative from Daching, a representative from Eco and Partner Consult Limited. Please be coming. We're going to take these pictures right now. A representative from CNOC, a representative from COOEC, a representative, actually, Mr. Nick, please come.
That's CNOC Uganda Limited, a representative from CNOC Uganda Limited, a representative from EACOP,
Valorec,
yep.
a rep from MSL. Please join us. You're just joining the group picture. Everyone is just joining in.
ZPEP,
ISAR, Busoga International Polytechnic, UPIC, Oil and Gas Trainers Association of Uganda. All the reps, please just join us. UPIC,
Q Sourcing, Tan Energy International University of East Africa. We're already here. Kiambogo University, SPE, Kisubi, McDermott, Mbara University of Science Technology, IPSK, Kiambogo University, Blue Crane, Seoul.
and
Please,
then
a rep each.
EnviroServe, Sunmaker.
Yes, and Sunmaker.
Sunmaker, please, could we kindly have all these
Let's
representatives?
have this.
I'll kindly have the taller people stand at the back and have some people move to the front. There we go. This is going to be a momentous occasion. Please make sure you're seen. Make sure everyone take your phones out. The hashtag for today is hashtag Oil Skills Expo UG. Hashtag Oil Skills Expo UG. If you're tweeting, this is the picture to tweet. These are the faces to note. We would like to appreciate each and every one of our partners, our sponsors who have made this day happen. Right after this, we'll be moving to the tea break.
Yep. Let's smile, please.
Okay, listen. If you don't smile, I'm not giving you tea. So 1, 2, 3, enter. Okay, just say, keep saying, fene, fene, fene. No? Okay, oil and gas. How will that picture come out?
That one doesn't come out.
Yeah, actually, we're good.
66.
Have we gotten enough pictures? All right, I'm going to ask everyone to exit stage left and right.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask our ushers to kindly lead our heads. That is our Honorable Minister, being led by Mr. Dozith, to go for our tea break.
Okay, just to make it easier for the tea break, so a number of you came in and you have a wristband. So if you have a wristband, please, the ushers are going to direct you. You'll be going near where the basketball court is. So just look out for that, where the basketball court is. You will be able to get some tea there.
I'm going to ask the ushers to please kindly lead the Honorable
Minister and our delegation.
And our delegation for tea first.
Yep.
Kindly lead them now, and then as they open the tea will be for about 15 minutes only.
Correct.
We'll have only 15 minutes for the tea break. We'll come back for our panels, where we'll ask all the questions. Make sure you have your questions ready. It's mostly going to be coming from you. The engagement will be coming from you.
And that will be on Slido. Slido, I don't know how you pronounce that. How do you pronounce that, Malaika? Slido. So it's going to be on Slido. So please, it's up on the screen. So just make sure you just log on there and send in your question, whatever question you have that you want the panel to answer, or any of the presentations that we had earlier on. Feel free to ask there, and you'll be able to get answers. So for those who have the wristband, after the guests, the VIPs here step out, just follow them through to you'll be directed. Those wristbands have colors, so the ushers will direct you to the right place. And those who don't have wristbands, please just go towards the registration desk. You'll be directed to where you can be able to get something small. That is how the tea break is going to go. But most importantly, it's only 15 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen.
Could I please have our delegations on the first line, Mr. Nyombi, Mr. Nick, Ms. Jane. Please kindly follow with the Honorable Minister, Dr. Omar. You're leading us. Our ambassador. We also have our big sponsors from Total. Please lead us in the tea break. You can't lead us. Thank you. For everyone else, please kindly follow the rules. The ushers will be coming to you. Because of security reasons, we can't let everyone just go out, and for safety reasons as well at the same time. Again, a reminder, after the tea break of 15 minutes, we'll be having our first panel on project briefs and opportunities for employment and skilling of Ugandans.
All right. I hope that's very clear. Please just ensure those who have wristbands are of different colors, and the ushers are going to direct you where you need to go. And those who don't have, please go back near the registration area. You'll be able to be guided on how you can get your tea break. But ensure it's only 15 minutes, and then we'll be back in this auditorium to proceed as guided. DJ, you can just play something. Thank you.
In exactly 15 minutes, we'll be starting our very first panel, who are very ready and here. Again, thank you so much for coming for the very first Oil and Gas Skills Expo 2023.
A rig is a group of equipment that we assemble, we test, and then we commission or operationalize to help us.
Kindly take care of your belongings. Kindly take care of your belongings. Each and every one of you, please take care of your belongings.
We have
Thank you.
capacity to handle equipment from the ship up to the last mile in the Kingfisher. We start from having a CFS in Mombasa, a fully-fledged office in the port. We have an ICD in Uganda here to do all customs clearance and handling. Then we have a handling yard that has all the equipment before you reach Kingfisher, which we are currently using in executing the COSU contract. That's the point where trucks arrive, checked, drivers have a rest, take a shower, and we check their readiness to go down the escarpment. And after delivery, because of congestion, they still have to turn back and spend the night in our facility in Hoima.
So the rig move, which is the job that we've done as DTG First, has involved over 600 people at different places, from offloading in the port to handling the documentation, driving, offloading in the Kingfisher. In terms of truckloads, we have done about 250 trips, moving 1,800 kilometers from the port of Mombasa to Kingfisher. That's how complex it is. And of course, we've been supported. CNOC has been on our side, COSU has been on our side, and the Uganda Police has been a very, very important partner in this project. The convoys have been in the range of 15 to 20 trucks, each convoy, setting off at the port of Mombasa, driving all the way from Mombasa to Malaba in about 3 days. Then they would come from Malaba to Mukono, spend the night. Then early morning we would set off from Mukono to Hoima. And then early in the morning the following day we would go to Kingfisher.
Nasoka navuga ku motoka entonto nedo fuso magulu 10 edo sino twake edo 12 edo tipa akati tweranye jiri musanvu kale olugendo lwo luliro obwire bungi kubanga motoka mulimu edita tambula mulimu bino bi crane tambula mpola edo atidi tambula nga dolo mulino kola ki musululu moja mulino okudde kuuma mulimu gunonze basobole okuzimba mu enumba wewa nganka yenda neyongera ku
Mic check, check mic 1 2 3 4. Mic check mic 1 2 3 4 check mic.
Baije bege kuvuga emotoka enkoto. Yes. Nyatekayo kusaba kwange nyarabamu.
The program runs for 3 months. We are supposed to train 110 participants from the districts of Bunyoro, whom we are doing now. And of now I'm talking, we have covered 73, and we are remaining with 37 participants who are ongoing training now. Participants, they include the men's and ladies.
Obwire bunu tuli hanu mu training kwega kuvuga buli tubaire mu theory mu class amatoka enu bwogitahamu hari ebintu byoina kubanza kukora nkai wotahiro motoka yawe. For example, kusa kuba parking regeri kulungi wakagia garuko kasango royo mupira rukozereki duhoiremu batwegesa mtu driver wena obwahika motoka yaye ekusobola kubeera yege mu parking oba mu garage banza ogaruke omumaiso g'emmotoka yaawe bakuba motoka ndayira banza oyinamu olebe hansi okwo toyine ekiveera kyona kyokomerege mu muhanda noija ekiriyo hansi okwo ekikusobola kusiisa ebiriyo obanza ogirole then gigaruka omumaiso ole the body itself.
What they are doing is called HGV driver training, whereby HGV is heavy goods vehicle.
Kamanya training enu bakaranga ha radios na hama TVs.
We are supposed to train 110 participants.
Obwire bunu tuli hanu mu training kwega kuvuga buli tubayire mu theory mu class.
Omulimo gwange nyagunyumiza muga ningugonza kyokka tumunyaga ku driving okwamba iteka kenge ebinkuvuga kyokka ninvuga.
After training them, they are enrolled for an extension of the class, of which is next to what he has in the permit license, and then a certificate later after all things are done. Inspector of motor vehicle comes in to test these people to confirm what UDIS has done or patented to those people.
The people are going to drive comfortably, slowly, to answer quick.
Mic check, check mic. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Ushers, can you help and tell everybody else who is out there to now come back in? Ushers, just let everyone else in because we're about to start. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll ask you to take your seats. We're about to commence with the panel session. And in the interest of time, we shall keep it brief and short, but it will be according to you. If we could all get our seats, those who are outside, please kindly join us inside. We're about to start the panel session. Thank you so much for being a part of the first ever Oil and Gas Skills Expo. We're truly honored to have you here. I'd like to appreciate all our sponsors for the day, our partners who have made sure that this all happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your patience, and I truly appreciate it. We are going to commence as promised. We're going to start right now with the very first panel, that is the project briefs and opportunities for employment and skilling of Ugandans. I'll say that again. The very first panel is the operators panel, which is about the project briefs and opportunities for employment and skilling of Ugandans. The moderator for this panel is the Director Economic and National Content Monitoring at Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Ms. Penina Ahewa. A round of applause for her, please. We're commencing. If you have a friend who's outside, please let them know.
I think it's good afternoon. Yeah. First of all, I want to appreciate that you're still here. We don't take it for granted. And those that are still having tea, they had better hurry and come in, because you do not want to miss the information coming through this panel. Because when you look at the lineup, these are the people that are actually spending the $15 billion that Director Alex Nyombi talked about just before we went for break. So we have a very good lineup this afternoon. I think it's afternoon. We have representation from Total. I would like to invite the representative of Total to the podium. I'm meant to understand it. I'm honored to be hosting the Deputy GM, Total E&P, Mariam Nampera. You're very welcome. Please take your seat. I'm also honored to host a representative from CNOC, Uganda Limited. That is Matthew Chaligonza, and that is the Manager National Content at CNOC. You're very welcome. Please take your seat. Next, again, I am honored to host a team from ECOP, which is led by Olivier, but I'm meant to understand they will make it more than one. So, Mr. Olivier, please take your seat. You're very welcome. We are also expecting someone from UNOC. The moment they come in, we will invite them to the podium. So this is the lineup, and like I said, you'll agree with me, this is the time to now speak to the real people, the investors, to tell us the strategies they have. Yes, Engineer Lumanyika, right? From UNOC. Please take a seat. You're very welcome. So like I said, you'll agree with me, it is the right time to have a discussion with the right people, the people who are investing this money, the $15 billion, which is the driver for everything we are talking about, the skilling, the employment, and so on. Otherwise, without that investment, we wouldn't even be here. And out of that 15 billion, a good percentage is actually going into manpower costs. You had the numbers that are expected in terms of workforce, especially Ugandans. There is also a lot of commitment in terms of training Ugandans. I think close to $20 million has been committed to training of Ugandans during this development phase. So we would like to hear from our investors. And I know the main employers who are going to employ the biggest numbers are the contractors. And the good thing, we also have a panel for contractors, I think later today and tomorrow, so you don't want to miss the real employers. These will also employ, but not in such a big number. So you also want to wait and listen to the contractors later today and tomorrow. The way this session is structured, I'm only going to facilitate the discussion between them and you. We'll first hear from them, and I think we'll start with Total. Mainly, really in brief, 5 minutes, if you can, the strategy you have for training and employing Ugandans. Each one of them, I think you will be given 5 minutes. Then I'll follow that with a targeted question for each of you. And then later on, we'll hear from the audience. I request that you summarize so we can give our audience opportunity to speak to us. You're welcome, Mariam.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure. My name's Mariam Namperamboa, Deputy GM, Total Energies, EP Uganda. It's our pleasure to attend this forum, which is a cornerstone of one of our key pillars, that is youth inclusion and capacity development, or what I would call creating shared value. What is even more important is the young people, the youth, or youth inclusion in this project is very, very, very significant. It's very important for us as Total Energies, for the simple reason that this project is a project of the next 25 years or so. So you need to start planting the seeds of training, and indeed we started that journey way back in 2012 when we arrived on the upstream scene of training and building capacity. The other bit I want to touch on is about the strategy of Total Energies as a company. Our purpose as Total Energies is to supply more energy to more people, to protect the environment, and to also create shared value. And why do I say that? Because, like the minister mentioned, there's a lot that has been said about our project, but the Ugandan project is very, very consistent with the Total Energies ambition. That is more energy, less emissions, sustainability, and of course, doing good business with our stakeholder, the government of Uganda, and for our shareholders. The Ugandan project, Total participation is across the value chain. We are operators of the Tilenga project in the upstream. We are shareholders in the East African crude oil pipeline. We are also participants in the Kingfisher oil project operated by CNOOC. Like I said, the project is very consistent with our strategy, which is about sustainable energy and climate. It's about the well-being of people. It's about care for the environment. It's about creating shared prosperity. And it's within that pillar of shared prosperity that the training and employment and skilling is a part. Again, on shared prosperity, it is our aim that we should have a net positive impact on the employment and training of Ugandans, not just for the project, but also beyond the project through other initiatives that we're involved in. That is, we are also very active in, on the renewable energy scene, and we are also active in creating long-lasting social impacts. In terms of the project update, I will not dwell so much of that. The previous speaker of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda has clearly highlighted what the Tilenga project is about in terms of scale, but important to note that it has the northern part and the southern part. And again, the scale of that project, again, epitomizes the fact that you need people. The biggest asset for us in executing this project will be the skills and the skills and the people of Uganda who can work on these projects. In terms of where we are today, I will very quickly summarize. There are about 3 elements in our delivery of the project. There is the enabling infrastructure, which is the industrial area site preparation. We are progressing very, very well with that, and we're at almost over 85% completion. Then we have the roads, creating the roads and the access to the industrial sites. And then we also have the well pads preparation for where the rigs will be situated. Then we are, of course, working with our contractors. And then on the drilling and wells, as you can see, some of our contractors are in this room, and you will hear more from them. But what is important for purposes of this gathering is that in preparation for our field operations, we've already onboarded 200 Ugandans who we are taking through a training program starting at UPIC and elsewhere in the world to be able to operate the Tilenga facilities. In terms of our national content ambition, our strategy is to maximize the number of Ugandans working on this project. And one of the key pillars is we need to employ and utilize Ugandans. And as I speak today, we have 94% of the employees, both directly by Total Energies and through our contractors, working on the project. We're also very particular to utilize Ugandan goods and services, because when you utilize Ugandan goods and services, again, you're creating employment opportunities, and you're creating opportunities to skill Ugandans. And then building capacity. We have a number of programs targeting building capacity of Ugandans. These start from on-job training, which is very, very important. We also have the vocational training for drivers, for Ugandans working in the logistics sector. We have vocational training for our graduates that we are taking in other Total operations. And we also have a graduate trainee program where we bring in graduates and expose them, give them exposure to what we are doing. And what is important to highlight here is when you're looking for the opportunities for employment and skilling, there's the Total Energies, but there's also our subcontractors and the contractors of our contractors. But beyond that, you should also be looking at other sectors that will be inspired by the activities of Total Energies and the activities of our contractors. To date, like I said, we have almost 94% of our employees that are Ugandans. In Total Energies alone, we are employing 405 Ugandans. Then our contractors, we are employing, they're employing almost 93%. I'm being told to stop, but I will finish very quickly. Then again, on the skilling, again, I mean, very quickly, we have achieved a lot in terms of training. As you can see from those figures, we have achieved a lot in terms of taking Ugandans abroad for further education. We have achieved a lot in terms of vocational training. The highlight of that, as you can see in the picture, is the 200 young Ugandans that we have onboarded in preparation for the field operations phase of the project. I'm about to finish. In terms of our recruitment, you will hear more about this from our booth, and I invite all of you to visit our booth where you will hear more. But what I want to emphasize is our recruitment policy. It is very transparent. We are available on social media, through the national newspapers, and you can also approach our offices if you have any inquiries to make about the opportunities available. And then to conclude, I would like to emphasize the fact that when you think about oil and gas, think about the primary roles in oil and gas, but also think about other sectors in the economy that will be inspired by the roles, by the activities in the oil industry. And also what is very important is you need to know exactly what you want. I can give an example that most people, when they train as lawyers, they only want to work as lawyers. But you can actually be trained as a lawyer, but be open to work in different sectors of the oil and gas industry. Like you can be a community liaison officer. So what I want to emphasize here is you need to be open-minded. You need to be very focused on making sure that you're not just limiting yourself to the narrow area of your studies, but you actually are open to all opportunities that may open up. But also to emphasize that we have been training and employing Ugandans since 2012. We are at the peak of the construction phase, which will tail off at some point. But the most important thing is that the skills that will be acquired during this phase can be used elsewhere in the economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mariam, for that elaborate presentation. Unfortunately, time could not allow you to go through it comprehensively. But the booth, there are people at the booth. You can ask for more information. There are also directions on how you can get more information. I see links in the presentation. I also see they have indicated they also recruit through the recruitment firms. Most of those firms are Ugandan companies, and we have panels that are also involving these recruitment firms that are recruiting for them. So you also don't want to miss that discussion with the recruitment firms. I will come back to you, Mariam, with one question or two and more from the audience, but I request that we move to Sinok briefly. Sinok, if you can, in 5 minutes, tell us your strategy for employing and training Ugandans on the Kingfisher project. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, my name is Matthew Kyaligonza. I'm the National Content Manager at Sinok. And with me, I moved with a team from the Human Resource Department and the National Content Unit. Kindly stand up. You can ask them later questions, especially the students and the graduates to help you, and also at our booth. As Sinok, we have also embarked on employment and skilling of Ugandans as a key pillar of ensuring that there is value retention in country. So we have, after a study and knowing that the oil and gas sector will largely employ people in the vocational skills section, we largely put a lot of emphasis on vocational skills training, but also have also had to put in place other programs like sponsorship and training of graduate trainees in China and other countries around the world. I'll take us very briefly through the skilling, then opportunities. I'll also talk about the selection criteria that we use so that you are aware of what to do when you need to partake. I'll skip the part of the project overview that was well elaborated by Director Alex, but I'll tell you what you're seeing there, those are the facilities that we are building at the moment at the Kingfisher project. And those are the key milestones that we've achieved. And key to note is that we expect to have our project completed in 2025, and hopefully ECOP could come on board mid-2025 to take it forward, hopefully. So, like I said at the beginning, our project has mainly focused on the skilling vocational training programs, where CNOC, we have trained so far over 250 heavy goods vehicle drivers. We've also trained teachers in different aspects. We are training these teachers in these vocational skills institutions and universities to be able to train others to have that multiplier effect. We've trained over 307 teachers in different certified programs. We have also embarked on the welders training and certification. These welders are being trained and certified so that they are able to work on the pipeline and other projects. And these skills, like Madame talked about, are transferable to other sectors. So when the project ends in future, or when the jobs are reduced, these people will be able to be employed in other sectors. We're also handling the ECITB training, heavy equipment training, and we also have knowledge transfer initiatives where our different CNOC expatriates go to these universities and vocational training institutions and share their experience with the engineering students and the teachers. So all this is an effort to ensure that we have prepare Ugandans to be able to partake of the jobs in the country. So an overview at the peak, we're expecting at the Kingfisher project to employ about 2,700 Ugandans, and of those 280 will be directly employed by CNOC. I can report to you that currently we are at about 162 directly employed by CNOC. Our main contractors, those are the EPC contractors, will employ about 1,580. Drilling packages, where we have companies like KOSU that are in the room, going to employ in the excess of over 250, and other support contracts. So briefly, those will be jobs. Those are jobs that are available, some of which have already been taken up, but others are still available and will be advertised as in due course. There are usually questions about how we do our selections for the different training programs that we carry out. Those are typical examples of calls for applications. We usually have calls for applications, and each training program has different requirements. But basically, the key is that we target Ugandans. Once you're Ugandan, you qualify. That's the primary key. We also have made MOUs with different Ugandan universities. Examples include Makerere University, Mbarara University, Chambogo, Nkumba, and UPIC, where we are going to have continuous engagements, internships, industrial trainings for their graduate trainees and students. We'll also have internship opportunities for other universities, like the International University of East Africa, and hopefully in future we'll have an MOU signed with you as well. So, in a nutshell, we are looking at different types of trainings to ensure that participation and value retention in country that include professional trainings, general trainings, mentoring and coaching. We have also been very instrumental in training government officials that was mentioned earlier to the highest level in universities out of the country. But we have put specific emphasis on national content skills development. Okay, thank you. I've been warned about time. We have put emphasis on vocational skills training because this is going to take about 80% of the jobs in the oil and gas. And the other, what I would call white collar jobs, will take the other 20. So we put a lot of emphasis and trainings on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Matthew, for that, and sorry for rushing you. But again, we have people at the booth for CNOC. Please reach out and get more information. I will come back to you, Matthew, with a specific question on what the company is doing, particularly in a certain area. We'll move to ECOP. Again, we want to hear briefly, 3 minutes or 2, what the company is doing to train and employ Ugandans.
Good afternoon. Oli Otir. My name is Olivier Foulonneau. I'm the local and national content manager for the East African crude oil pipeline. So for the interest of time, I just wanted to give few words. So yes, the ECOP will provide career and training opportunities for the East Africa region because we cover both Uganda and Tanzania. We'll have also lots of initiatives that we are going to quickly show to you right now. One of the main ones we are rolling out right now is Train the Trainer. So we have been visiting last month most of the universities and technical institutes in countries. So we're trying to help them together with our main contractors to raise the level in terms of know-how and also facilities. We went together with our main contractors today, so we have Worley, CPP and Bolloré that you will see later on. I would like to take the opportunity to thank PAU for the very good and continuous good support that they are providing to us and their trust as well. Since ECOP is also about empowering people and skills, then I would like to invite our capacity building lead, Natasha Kasami, so that she's going through the slides and the opportunities that we are providing through ECOP. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natasha Kasami. I'm the National Content Capacity Building Lead at ECOP. And in an effort to give you time to ask some questions, I'm going to try and speed through this presentation. So if I can have the next slide, please. This is just to give you an idea of the opportunities that exist on the ECOP project. There are opportunities that are directly with ECOP, but majority of the opportunities, as you'll see, are with our contractors. Next slide. I just want to highlight here for you all so that you can see where you can play, who our contractors are. So we have several contractors. The ones that are directly hired by ECOP are known as Tier 1 contractors, and these are some of the main ones. The first one is Worley, who will also be presenting later. There are EPCMC contractor, which stands for Engineering, Procurement, Construction Management, and Commissioning. Then there's Bolloré, who is our main logistics contractor, and they deal with the transportation of goods by air, sea, land, and also with customs clearance and storage, warehousing, and the likes. Wasco ISOAF is another contractor we have. They're based in Tanzania, well, that's where they'll be working mostly, but they have certain opportunities for Ugandans in country, and these are the thermal insulation services contractor. They're responsible for insulating the pipeline to ensure that it's effectively transported, the crude oil is effectively transported. Then we have CPP, who are also here today. They're the Chinese Petroleum Pipeline Company, and they're responsible for the construction scope of the entire project. So they have a lot of opportunities with them. They're also responsible for the installation of the above ground installations. And finally, we have Schneider, who is our electrical instrumentation, telecommunication, and security systems contractor. So the opportunities exist with these, several opportunities for employment exist with these different contractors. For Worley, as I told you, they're the EPCMC contractor, and they have about 90 positions to be filled by Ugandan nationals. And as their scope relates to engineering, there's opportunities for engineers to apply for jobs. There's also opportunities for procurement, so they require buyers, construction management, and the likes. Schneider has approximately 22 positions to be filled by Ugandans, and again, these relate to their scope of services. Bolloré has about 79 positions, and these are for transportation mostly, drivers, riggers, and the likes. And CPP, being the China Petroleum Pipeline contractor, the ones that are actually constructing the pipeline, have majority of the positions, over 500 positions, that will be filled by Ugandan nationals. And these will be mostly in the field because that's where the work will be taking place. So all our opportunities and the opportunities of our contractors are usually shared on our website, www.ecop.com. And you can see there's a tab for ECOP opportunities and one for our main contractors. We also usually, or our contractors usually advertise all the opportunities in the daily newspapers. So I would advise you to continuously buy newspapers, especially in these coming months as the project picks up, so you can see what opportunities exist. And as the chair rightfully announced, many of our contractors and ECOP itself recruit through recruitment agencies. Those are some of the ones we work with, so keep an eye on their websites. For training, we've done several programs. ECOP has done the Livelihood Skilling Program, which is targeted to project-affected persons, and this has enabled us to sponsor or offer scholarships for 3-month training courses at one of those 3 institutions. And these are some of the courses we've offered. So far, we've offered a total of 167 scholarships to project-affected persons. ECOP also offers internships, especially with our corporate team. And so far, we have an MOU with ISU. Other MOUs are being processed, and we hope to onboard interns in other trades as well. We also, so there's 2 parts of the project. There's the construction phase and the operation phase. And during the operation phase, there'll be training for operations staff. So ECOP will onboard engineers, and these opportunities will be advertised at a later stage. But we will also onboard technicians, operators, and HSC personnel, and these will undergo a 30-month training program, which will include training at UPIC as well as training overseas for the selected persons. Closing, we also have the Train the Trainer program, which is really implemented or spearheaded by our contractors. And the idea of this is to share expertise and knowledge with vocational training institute instructors and university lecturers, so that this information can then be cascaded down to our students here. And we've visited a few institutions with our contractors to ensure, to help them in selecting which ones they will work with for the Train the Trainer program. And finally, ECOP's main contractors will also be taking on interns. Many of these internships will be overseas. and they will vary in duration, lasting between 2 weeks and 3 months, and the selection process will be done by our contractors. Yep.
Thank you so much, Olivier and Natasha. A very, very useful information. You'll agree with me, especially the graduates, the students. You need to look out for this in more detail at the exhibition hall. If we had time, we'd go into details in terms of exactly what positions are going to be advertised maybe before the end of this year. But also the good news is that we actually discuss with these oil companies on their job descriptions to make sure they are not so high to lock out Ugandans. So we agree on these requirements for the different positions they have earmarked for Ugandans. So don't think, oh, they are just too high in terms of requirements. They sit with a regulator and we agree. We'll move to UNOC. UNOC is our first line in terms of national content. Would like to hear, we want to see it move from being a non-operating joint venture partner to an operator, and it takes, you know, a skilled workforce. So we want to hear from UNOC its strategy in terms of having a skilled workforce so they can move into operatorship not so far from today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicholas Rumanyika. I'm working with Uganda National Oil Company on the refinery project. Since we are time barred, I have 5 minutes, but let me try to use 3. So I'm going to take you through, as part of the program, on the KIP, that's the Kabalega Industrial Park, and then the refinery project. But UNOC, I hope you all know, is the National Oil Company of Uganda, and it is a multi-stream national oil company. We are in the upstream, being carried by our JV partners Total and Sinok. We are in midstream. We are running Jinja Storage Terminal, which is a 30 million liter facility, and we are developing Kampala Storage Terminal, which will be a 320 million liter facility, and we are also in the downstream. Midstream refinery is also there. We are developing a 60,000 barrel crude oil refinery. The minister said it will be the East African oil refinery. We have International University of East Africa. Why not East African oil refinery? Okay. Okay, this is just a brief of the oil refinery. It is 60,000 barrels per day. 1 barrel is 159 liters. We shall have a pipeline which is going to run from Hoima to Kampala to transport white products, so that we save our roads. And then the storage terminal will be in Buloba. Water will be coming from Lake Albert. We are taking around 200 cubic meters of water per day to run the refinery, and we shall be employing a ZLD, that's zero liquid discharge. Nothing will go back to the lake. Whatever we take, we use in the refinery, nothing goes back. ZLD technology. Technical design, the refinery is taking on the RFCC. That is a modern technology of dealing with the heavy wax crude like ours. 70% of a barrel goes to the RFCC. It cannot be converted from the distillation column. And then the crude oil feedstock, we are using Ugandan crude. Our partners, 60% of the project is being run by AGEC, that's the Albertine Graben Energy Consortium, composed of SIPEM, Yatra, Lionworks, and Baker Hughes. And then PFA, which is running the project, that is the project framework agreement, was signed in 2018. The cost is $4 billion. That's a huge cost. Uganda's GDP, I think, is around 34 billion. So you can compare. And then FID, like the minister said, is June 2023, 2 months away. Just stay tuned. And then financial close early next year. So that's just a brief of the project. The products, LPG, Director Nyombi talked about the deforestation which is happening, charcoal. Currently, Uganda, I think we use around 30 tons of LPG, the lowest in East Africa, by the way. Even Rwanda uses more than us. Around 30 tons of LPG per day. The refinery is going to be producing 570 tons. So LPG will be more available, although some of it will be used for petrochemicals. And then we shall produce gasoline, which is petrol, jet fuel, diesel, and heavy fuel oil. Some of the heavy fuel oil will be used for production of fertilizers. Uganda is an agricultural economy. Then Kabalega Industrial Park, it just changed name. It used to be called Kabale Industrial Park. It is sitting on 29 square kilometers of land. Uganda's second international airport is now 90% complete. Director Nyombi encouraged us, those who have not gone there, go and see. Uganda is soon getting a second international airport. It is also located within that industrial park. The feed for the refinery, that's the front-end engineering design, was approved last year. And after FID in June, we shall be moving on to the EPC phase, which is detailed design. Currently, we are negotiating the pre-FID negotiations. That is the crude oil supply, implementation agreement, and then the shareholders agreement. So in terms of skilling, UNOC is 100%. All the employees of UNOC are Uganda, it's 100%. And currently we are around the 40% full, so we still have vacancies of 60%. But these come as the projects develop. The refinery project, directly we shall be employing around 5,400 during construction, and then about 300 during when the project is completed in operations. So a lot of engineers, technicians, legal people, economists, opportunities are there. Trying to manage time. So this is just a breakdown of the project at the EPC stage. You can see most of the. And then logistics, refinery equipment is really huge. So a lot of skills will be there. People who are, you can get employment of, that's the young students in these logistic companies during the transportation phase. And that is it, 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, at least you tried, not 3 minutes, but you were much better than the rest. Thank you so much, engineer, for that. They also have a stall in the exhibition area. Please visit their table for more information. I had targeted questions for the panelists, but I will not go there. I will invite the audience. Okay. Okay, so feel free, put up your hand so we can see you, say where you're coming from, and your question be very, very brief. I think we'll take on maybe only 5 questions. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah. Okay, by show of your hands, any question, anything that was not clear, any more information you'd like to get from the panelists, Total, CNOC, UNOC?
All right, we have some questions here. Could I please kindly have Mr. Bob Felix? He's not with me. All right. We'll start off now, ladies and gentlemen. Some house rules when it comes to the Q&A. A question starts with what, how, where, why. You have understood, eh? Hey, don't now start telling me your children's past. Yeah, no. Because we want to give a chance to many people to ask as many questions so that they can answer. This is why we are here, right? This is the point we are here for. Start with your name, maybe what you do, or maybe if you're a student or something, and then we go to our question. I'll start with the lady.
Thank you. I'm Nakazi Fatuma. I came in as an independent consultant, but I also do some gender work in Uganda Kingdom. I'm also a gender and equity mainstreaming enthusiast. We've had affirmative action policies in this country that have produced people like the minister who has just been here today. I'm wondering, what is in it for the people with disabilities? I came in and I saw no ramp as I moved in. Yes. I also witnessed the people in the oil and gas who call the shots up there. And I was, oh my God, in case there is somebody who is physically challenged, how will they get up there? So I'm asking, how are the people with disabilities catered for in the oil and gas? How are the women without employable skills catered for right there? I've been to Buhanguzi. There is a lot of sexual and gender-based violence. So I also wanted to know what these companies are doing about this. I'm sorry for taking too much time.
There are two hows in that question. I'll ask our moderator to decide who will be answering that question. Will we be doing a question and answer, or will we be getting 3 questions and answer at a go?
I propose we take in like 5, the maximum.
All right, so that was one. There was a gentleman who put up his hand earlier. Could I ask everyone to put up their hands right now if you have a question? There was 3 questions on this end and I noted them. I have one there. One there, one there. Okay. I'm so sorry, but not everyone will be able to ask their question.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Robert Waswa. I'm working with Hand-to-Hand Mad Purpose Initiative in the capacity of program coordinator. When we meet in forums like this, we are given an opportunity to extrapolate more conversations around issues. My question goes to Enoch. Mr. Enoch, there are many things thrown on table in the oil and gas sector. And I've always heard of something called Kasubalani block. What is Kasubalani block and what is entailed in Kasubalani block? 2, the areas where you operate, these are areas where people face the worst of conditions, where people are living in perpetual vulnerability and are swimming in a hemorrhage of poverty. As far as corporate social responsibility, what are you doing in terms of improving these people's livelihood? Thank you.
All right, I will then move to this gentleman right there. My risk is if I pass this microphone, someone might stop on their own. So let me go with it. Someone will say, as I have the microphone, again, remember your name, where you're from, straight to your question.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Katurebe Samuel, working for Community Energies Uganda Limited. I have a question. This goes to Sinok. As you're giving your presentation, actually you focused on training and skilling Ugandans. But basically, we know that you are skilling for construction phase. So I would want to know, after the construction phase, you remember you have skilled so many people, around 10,000s and 10,000s. So after construction, what plan do you have for these Ugandans that you have skilled when construction have completed? Thank you.
Right, I have another question at the back. I'm doing my best to be as fair as I can all over the auditorium. And this is because my eyes saw these people earlier. I told you to sit at the front, you refused. Now you're making me do things of marathons. All right.
Thank you. My name is Stella from Ella Solutions Limited. Thank you. My name is Stella from Ella Solutions Limited. We are an ICT company dealing in software development, website design, and mobile app design. My question is to UNOC and SINOC. What opportunities are there for service providers in my industry? Thank you very much.
All right, right now I'm giving an opportunity to two students. Two students. If you're a student, please put up your hand. Two students, please. I will ask for your university ID. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Busobozi Karoli Luanga, former student at Uganda Petroleum Institute. I have just completed. I'm sorry for that because even today it's when I was supposed to graduate. So the minister had talked about the 400 students who benefited under ARSDP, that is Albertine Region Sustainable Development Project. But among those students, up to now, a few of them are working in the oil and gas project. They are not working. Which means, have you put for those people to get direct into oil and gas than rotating around and they are looking for jobs they are not getting?
That one got claps. You're all rotating around. All right, I need a student. So I'm going to ask Alex. There's a student right there. Let her ask her question. Oh, you have a student there?
My name is Bahati Dennis, a student at Chambogo University. My question goes to UNOC. Like you've said, we expect the FID to be signed June of this year. Now my question goes, should we expect the refinery construction to be done by 2025? Now that we have to be refining 60,000 barrels per day, if they will not be in place, what will happen immediately after production? Thank you.
All right, we're going to have one last question because we still have to get the answers.
My name's of Israel Ahimsibwe, and my question goes directly to SINOC staff members. A few days back, I completed my 6G coded welding, and what I'm requesting, it's like a request. If you can help us and give us some opportunities to work with you in terms of industrial training or like any job.
I knew this day was not going to end without someone asking for a job. All right. Right now I want to turn our attention to Slide. Could I have my questions from Slide? Yes. We also give opportunity to the people online. My name is Onesmus Mwebaze. I would like to know if there are graduate training opportunities in environmental impact assessment and health and safety. Another question we have is, how do you intend to ensure all Ugandans benefit equally from these resources as Apple promises, unlike in Nigeria with Shell, where this has become a nightmare? This was a question from himself. Okay, we'll take those two. So those are a number of questions. We do have I feel like now it's time for us to get some answers, and I'm hoping that the answers will answer some of the questions you might have.
Okay, I'll now turn to my panelists. Probably we start with Total. Some of the questions are not really targeted to Total, but I wanted Total, given its stake in most of the projects, to tackle the issue of affirmative action for people living with disabilities, women without skills, especially in the Albertine region. Then we can go to SINOC. The questions were clear. Then we will have UNOC, the questions that were targeted to UNOC. And then Total and everyone, as you're answering, I think if you have graduate training opportunities and we are not highlighted in the presentation, please go ahead and clarify on that. So we can start with you, Mariam, please.
HR Director, Christine Sechana. We have an elaborate program on what we call diversity and inclusion. And Christine, you're welcome to respond to that.
Okay, thank you. As Total Energies, diversity and inclusion are a very, very, very key part of our strategy in recruitment and also management of our staff at the company. So we do, like Mariam has mentioned, we have an elaborate strategy on inclusivity. We have partnered with a number of companies, including Light for the World, to see how we can incorporate our recruitment strategies, our workplace policies, to incorporate people with disabilities, differently abled people, and how we can contribute to that community, and also harness their skills, because they are as skilled as the rest of us. So that is a program that is ongoing. In terms of diversity, right now as we speak, gender diversity, we are operating at about 50% in terms of ladies and gents in our organization. As you can see here, I think it's not even very balanced. I think we have more women here than gentlemen. But it is a deliberate strategy for us to be diverse and inclusive. That includes facilities and even training programs and awareness for our staff, for our drivers, for our service providers, to understand and be inclusive in everything we do. So I think we are aligned.
Just two more things, just two that you can include in when you're answering. I was hearing some whispers, and some people wanted to know, aside from what you've created in terms of jobs, how are you integrating the entrepreneurial side and encompassing that in the different spheres of what you're doing? And then also, these seem to be like skills that are directed towards the urban life. The person from the rural area, how do they acquire these skills, this knowledge, these opportunities? It seems like as if it's only directed to one part of the country.
Okay, Mariam seems to be pointing back to Christine.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rosette Komjisha. I'm the National Content Lead at Total Energies. So in regards to what Malaika has asked, how are we including entrepreneurship as well as promoting beneficiaries from the rest of the country? For entrepreneurship, for starters, I believe there is a program that runs every year here in Uganda called Total Energies Start Upper Campaign. It's a wide program all over the world in Total Energies, but also in Uganda, where local entrepreneurs come showcase their products, their services, and compete to be supported to further develop them. So if there are any entrepreneurs in the building, please keep looking out for that call for applications. And then regarding our inclusion of beneficiaries beyond the project-affected areas, all our programs are broadly advertised. We'll tell you more about how we advertise in the booth. Of course, like the minister said, we have to take positive discrimination, because we have to be kind to the communities that are hosting us. So we do give quotas for them, but all our programs are nationally advertised. You are able to compete, and I emphasize the word compete, because only the best, or only those who demonstrate the right values, skill sets, and competencies will be able to be taken on board. I hope I gave some clarity there.
There's a PhD student who asked that question. Doctor, thank you so much. And Mr. Lutankome, thank you so much.
Okay, I think, Mariam, if that is it, I saw a signal from Olivier in terms of wanting to respond to some of the questions. After Olivier, then we'll hear from Sino and Unok.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to also complement to the first question that also in ECOP, inclusion is very key. So our main contractor is launching an initiative with an association in charge of placing people with disabilities. So this is being launched since a couple of months, and I would hope also that CPP, that now is starting the work will have the similar initiative as well. Thank you.
Okay, Sinok, there were targeted questions around.
Thank you, Chair. I'll handle the question of after scaling Ugandans, what will happen after the construction phase. What we are doing is that the skills we are training Ugandans in are transferable, and we are encouraging our trainees to look out and get employment in other sectors, not necessarily oil and gas, especially after the construction phase. There was a question about opportunities for service providers, especially in IT. We have opportunities that are advertised for different IT-related packages, and this is one of the 16 ring-fenced services to be provided exclusively by Ugandan companies. So keep looking out in the newspapers for advertisements, all on the PAU website. We also had a question about a gentleman who completed 6G coded welding and would like placement or industrial training opportunities. We are working with our contractors to ensure that we provide these opportunities. Kindly come to our booth and we'll give you all these details. On the entrepreneurial side, like I said, we are running the enterprise development training programs, which are done annually to ensure that we train SMEs on better business practices and how to partake of the opportunities in oil and gas. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Charlie Gonza, for that. On transferability, again, as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, we are emphasizing using this period to develop other sectors so that when the opportunities in oil and gas are declining, the other sectors are boosted, so that workforce can move to other sectors of the economy. We'll move to UNOC to answer the questions that were targeted to you quickly, maybe in 2 minutes, because one of us has to quickly move to another function. UNOC.
Thank you, Chair. If I can start with the first question on disabilities, people with disabilities. So UNOC has a DEI policy. Am I audible? Okay. So UNOC has a DEI policy, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all people with disabilities are included in that. If you have not visited our office on Yusuf Rule Plot 15, I encourage you to come there. You can see that even the building has inclusion for people with disability. Then the second one, Kasulbani block, this is in the upstream. So Kasulbani, currently we are non-operators, as I said in my presentation, and in the upstream we are being carried by our JV partners, Total and SIDO, but that is not going to be forever. So want to be in the leagues of Total, SINOC, Saudi Aramco. They want to be a national oil company globally, and you can't be that if you are a non-operator. So we want to be also operating. So we acquired a license from the Ministry of Energy to explore Kasulbani block. I think that's enough for Kasulbani. If for more information, we have a stall at the exhibition. You can come for more details. Also, our website is available. You can reach us through email or calls. Then the next, on the CSR, what the gentleman said was a bit of a shock to me. In our areas, that's really not happening. And if you are, I think you can come to the booth with the details. That's something which we need to really explore. But for now, we are involved in a number of CSR activities, including scholarship. We issue scholarships to students at UPIC, and we shall be rolling out to other universities. University of East Africa, International University of East Africa, not excluded. We also have a girl-child skilling project headed by our CEO. Then we also develop our suppliers. That's all part of CSR. We're also involved in greening our environment. We are currently carrying out a tree planting campaign. We want to plant 40 million trees in 5 years. The other question was on ICT service providers. How can they play part? If you have checked papers, I think for this week, there's already a tender running where where you can play part. You can supply IT equipment. That tender is calling for supply of laptops. Then we have an ERP system. We just launched it last year. It was run by Ugandans, although with a JVP partner from Kenya. Maintenance of our IT equipment is done by Ugandans. Those are all opportunities you can run. Consultancies, yeah. Then finally, FID in June, and then when the refinery be completed. The refinery takes a maximum of 4 years, a minimum of 3 years to build. So FID in June 2023, then we expect to hit the ground, that is earthworks, early 2024. So by 2027, that refinery will be up, and we'll be getting the products at the petrol stations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer. We've run out of time. I want to ask each of my panelists to give a parting shot in 1 or 2 words. And we can start with you, Deputy GM Mariam. And then we'll go to Sinok.
Parting shot.
Yes. In 1 or 2 words.
First one is our contractors, McDermott, Cosil, Motangel will be on the panel. So I invite the students here to ask some specific questions on any areas they want to elaborate. The second one is, while we are reaching the peak of the ramp up of employment, there will be incremental opportunities as we tend towards the operations phase. But we are always open, and I encourage you to visit our booth and ask as many questions as you can. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to add my voice to the previous speakers that we would advise you to focus more on our contractors, because most of the opportunities lie there. As the operators or the licensees have very few opportunities, both on the aspect of employment and also on the aspect of contracts or supply of goods and services. So we like to encourage you to pay more attention to the contractors, EPC contractors. But I would also like to take this opportunity for to thank the PAU for organizing this first ever Skills Expo, and also thank you for attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Penina. Like others have mentioned, please come to our ECOP booth. Our main contractors will be there as well. We have Worley for engineering, who has some opportunities also together with their 2 local partners, ICS and Uplan. So please do not hesitate to come to us, and they will be also introducing themselves during the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for listening to us. And to the students, my parting shot is to you to empty your cups and learn. The Deputy MD Total said that you should not limit yourself. If I can give myself as an example, all the years I spent in the brewery brewing beer. Now I'm refining crude oil. So they may appear different, but it's all technology. So you don't restrict yourself. You keep on have an open mind and keep learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending this. I think PAU has done a great job at bringing the right people in the room, the operators, the contractors, and the recruitment agencies, training agencies. So I think my parting shots to you all would be to maximize this opportunity. Like Olivier said, we'll be in the booth, so in case you have any questions, feel free to pop by and ask them there.
Thank you so much, my panelists. Before I hand back to the MC, just to notify the one who asked about the beneficiaries of the scholarships under the World Bank program, we need to get for you jobs instead of going around. The first step, I think, was this one, to let you know. The next one, you need to register on the NOGTR. We have a booth as PAU. That will increase your visibility so people can see you and see what you're able to do. I want to appreciate my panelists. I think you've given out more than I expected. So thank you so much. Over to you, MC.
A round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to appreciate our representatives from Total Energies, CNOC, EA COP, and then we also have UNOC. Thank you so much for all the wisdom that you've given us. Now, please, some house rules as they exit the stage. Thank you. For the next panel that we're going to have, these are the employers, correct? So today is all about skills, employment, opportunities, unveiling them to you and introducing them to you. So I would like to ask all the students to write questions only in regards to that. For any other questions outside of that, please, we have different forums, different... could I please have her? Madame Mariam is running. We needed a group picture, but I understand. Could we please kindly have a group picture with CNOC, EA Corp, UNOC, and PAU? Madame Penina, a picture. Thank you. And please, when we're asking the questions, let us maintain that as our guideline. It is in line with the skills, the opportunities, and the employment opportunities that are out there for the students, for the youth. Any other questions? I promise you there are different forums you can ask. There are different organizations that tackle them. But also, if your question has not been answered in this auditorium, like they have said, at the booths, they are there. We'll have a lunch break at some point, and you can go and ask all the questions that you have. So I'm going to ask our representative from CNOC, from EA Corp and UNOC to kindly come back on the stage so we can have this picture. And Madame Penina, if we could have on the stage because of the lighting. Thank you, I apologize for that. I have also just been informed. Thank you so much. And a representative from Total Energies, thank you. Appreciate it. These are your future employers. These are the people who are telling you everything, answering all the questions that you have in terms of what skills you need to acquire. So please work with them. Thank you so much. It is at this juncture that I would like to invite our next panel, which is all about employment and skilling of Ugandans. Employment and skilling of Ugandans. It is the Contractors Panel that is going to be led and moderated by Mr. Ali Sekatawa, who is the Director, Legal and Corporate Affairs at Petroleum Authority of Uganda. A round of applause for him as he invites his panel to join him.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. My name is Ali Sekatawa. I work as a Director, Legal and Corporate Affairs. I am very passionate about the youth. I am very passionate about this industry creating lasting value to all of us. And therefore, it's my honor to invite the companies which are the main contractors in this project for them to share with you the opportunities available for training, skilling, employment, and technology transfer. And as presenters earlier had said, we have layers. The last group was a group of licensees. So the licensees are Total, CNOC, ECOP. They are the ones that were given the licenses to operate in this country. But the way the industry is structured is that they don't actually do the real work themselves, most of the work. So they hire out companies to do the work. If I can give an example, like this university, we give a license to the university, or government gives a license to the university. Then that university, which is now the one which was here, hires out a company to construct this auditorium. So the guys who are coming on here are the ones that have been hired to construct the auditorium, and they are the ones with the actual work. So I want our conversation to restrict to work and opportunities. So I will invite the first company, McDermott stroke Sinopec, to come here. This is one of the biggest companies, McDermott, in the world, and Sinopec, and they hold one of the biggest contracts in this country. Actually, it's the biggest construction company, contract in this country. So I think you will get time to hear out from them on what opportunities are available for the project, and they have sent Barbara Karunji from McDermott. The next is Solomon Hans Ruyonga. He is from Sinopec. So these are the guys that have the biggest construction company which is doing the work in Tilenga. Watch them closely and watch whatever they say, because this is the real meat. The next is SLB. SLB is a very hard name for me to pronounce, having studied in Intare, but I will try. It is Shrumbaga or Shrumbaje. He will tell me how they pronounce it every day, I am told, but it's been a very hard item for me to know. But Nick Tuma, you're welcome. Then the next person is from Kosil. Kosil is a Chinese company, Mr. Ronald Seguja Sekandi. Please, a round of applause. These are the potential employers for all of us. And then I will have Valurec. And for Valurec, we have Lee Guadek. I tried. Then we have ESA. Again, ESA is one of the biggest contractors. Daniel Kakuru. from ESA. They are setting up facilities in Bulisa, and he will tell us how many jobs they have, how many they intend to have, how many they have employed, and how many are outstanding, and how do you access those jobs. Then we have Wole person. From Wole, we have the one and only Bishop, who is not a real bishop, but is called David Bishop. Wole is one of the biggest companies in the UK, and it's the one doing the engineering and the procurement for the ECOP, for the pipeline. And then lastly is CPP. CPP is a Chinese company that has been hired to do the construction of the pipeline from here to Tanga. As you know, we are doing 1,443. And we have Bagatia Matia. Sorry? Oh, he has no seat. This is very good because you have the biggest employers and we are almost running out of seats. So you have a full menu basically. So, as we get a seat for Matia, I think they should get a seat and he comes. Let's give them a round of applause, first for accepting to come here. But secondly, as we've already said, as an industry, as PAU, we are trying to do everything transparent. I have faced many questions of how are people getting jobs, who are the employers. But the first applause we need to make is as you can see, the composition of the people here. These are your brothers and your sisters, and they are the ones in charge of employment and opportunities. And therefore, I want you to get time, ask whatever questions you want, so that we have a very good conversation. So I'm going to start to give a few minutes to our guests here, starting with Matia, to tell us about the company, the scope, the employment opportunities, and training opportunities. I'm going to give them each 5 minutes, then I will hand them over to you. So Matia, let me start with you. I don't know, does this, oh, okay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sekatawa Ali. My name is Matia Bagatia, and I'm the National Content Officer for CPP. I will briefly take you through a brief introduction of CPP. CPP is an integrated oil and gas company with over 50 years of experience, basically specializing in the construction of pipeline infrastructure and storage facilities for oil and gas. Over the years, we have handled a number of projects, and we have completed over 100,000 kilometers of pipeline projects, that is offshore, and over 200 kilometers of onshore. 100,000 kilometers of onshore, then 200 kilometers offshore. And we have also done about 30 million cubic meters of storage facilities across the globe, in Asia, Eastern Europe, and many markets in Africa. Our scope on ECOP, or the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, will involve the construction of the entire pipeline project from Kabale Industrial Park up to Tanga. And it will also include the feeder line, about 95 kilometers from the CPF in Tlenga to the export hub in Kabale. And on that span alone, in Uganda, we have about 390 kilometers from Tilenga up to the border of Uganda and Tanzania in Mutukula, where we shall be having some facilities along the line, including pump stations and the heat tracing stations. But we are also going to have 6 camps constructed to facilitate the project. We are going to be having a number of opportunities for the Ugandan citizens in line with the national content requirement. And those are some of the listed opportunities that we are going to be having at a bare minimum. And it is going to be an open policy where the principles of transparency, fairness, and competitiveness will be exercised such that we get the best talent, but everybody should get an opportunity. These are mainly the entry-level opportunities, and as I said, this is the minimum. We are going to be spreading them across 3 categories. We have about 70 positions in management allocated to Ugandans, and 250 positions under technical, and 350 for the unskilled labor force. So more opportunities will be open in line with our project execution plans as we get along the process. In terms of training, we do a lot of on-job training for our staff that join us. And through progressive skilling, we keep on promoting them in rank. But also we have opportunities for university students or graduate internees that we can occasionally have expeditions arranged to the project sites to come and witness what we are doing on site. Then you can have opportunity to ask questions, and we have a policy of taking up excellent students in relevant areas to join our team and can be integrated in our team. Briefly, that is all about the CPP, and we are ready to work with all of you, and we are looking forward to working with you to achieve this project and achieving the Uganda's first oil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mattia, for that brief presentation. For CPP, as I will say, CPP has one of the biggest contracts to construct from here to Tanga. I will now invite David Bishop to also tell us the opportunities available in Wole.
It doesn't look as if my presentation is coming up. Never mind. Plan B. Good afternoon. My name is David Bishop. Excuse me. And I work for Worley Europe Limited. We are an international engineering consultancy company, have offices in Australasia, in the Far East, Middle East, Europe, and the Americas, North and South. So we do infrastructure, renewables, and oil and gas projects across the globe. We are the EPCMC. My presentation seems to be up and running. We are the EPCMC. That stands for Engineering, Procurement, Construction Management, and Commissioning. The CM is in smaller case because we do that in partnership with ECOP. We work together in an integrated team to manage the construction process. The engineering has been going on since 2014 in London, as you heard people say earlier today. And the procurement is still going on. This is for the large pumps and large equipment that is used on this pipeline. Now, the way Worley operates in Uganda is we have 2 local partners. One is called ICS, and that's run by a Ugandan called Andrew Kasakendi. Andrew's a special sort of guy. He worked for engineering companies in the UK for over 20 years. So he's not only just a good engineer, he's actually an extremely good engineer. And then he came back to Uganda and set up this business, and it's doing very well. So this is one of the diaspora who's come home. And the other company is Newplan, and that's run by Lawrence Omulan. And they provide a number of services to us. They provide us with engineers, their engineers that work with us in our offices and on site with our engineers. And that means that their engineers are going to be picking up experience of how to work with a heated pipeline. Because remember, this is a 1,400 kilometer long heated pipeline. It will be the longest in the world of its kind. There are some really good engineers in Uganda, but it is no surprise to anyone that they would not have experience of building a heated pipeline. There hasn't been one here. But they can acquire this experience by working with our engineers, and we run a competency-based training program for all our Ugandan engineers that work with us. The other services that ICS and Newplan do for us, ICS recently completed some geotechnical survey work for us over near Mubende and down in Sembabuli. That was them completely. We brought in a subject matter expert to guide them and analyze the results. There is the pipeline, and as you can see, it doesn't go through Lake Victoria. And these are the sorts of office-based roles that we're looking for. Now, our office will be in Kampala. We are sharing offices with our local partners. We are currently in negotiation with the PAU with regard to our plans for mobilization. We are going through what's called the TRAP process, which is the Temporary Worker Resource Allocation Planning process. We've agreed on practically all the roles, and we think we will have an approved TRAP by mid-May, which then means that we can start mobilizing our team into Uganda. And once our team is in Uganda, one of the first things we're going to be doing is looking for interns, and we are looking for 4 interns in Uganda. Engineering interns, of course. The discipline within engineering, that could be electrical, could be mechanical, civil structural, architectural. We will decide that. We've just appointed a training manager who is a competency-based expert. He's currently in Tanzania, but he will be working up and detailing our internship programs. They will be available for Ugandan graduates or Ugandan undergraduates to apply for. So these are the sorts of roles we're looking at in the office. As you can see, they're mostly engineering roles or specialist roles. We're also looking for environmental and social and health and safety. On site, because remember, we manage the construction, so we're out on site watching what CPP and Schlumberger do. We also have a strong management requirement with regard to the logistics. Don't underestimate the logistics contract. It is extremely complex, and it's crucial to the success of this project. Now, the site-based roles, again, very similar to the other roles. I can't read my own writing. I would stand up, but I'd probably fall off the stage. But we have 125 roles. I know Natasha told you 90, but since that presentation was done, Worley and ECOP have been going through the requirements, and we in Worley think we have 125 roles. It may change, because remember, this is a project, and it is soon to become a live project. And like all projects, they operate to the plans of men, and those plans rarely work out. Things change, often on a regular basis. So the number of roles may go up or they may go down. The way we recruit in country is we do it through a Ugandan human resource management agency, Q-Sourcing and WRS. They merged together into a joint venture called WQS. But Q-Sourcing has been operating in Uganda for many, many years, ever since I first came here back in 2010. And we recently advertised 29 roles for Worley as part of the TRAP process. And for those 29, and we advertised them on the 17th of March in the Daily Monitor and on the 20th of March in the New Vision. And for those 29 roles, we have received approximately 2,000 applications, which are currently being evaluated. What we do is we check the application against the requirements of the role in terms of qualifications and experience and the quality of that experience. And we are looking for people who fit the requirements or who have the potential to fit the requirements with some on-the-job training from ourselves. So don't be shy to apply. It's always worth doing it. As part of the TRAP process also, we are obliged to, and our agency, WQS, scan the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. So if you're not on there, we can't see you. So get yourselves on there. Right, I tried to keep it brief. I hope I have, and I will attempt to answer your questions in a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop.
I've been told it's not a good microphone.
Bishop and Mattia are the ones that so far for ECOP, they are the big boys for ECOP, because CPP is going to construct, Wole is the one doing the engineering and the procurement. Under them, there are going to be many other companies which are going to be subcontracted in terms of context. So I wanted to first finish the pipeline side first, then I can cross over, and I'm sorry, I'm going to cross over now to Kingfisher first. Then the other bigger menu for Tilenga will come, because I realize I am competing against lunch. So I want to make sure that I hold you here because of the value that is here. And I request you to sit down because this is very important. So I'm going to invite Kosul now, which is working this side of Kingfisher, to tell us what opportunities they have before I cross over to the contractors in Tilenga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. My name is Ronald Sekandi. Kosil is a Chinese global company with over 50 years in oil field services. We started our operations in Uganda last year, and we are lucky to have contracts on both the Tilenga project but also the Kingfisher project. On the Tilenga project, we have two contracts, one for fluids and cement, and the other one for electrical logging. And that is handled by Total Energies. On the Kingfisher side, we are the sole integrated drilling services provider. So all the drilling contract on the Kingfisher is entirely ours. And several opportunities there. I will try to summarize quickly the opportunities that we have vis-a-vis some of the achievements that we have done. My table is probably complicated and I cannot see it myself from here. But in terms of one of the projects, for example, the drilling fluids project, our commitment as COSIL is to employ about 254 people. Like my colleague David Bishop said, these numbers are they're just projections which could change along the way depending on how the project plays out. So far we have achieved, we have employed up to 193 people on that project. And that accounts for about 83% of the commitment. It doesn't mean that when we exhaust the commitment, we stop employing. It always depends on the need that is there. So several opportunities are still there. Briefly, if I go to the second project, which is electrical logging, initially we committed to employ about 36 Ugandans. And so far we have employed 37. So we have exceeded our expectations, but it doesn't mean that we have stopped employing. Several opportunities are still accruing there. In the green columns, I try to sort of break it down to show you the proportion of Ugandans coming from the local communities versus the proportion of Ugandans from other regions, because national content is important, but as we have realized working in the oil and gas sector, community content is equally important, because the communities that are affected by our projects are always asking, how are you helping us? How are we getting jobs in these opportunities? Our commitment as COSIL is that for all the unskilled labor, we always source it from the community. So there's no person who's doing an unskilled labor position in COSIL who is not from the local community. And for avoidance of doubt, by local community, I mean the districts of Bulisa, Chikube, and all those areas where the projects are. In 2023, we have several opportunities, and I think we have already employed some. But as of today, we have 41 open positions, which we shall be recruiting incrementally throughout the year. If you have looked at the website of our licenses, Total and Sinok, we have already advertised 3 positions whose deadline is at the end of this month. So we have advertised for a development officer, a human resource coordinator, and I think an NHS officer. After that, these other 41 positions will be advertised throughout the year. These opportunities, you can always get them. First, like I said, of course, in the newspapers. Secondly, on our websites. But we try to ensure that we also go to the social media, because we know many young people rely on social media. So if you are following the pages of Total, Sinok, and all the other players in the sector, you can always get these opportunities. In terms of employment, we are also offering internship to students. This is employment because it helps to train. Sometimes we find that some of the positions, especially the technical positions, Ugandans do not have the skills. So in some of these instances, we take you on as a trainee, and after you have gotten the experience, then you can be able to work with us. So also look out for those opportunities. Training, we have a commitment, and this one, the number that I'm showing here is a commitment which includes also a commitment on the Sinok project. Over 60,710 hours, and I think we shall spend that amount of money that you see. So far we have carried out training for all the staff that we have. They always undergo some mandatory training, yeah, in the areas that have been showed here, and we can talk about this later. And we shall be advertising whenever we have, of course, trainings that are targeting stakeholders in the communities. We have quite a number of programs. We can talk about them later. If you want to hear more about these opportunities, please, the last slide. COSIL Uganda, like I said, you can contact us. You can send an email, the email that is displayed here, or you could come to any of our 2 offices. We have our registered office, which is in Naguru, but we also have our working space at the Speaker Apartments. So you can always come, and we discuss more about these opportunities. For today, if you want to talk to our team, you cannot miss us. We are putting on orange bibs to make sure that you can see us. We shall be in the booth with Sinok. So all these other questions that you have about opportunities, please feel free to come, and we shall be delighted to answer. Thank you, Ali. I hope I kept it short.
Thank you, Ronald. I think you are very brief and to the point. I think one of the key takeaways is that all these opportunities are available on all our social media platforms. So I encourage you to go PAU, Total, Sinok, and all these companies. They have websites, and these opportunities are put there. The second is that the opportunities are competitive. That means that you first have to skill yourself and meet the minimum requirements. I think those are 2 takeaways. Now, again, to cross over to the other side, I would like to invite an intern who has gone through this process and is now employed by a company called Valulec. Valulec. My French in senior one is giving me in. But I thought that he would come here and we give him at least 5 minutes to give a direct testimony of how he has gone through this process, especially for my colleagues here, the students, the fellow youth. You know, I still claim to be a youth, although they push me out, fellow youth, so that you can see that this thing is real, and when you put in your energy, you can. So this intern is the one going to talk on behalf of Valulec, and he will only be answering the questions that will come. So if we can invite him to come over, we are going to give him 5 minutes.
Thank you, Ali. Good afternoon, everyone. So we're at the International University today. I guess there's a lot of students here. Arnold, please come. Arnold was in your seats 1 year ago and hired by us, trained by us, and so I thought that rather than me giving out a little speech about how many people we are looking for and things like this, I thought it was a good thing that somebody from our team who was recently in your position, in your shoes, was giving out a little speech to be able to maybe be able to project yourself in a different way. You all have the same question about where are the jobs, how do we access them. I think you've all understood today that they are all online on the websites, on the HR company's website, so they are easy to get to. Afterwards, we are all, I think, and I'll speak on behalf of everyone, looking for people who are motivated. That is, for us, the number one driver of our decisions. Qualifications, yes, that's a given. Motivation, and I'm happy to introduce you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ewan. I will stand to do this. First of all, I would really like to appreciate the IUEA, who have expeditiously taken on the hosting of this event through this very elegant auditorium, and then to our IOCs who have continuously provided us with these training opportunities each and every day to continuously upskill. And yes, as he mentioned, a testimony, I could call it that these programs indeed do work, and I have gone through them. Allow me to start by saying that yes, the opportunities are going to be unbosomed to us, but they will not be, or I would say there will not be a very big chance of relying on luck to be able to enter into this sector. What do I mean? What people normally term as luck is when an opportunity that they are presenting to us finds you prepared. And when an opportunity meets your preparedness, that is simply luck. And with that, allow me to interlink my very short story to today's theme, which is unveiling the careers and training opportunities in the oil and gas in Uganda. My name is Rogers Arnold Kanyike. I'm 24 years of age and already with 2.5 years of experience in Uganda's oil and gas sector. Member of the Society of Petroleum Engineers Association, as well as the Society of the Petroleum Engineers Association. I'm also a member of the American Society for Non-Destructive Testing, internationally certified in magnetic particle inspection, as well as ultrasonic testing inspection. I'm an alumnus of the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba. Yes, thank you so much for doing this. Yes, I'm currently enrolled for Petroleum Production Engineering program at the Southwest University, China. under the Zutang X global programs, thanks to the Valoric management doing us the 28 days on rotation. Thank you, sir. So I'm not going to be able to give the whole journey, but I just want to give a brief 6 points program on how you can best be prepared. Because the mere fact that this lovely audience has come here today, it shows that you're taking a step towards preparedness. And as I said earlier on, once the opportunity meets you and you're prepared, trust me, you'll be able to beat it so successfully. I would like to start by saying how to use the information technology to be able to harness these opportunities. One very first thing that you have noticed from every one of these gentlemen is that most of all the ads that they provide are on social media. Professionally, I would advise each and every one to join LinkedIn, because my very opportunity with Valoric Oil and Gas was through Alderia Recruitment Company that managed to outsource my profile through LinkedIn. So that would be the very basic thing. Use IT to be able to reach where you are. You have heard of the various programs that have been put into place, like the NOGTR, the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. I am as well registered there, and that preparedness also found me, also created me to be found and bound ready for what? For this opportunity. And two, I would like to emphasize that let us keep coming to such events. As such events, they will always showcase what is termed as MOOCs, or massive open online programs, as well as the free online training programs. I remember back in January 10th, Total Energies unleashed the Tilenga MOOC, a program that has unveiled over 150 students that shall be trained. And again, that is something that goes back to the MOOCs. So you coming here today, you help understand such events. Yes. Two, the training opportunities. SINOC Uganda has been able to provide a lot, both skilled and unskilled labor. Free programs, for example, the non-destructive testing, training of operators, drivers, each and every one, all through being able to learn from these events. Then I would like to also, back to the point of IT, it is very key that we not only stop at our qualifications, the diplomas, the degrees, but also to take an extra effort to search out for further programs that can be able to upskill us. That's how I would like to conclude, and I would just like to give an example of some of those. I personally have enrolled when I was still doing my internship at a company known as Inspector Africa, a company that unveiled me to a lot of exposure in the oil and gas. I undertook what we term as the CPD. It is something that is very important. I haven't had many of our IOC heads talk about it, but CPD is continuous professional development. It doesn't stop at your diploma, but you also need to look through all other ways to advance your career. And when I started my quest to unleashing my CPD during my time at Inspector Africa, I reached out to various organizations like the NSL, North Sea Lifting Company, that trains and specializes inspectors to be able to perform works in inspection of lifting equipment. I reached out to the OSHA Academy that trains oil and gas safety. And through all this, I reached out to the EDX platform, a platform that unveils all the universities globally, that is internationally, and showcase some of their programs that can be available to all of you. You may not be able to fly to the UK, but you can be able to continuously upskill yourself. As you've seen, the opportunities are here, but the opportunities require competition, and they need you to be prepared for this. So it's just a matter of loading data on your phone and looking for these opportunities such that they find you ready. And in conclusion, I would like to say that when I went for my interview with Valoric, after being sourced out in LinkedIn, the panel, which comprised of MD, Mr. Ewan, our operations manager, Europe and Africa, our managing director, our administrative manager, our accountant manager, they were truly impressed by the age I had and the qualifications I had, which it doesn't take so much for you to do. It's just a matter of data. And with that, the company further invested me, and not only me, but I'm one of the few that they invested in, and took us to Abu Dhabi in the UAE and continued upskilling us to be able to execute this project with all the required competency. Because of time, I will always be available there. If you have questions on some of these further upskilling programs, please feel free to reach out to me. And thank you so much. I wish you all the best. I had one of our drama content creators here from Liberia. I think they said that in Africa, you will prosper, in Africa you will live. And I want to just add on and saying that was Africa. Uganda is the pearl of Africa, and we are here today. So why can't you really, really upgrade from here? Thank you so much.
Kanyike, thank you. I think you speak directly to our brothers and sisters and daughters and sons who are there. Many of you are wasting a lot of time on TikTok and Instagram. Kanyike is 24. I think you saw the line he took and how he uses his data. I have sat in many interviews. You ask someone a question here, like even who is the vice president of Uganda, and she is Hangaz. Then you ask who is the boyfriend of Kim Kardashian. Quickly the answer is there. So it shows you the priorities. I think Kanyike, why I decided to bring, we decided is he's 24 years. He has gone through these processes. And some of you go there and say, I need to know someone. I need to call someone. The jobs are for some people. This is what we want to demystify. Everyone who is here has gone through the same process. He will tell you, or she will tell you, they advertised. Everyone who is here, it's because of that tour up which is being discussed, the discussion with these companies to say, I think we have these skills, please go and advertise. And then through that process, it brings those who are here. And when we don't have people, we also accept and say, please bring brothers who have been doing this work so that we learn from them. The process is as clear as that. There is no shortcut. Do your things, learn, skill yourselves, and then prepare to compete. Now, with Kanyike's testimony, I then unleash, according to his words, the biggest employer in Tilenga, and that is McDermott, and then later Sinopec, because they are the ones now doing the EPC M4 Tilenga, and they are the ones hiring subcontractors. So we brought the EPCM, then we brought ESA, which is one of their biggest subcontractors. But let's start with McDermott. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Karunji. I'm the National Content and Social Manager of McDermott, Uganda, and I work on the Tilenga project on site. So I'm in Bulisa. I'll just jump right quickly to the next slide. So this is just, I'll just rush through this. McDermott and Sinopec are a consortium that was contracted by Total Energies for the EPSCC scope. So EPSCC is engineering, procurement, supply, construction, and commissioning scope of the project. We have different scopes and we'll have different timelines, but my colleague Solomon will speak on Sinopec. For McDermott, we're working in the industrial area. That's in the south. If people have referenced the south, that's where we're working. And we will be constructing the central processing facility, the operational support base camp, and the temporary support base camp. Obviously, a lot of our scope is going to be implemented. About 80% of it is implemented by subcontractors. So not all the opportunities are with McDermott directly. Labor is a critical component for us on the project. It's likely to create about 4,000 jobs, and to date, that may be actually a bit outdated. We have about 2,052 workers on the Tilenga project as per our scope. So there's direct jobs, which direct jobs are jobs with McDermott and Sinopec, and then there are indirect jobs, and those jobs are with our subcontractors. The subcontractors we have now are ESSA. ESSA is one of our biggest subcontractors. They're doing the structure mechanical piping. We have CIVTech, we have GCC, we have SRJV, we have Motor Angel. Why I'm reading out these companies is so that you can go on their websites as well and look out for the opportunities. They also advertise in mainstream media. So like Natasha had advised earlier, please buy newspapers and read. The opportunities are usually advertised there with a clear procedure in terms of application. In terms of the current opportunities for McDermott, we have 105 job opportunities. Those are the different disciplines in health and safety, in quality, project controls, subcontracts management, construction, national content and social, site administration, commissioning, finance, supply chain, HR, procurement, and IT. As you can see, not all these are engineering jobs. There is a common misconception that oil and gas is only for STEM and only for engineers. It is not. So please apply for these jobs. For the graduate trainee opportunities, again for McDermott, we'll have 14. This number could go up depending on the progress of construction. I wanted to go through the process in terms of recruitment because it's important that you know it. For skilled labor, which most of you would fall under that category, we usually advertise in mainstream media, and we also utilize manpower and employment agencies. The manpower agencies have already been mentioned. Q Sourcing is one of them, but again, just look into the newspapers and you'll see a lot of these adverts. For semi-skilled, I'm not sure if we have any craft skilled people here. There's positive discrimination, like was described earlier. We have to prioritize the communities that are hosting us. So we prioritize Bulisa, Noi, and Pakwach for the first level, Masindi and Hoima before we go into Greater Uganda. These jobs are also advertised, so you can apply for those as well. For unskilled, this is exclusively for the local communities that we're working in. So unfortunately, unless you are a resident of Bulisa right now, you would not be eligible for these jobs. For the capacity building and training that we're doing, McDermott obviously is committed to implementing this project in the safest way possible. We'll have about 4,000 people on our camps, and the construction of that camp has to be done in a safe manner. So these are the trainings that are being done. Most of them are also on-job training in HS3E. HS3E is health, safety, security, social and environment, project controls, catering and camp management, working at heights, supplier training programs, which is being implemented by ICS Engineering. ICS is our engineering in-country service provider, subcontractor, more or less. And we are going to have, we had 47 suppliers, 47 of our international suppliers commit to doing some online trainings for Ugandans. So the beneficiaries will be about 840. This advert came out in Jan. I hope most of you applied because the trainings are actually ongoing. We also have 3 mechanical engineers that went through that process. They're currently in Italy for a 6 months training, and hopefully once they're done in July, they'll be absorbed by either McDermott or any other IOC. Now, in terms of, I wanted to highlight the competency and training gaps so that this can link into what the gentleman, our success story really spoke about earlier. We need to diversify for those that are engineers or even non-engineers. The biggest gaps that we have are in QA/QC, that's quality management. We don't have enough inspectors. Document control as well and management is very critical in the implementation of our scope. So please, if these are short courses that you can look at, this extra CPD development that he was alluding to, please look into that. Social governance, sustainability is a huge priority, I think, for everyone on this project. So having skilled people who can support that would help. Admin. For soft skills, no one should lie to you that these oil and gas jobs are easy, or especially in terms of the rotation. Most of us are rotational workers. I work 2 months on site in Bulisa, and I'm home for 2 weeks. I get that 2-week break. So with that comes a lot of pressure, and you're working with people from different nationalities, different communities. So it's good if you can get training, teamwork, time management. This is also critical, besides the technical, training experience that you have. So all those leadership training courses that a lot of the training companies here provide, please apply for some of those as well. They would make you a better worker. Lastly, in terms of tech transfer, these are just 2 of the projects that I wanted to highlight. Like the Honorable Minister had said, there are other industries that are supporting petroleum. Agriculture is one of them. We have a camp that will have 4,000 people, and the intention is to ensure that at least all the food that we're eating on that camp is coming from the local communities, that tomatoes are not being imported, more or less. So we have a 1,500 smallholder farmers training, where we are, not us, but we're working with a partner who is sharing some knowledge in terms of the high-value market-driven foods, the types of cash crops, the standards and quality that is required in terms of packaging, etc., so that we can absorb this on our camps. We also have a PPE fabrication project where there are 200 beneficiaries. So far, 50 have graduated. PPE is a clothing that you wear on camp. So no one is allowed, I can't wear heels on camp. So this has to be manufactured, and we have a project where the local communities were training the people in Bulisa, Pakwach, Noya, Hoima, Masindi, and Chikube to learn how to make our PPE. Out of the 50 that have already graduated, I was just informed earlier that one of the institutions actually retained the graduates to make PPE for their students, because some of the training you have to wear PPE. So these are just the avenues that we're exploring and funding to ensure more participation. Lastly, this is where our offices are located. And before, so this is in Kampala, but I wanted to introduce our HR manager, Pau Epodoi. Paul, please stand up. So Paul is here with us today. Please, if you see him, approach him. If you don't see him, come to the office, okay? Bring your CVs. I'm sure the team there will be ready and willing to take you through the process, guide you through what you need to provide. So please take advantage of the opportunity of him being here, as well as Miguel. Miguel is our country manager. Miguel, just stand up briefly. Yes. Yes, and that's it from me. Thank you for coming, and have a good day.
Thank you. I will directly go to Hans Ruyonga for Sinopec so that we complete that puzzle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekatawa. For Barbara, she's pretty much laid it all out. We're a consortium partner, Sinopec and McDermott, so we handle as I wait for my presentation, our scope of work is in the Tirenga project, that is in the Albertine region. So we have work in both the north and the south. That has been a term that has been used mostly, but there is part of the river that is in the north, that's Nyoya, Pakwach, and the national park, and then there's the south that has Bulisa. Oh, why is it in Chinese? Someone messed up my presentation, but anyway, I have one on my phone. Let's not waste some time. So give me a minute. There's a bit of sabotage here.
So first of all, I'm going to give you an overview of our scope of work. So Sinopec International Petroleum Service Company is currently providing the EPSC services on the Tilenga project. So we are McDermott partner in a consortium that is handling the lake water abstraction. That is water that will be used on the CPF and also to cool the pipelines that will be connecting 31 well pads. That is roughly 471 wells. So those are two scopes, lake water abstraction and then construction of well pads. The third scope is HDD drilling. That is horizontal directional drilling. So we have well pads in the north and also well pads in the south. So to cross the Nile, we need some horizontal directional drilling. So we shall drill under the Nile, not to disturb the eco and the environment. And it's also cheaper and more direct and more accurate because you're using laser technology based in the business. Then connect them to the south. Then after that, we shall connect that to the CPF, which is the central processing facility that McDermott is managing. So for employment opportunities, as Barbara mentioned, we subcontract. We have 3 subcontractors right now. New plan is demobilizing. They did some of our work in the North CSB, but we have there's a company that rebranded. Their name is also a bit difficult, Kalazamone Engineering. They're handling the North Road and that will connect the CPF in the south. Then we also have KK Security. Then we also have Petrolink. So those are subcontractors. So what we do, we are staff, we hire 93% Ugandans. 34% of those are local Ugandans from the area, that is the Albertine region. So we train and facilitate these interns and employees. Our scope, sorry, I went off board, let me just check. You know, when you know something, you kind of go off board, I need direction. Let me use my phone. Employment internship opportunities, we have organizational behavior, document controlling, advanced reporting, certification of construction works, induction of various PC software, that is the mapping and things like that. The engineers know better. Then we have basic project department requirements and expectations. So as you can see, those fields are not constricted to engineering. They're broad and wide. When I was younger, when I was your age, we never had these sorts of things. So you find you do human resource first, then you run away, you go to engineering, then you run away, you go to mass communication, where I ended up, and here I am as a communicator. So the field is broad for you, but don't get complacent. Oil and gas is not heaven. Oil and gas is just a small particle that will contribute to our development as a country. So diversify. You remember the vanilla issue when vanilla was popular in the world and all Ugandans went and planted vanilla? Then all of a sudden there was inflation. Then we lost land, we lost lots of employment. Other people left their jobs to plant vanilla. So oil is just a component to our success. It is not the success. So if you have that in your mind, then you'll be able to think reasonably, apply for jobs. Don't forget about government jobs. Don't forget about other jobs that are humanitarian. But for us as oil and gas experts, we're here to help. So that's why we have this workshop. Yes, I am on the screen now. So there, that was 2022. We signed an oil and gas agreement with Makerere University, an MOU, where we shall have interns and best students coming to Sinopec to train. And after their training, we evaluate them. And then we drop them in those who was the clicker? Let's just go forward. So yes, that's the MOU. Those are the things I went through earlier from my phone. Let's just skip those. So let's go straight to the next slide. The next one. Yes, so yes, let's just stop there anyway. Upon successful completion, the apprenticeship training, the candidates are evaluated and assessed. Everyone has mentioned that here. We don't need to go through that again. Next slide, please. So, possibility of retaining best performing and internship students using various criteria, such as evaluation and selecting the best apprentices. on-job assessment to measure their pre-qualification skills. That is, we have some welders that are doing on-job training, and after their assessment, they'll be able to work on the pipeline. So if they meet their qualifications, then we shall hire them. Next slide. So those are one of the adverts in the papers, though most times also we share with our partners, UNOC, PAU, the Ministry of Energy, McDermott, on LinkedIn. So yes, those are some of the jobs that were put in the papers. So that's one, yeah, I love that quote. For the things we have to learn before we can do them, we learn by doing them. Such a complex quote, but very simple to understand. Learn on the job. Go and do some internship. Go and do some voluntary work. Most of us here have done voluntary work before in oil and gas companies. So I encourage you. So with that, I guess Ali Sekatawa, yes, thank you for catching up with my presentation. I thank you all.
Hans, thank you. I realize it is 3. I have been told I have maybe, I'm going to give the last 2 people, SLB and ESA, just strictly 5 minutes. Just go to the meet, and then we can have an opportunity of maybe 15 minutes conversation with the audience.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. As my slides are coming up, I'll just get going. My name is Nick Tuma. I'm HR manager for SLB, supporting our operations in East and Southern Africa. Just to point of information for everyone, yes, we used to be called Schlumberger. This was in 2022, but we recently rebranded to SLB. So don't worry, the interview question will be SLB. I hope it's okay, Malaika. Okay, brilliant. So for who we are, SLB, we are a global technology company that looks at driving energy innovation for a balanced planet. And what do we mean by a balanced planet is we're looking at new avenues in the scope of new energies, so that's geothermal, hydrogen. We're also looking at decarbonizing our operations, and last but not least, we're looking at making sure, yeah, can just go to the next slide. Oops. Okay, so next slide. Okay, brilliant, yes. So with regard to our size, we are 99,000 employees worldwide with over 160 nationalities represented in our workforce, and we have active operations in 120 countries. When it comes to our vision is to define, drive high performance sustainably. And as you will see in the subsequent slides, one of the key themes of what we do in every country where we operate is sustainability. For our purpose, why we exist and why we are who we are, is together we believe that we create amazing technology that unlocks access to energy for the benefit of all. Thank you. And the benefit of all being our clients like Total Energies and the communities where we operate. And last but not least, the core of who we are as an organization is our people. And we hire exceptional and diverse people who are the pulse of who we are. Without our people, SLB would be nothing. So whoever is here, if you're looking forward to working for SLB, I would say it's the best place to work because we value our people. So on to the next slide, which is sustainability. So still rushing through this one. As I mentioned before, sustainability is a theme in every country where we operate. And we refer to it internally as our license to operate. So to further elucidate this is all our sustainability initiatives are driven by the UN SDGs, and these are split along environmental and social goals. And just to pick up on a key theme that SLB has taken deliberate action on is hitting net zero by 2050. And how do we hope on doing this? We've taken intentional and deliberate and very ambitious steps to make sure that we can achieve this. So first, in 2019, we were the first service provider to show our commitment on reducing our carbon emissions. We've also set a target of 30% reduction in scope 1 and 2. That's by 2025. And by 2030, we're going to increase that to 30% to 50%. Also, at the same time, we'll reduce our emissions on scope 3 by 30%. So we believe that by these small but very deliberate steps, we will be able to achieve our net zero by 2050. And then you may ask the question of what's SLB doing in Uganda? What have you done since sustainability is so important to you? So I'll just highlight a few things that we've done. And first is under SDG 4, is a program that we run called Women in Energy. So Women in Energy is focused at building a focus or an interest in STEM for females, both at secondary school level and at university level. And and this involves having workshops and also having training sessions with them and with other female engineers already in the sector. Second is UNSDG 3, which is health and well-being. And what you're seeing is a road safety campaign that we recently carried out in Bulisa. We acknowledge that due to the increase in activity in the energy sector in Bulisa, there will be a lot of road traffic. So it's important that we're able to teach and educate the children in Bulisa about how to cross the road, what to look out for, and to be safe on the road. Under UN SDG 15, it's community cleanness. So this is a project that we did here in Kampala, and it was with one of the primary schools in the community. So what we carried out was a cleaning of the community, planting of trees, and teaching them how to recycle the various items that they have, and taking this back home with them. And last but not least is looking at reducing our emissions. We are looking at deliberately having part of our support base in Bulisa powered by solar and part of it powered by hydroelectricity. So for our plans in Uganda for 2023, we are pegged on 5 UN SDGs. That's 3, 4, 6, 8, and 13. And we're looking at good health. This is the last one. Good health, access to clean water in partnership with Total Energies, reducing of CO2 emissions, providing growth opportunities. So this will take the form of employment for nationals within all of Uganda, and also most especially nationals within the communities where we operate. Gender balance, so we're taking deliberate steps on providing opportunities for females to participate in internships with SLB. And last but not least is quality education, which we are looking at achieving through partnerships. We have an MOU with Macquarie University, with UPIC, and we believe that through this and through technology transfer workshops with AAPG, SPE, we will be able to share information and knowledge with them. Okay, so for our workforce plan, I'll just run through this quickly. So the process that we follow is we carry out progressive local recruitment. So this is on the scope of Uganda as a nation and also locally in the areas where we work. And we're looking at starting to build a local workforce and also to build a talent pipeline that not only will manage our operations in Uganda, but also our operations worldwide. Training and development, so we have structured training programs, and part of this is we take all our new hires to our specialized training centers based in Abu Dhabi, where we train them and also take them to the countries where we already have operations so that they can get hands-on experience on the tools that we use and the technology that we use. And through this, we'll be able to build competency, improve knowledge transfer, and also be able to build a pipeline for the future. And last but not least is community or university engagement. So through this, we have MOUs, as I mentioned earlier, with UPIC and Macquarie University. We also have a program called SLB, Excellence in Education Development, and through this, we're able to equip schools with labs and have our employees go through to them. And last slide is just our hiring. So at Project Peak, we are projected to have 250 Ugandan employees working on the project. This isn't going to be now, but it's in about 3 years' time. But so far, we are standing at having, we have about 80% of our employees as Ugandan nationals. And as you can see, they're broken into 3 different buckets. The first one is engineering. That's all our field engineers, our field specialists. The second one is maintenance. These are all our maintenance technicians. And I'm glad to report that the majority of our technicians are from UPIC. And last but not least is support functions, which is finance, HR, name it. And a picture there depicts one of our recruitment sessions that we had for some of the successful people that we brought in. And last but not least, one key theme in all the hiring that we do as SLB is 50%. So for every open position that we have, we look at having 50% representation of 1 male and 1 female. So far, we're at 58% male and 42% female. And as one of the schools here says, Gachali Mabaga, it's a long journey, but we'll get there. And in conclusion, at SLB, we believe that together we can sustainably unlock access to energy for the benefit of all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuma. Based on that school, I think you are a Wudo man. Very weak school. I'm sorry. So let's do ESA is the last. You realize I had a very big menu for you, but I think it's worth the time, we thought it's very important that you hear out from the real guys with the jobs and what they require. So Esa, please have your, I will give you 7 minutes. Thank you.
That's
I
very
gave you
generous
5, I will give him 7.
Thank you, Ali. Good afternoon, everyone, and I will go through this as quickly as I can. My name is Daniel Kakuru. The presentation should have been done by my project manager, but I'm happy to stand here to show you that you too can be here. So strive, let's work hard, don't be complacent. ESA is a respectable company. We've been here 50 years plus, so we are fit to do what we have been asked to do, and I'll go straight into that. On the Tilenga project, we have been asked to do what they call structural, mechanical, and piping. So structure work, we are going to build steel towers. We are going to install pipes on them, okay? We'll have machines installed on what we construct. So if you think you can do this kind of work, you're the kind of people we are looking for. Piping work, we have a lot of pipes, and you've seen a lot of this in your movies, refineries, and the like. So this is the kind of work ESA has been asked to come and do. And we are looking for people to support us to do this. We are looking to hire almost 1,500 people directly and indirectly, and we've only hired just a few so far, so we are looking for a lot of people to get us over the line. We have committed to the national content pillars, which are 4: utilization of Ugandan employees, goods and services, capacity building. Previous speakers have spoken about this, so I will not go into detail on this. What I think is important, though, is we will hire 977 skilled people. And everybody has talked about this is projected numbers. They can change, but that's the commitment we have made to McDermott and to the Petroleum Authority. We'll have 332 semi-skilled people and quite a bit of the unskilled people who will come from the local communities. We have already advertised quite a bit of these jobs. In October, in February, in March this year, we've advertised. We have some openings now, but this is the jobs we are looking for. These are the kind of people we are hiring. So if you fall within this category, if you think you can fit one of these profiles, we're happy to have a conversation with you. We'll have a booth, and our HR manager is on ground, and he will happily listen to your questions and receive even applications. The jobs that we currently have is 73 opportunities, and this is in the areas where we are hiring currently. If you fall within this profile, look for me. Our project manager, Mr. Santosh, is over here. If you can approach him, happily to receive your questions as well. Our human resource manager is at the booth, and we will be listening to you and supporting you. For the students specifically, and for the educational and training institutes, we are looking for partners with whom we can do some capacity building, with whom we can train these 1,500 people. So if you're within that space, we had an engagement last week with manpower service providers and training service providers around assessment and training and certification of the people we have. So if you can do some vocational trainings in scaffolding, in welding, in fabrication, we're happy to have a conversation with those institutions as well as HSC and soft skills that Barbara has talked about. We are also going to do that. Specifically for the students, we also have a graduate trainee program that will start in the 3rd quarter of this year, where we hope to have about 15 graduate trainees that will join our team, and we can hold their hand and go through this journey of experiential learning to become the best sort of tradesman you could be. We will also support Total's programs on Train the Trainer, and again, support and partner with educational and training institutions to deliver on our objectives and commitments. Thank you very much, and you can reach us on these contacts, and our email for all applications can be sent to that email. Thank you very much, and a good rest of the day.
Thank you, Esa. Based on the level of concentration, especially at lunch hour, I think we've done very well. So here is the menu. I think we've done our best to make sure we bring everyone here who has the jobs, and it is on the table. But there is one reality check for all of us. At the peak, we need close to 160,000 direct employees. I think you know we are 45 million people. And you can add how many people are graduating. This reality check is for us to know that it is possible that I may not be in the 160,000. And when I am not in, it doesn't mean that the process was not fair and so on. And that's why we are having this conversation, so that you all see, you prepare, but there is a possibility that it is 160, but we are 1 million people who are looking for the 160. And then we are having now other conferences that relate on what are the other opportunities, national content, indirect opportunities, tourism, and so on that feed in. So for today, we are focusing on how to get into what we call akadirisa for the 160. So I will only welcome questions for akadirisa for 160. If you have issues with any other problems and so on, please, this is not the time for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and to the entire panel. We truly appreciate you, and I'm sure they've let you, most of your questions have already even been answered by now. But I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the Resident Director of IUEA, Mr. Hassan Alwi. He was here earlier, but he stepped out. Oh, he's there. He's moved again. You were next to me and then you moved, sir. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much for the venue. We truly appreciate you for being around. I would like to recognize each and every one of you for still being here. Now we're moving into the Q&A session. And again, the house rules stand. A question starts with what, how, where, why, who. Anything other than that, you're telling me your life story. Yes? And like you noticed earlier, there are very many burning questions, so please keep your question to the point so that we can get as many as we can out. If your question has already been asked, then let someone else ask a question. I'm going to hand this over. We're starting with the students with questions about skilling, employment opportunities, like he mentioned, akadirisa, 160. Could we have, okay, I have my first hand this side, and then he'll be looking for someone on the other side. Your name and your question.
Good afternoon, everybody. By name, I'm William Soringa Apollo, a final year student at Barrow University of Science and Technology. I'm doing Bachelor's of Science in Petroleum Engineering and Environmental Management. I have like 2 questions to put across. A lot has been said about skills, requirements, and so forth. My question goes like this. In relation to certifications and accreditations by international organizations and other bodies like NEBOSH, OPITO, and other organizations, a lot has been happening in institutions, but the universities have been neglected. My question is, how does the university training in the various oil and gas sectors going to be satisfied? Because it seems more of institutions and technical schools are being considered for certifications and so forth. Because at Barrow University, we don't have any certifying body. It is not yet there. I don't think if Chiambogo has, either if International University of East Africa also has. The second question is about technology transfer. It is very much important as Ugandans that we should take over this industry of petroleum in the next 10 to 20 years to come. But I think little has been done in relation to technology transfer towards the youth and the student. So how is this going to be a possibility that these companies will be in a better position to transfer the technologies they have to we, the students, such that in the next 10 to 20 years, we shall be the one to run these industries, like what is happening currently in Algeria? Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. By the names of Temple Alfred, I'm a structural civil engineer for Fengon Consulting Engineers, and I'm very excited to be part of this Skills Expo. There are some companies. Yes, my question is, there is some companies like my company, which I'm working in, that actually would like also to dive into the oil and gas sector, and would like actually to represent some of its human resource in terms of skilling. Is there any room that actually, or any window through which my company can actually benefit in terms of skilling, or its human resources benefiting in the skilling? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Lule Viane from Chambogo University, doing diploma in electrical engineering, and I'm a health and safety personnel, certified one. My question goes to Mr. Tuma from SLB. He hasn't talked about their address, because I personally have ever looked for the address for their location on Google, but they directed me to Milembe Business Center, which is on Lugogo Bypass, but when I reached there...
It's okay, I've brought the money here. Let's stop there.
Okay,
He's here,
thank you.
He's going to tell you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tamkede Juma. I'm a staff at IUEA. I welcome you, all of you. Thanks to Petroleum Authority of Uganda for this platform. My question is actually, it's kind of a suggestion that answers hundreds of questions. We've got several institutions here. I've seen addresses of our stakeholders here. They are around us. But you're not availing yourselves for us to ask the questions. The desperation, the questions about the jobs, actually not that we want the jobs, because you can't absorb all of us, but rather you to be available so that we talk to you, we exchange, so that you tell us the 160, we have the 150 that were taken up. The 10 are coming. So I would request and suggest that we always have maybe platforms to occasionally engage you going forward. Thank you very much.
My name is Rijka Vivian, Chambogo University, doing oil and gas production. My question goes to Sinopec. He talked about the memorandum of understanding between Makerere University and then UPIG. What strategies have you put in place to expand your scope to other universities who have interest in taking up these opportunities? Thank you.
Maybe we'll have the last one for this.
All right, we'll have you, sir, but I think we can have a question from Slide. Come, sir.
Slide?
Yes.
Just check
Let's
out
do some
Slide.
gender balancing. Too many men have
Okay,
taken
there's a
over.
lady on your end, I guess.
Our board chair is one of the leading gender activists.
Yeah.
You want me sacked if you don't
You have a
balance.
Thank you very much. Bobby Sam is my name, from Kawa University, pursuing a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, graduating in June. My question goes directed to SRB. One, what is or what are the skills, stock training you can equip with a person who is so passionate about reducing carbon and fighting global warming of the country Uganda? Then this one to all of us here. Do you, the oil and gas companies, do you also help young engineers to be registered with Uganda Engineers Registration Board? Thank you very much.
All right, do we have a question from Slide?
Slider,
If not,
are you ready?
we're going to move.
We're going to have Slider as the... but
All right. I think we should
maybe
start with
one
someone.
lady here.
Oh, you have a lady? Perfect,
Yeah.
let's do it.
Okay.
I'm Aiko Sheila Dramadri, a student of Petroleum Geosciences and Production at MOOC. My question is simple. We have the National Oil and Gas Talent Registrar. And then my question is, when you're sourcing out the potential professionals, do you first consider the National Oil and Gas Talent Registrar, or these companies just advertise? Do they first consider us on the talent registrar before advertising or not? Okay. That's my question.
All right, there's some very good questions here. For the panelists, the IT opportunities are generalized. Is there a data analyst or data scientist position? And then another question is, I would like to know if there are any opportunities or jobs at the moment for us chemical engineering students who have just completed campus.
Okay, thank you. I think we can take those questions. We shall start with the ones which were specific to TUMA and SLB. TUMA, why are you hiding?
Thank you very much, Ali. So our address, we're located on the 10th floor of Kingdom Kampala, which is right opposite Osis Mall in town. So that's where you can find us. We're the only ones on the 10th floor, so when you come by, it will be on the 10th floor. I think there was a question about MOUs with institutes from someone from Chambogo. So the way we do the MOUs, it's normally a progress by progress. So last year we did UPIC, but this year we are looking at actually incorporating Chambogo onto our MOUs list, and we are in touch with some people in the administration. So once the process is completed, I'm sure they will be able to notify you that we've signed the MOU and what the next steps would be after that.
And then there's one for you on reducing carbon. Is there
yes. So on reducing carbon, the first sort of advice I'd have for you is to refer to what the gentleman from Valorec did say of start somewhere. So what are you doing on your own to learn how to reduce carbon, right? So that's the one step I would say, the first step. The second step would be, yes, we do have programs internally within SLB on how to reduce carbon, but they're very internally focused. So you'd have to come on board with us, and then we'll train you on how to get some of this information on how to reduce carbon and what we are doing as an organization to reduce carbon in our operations here in Uganda and also worldwide.
Okay. Esa, you had the biggest number of jobs. Can you answer the question of IT opportunities and the chemical engineers? Or if any of you has opportunities in these two areas, please have an opportunity to answer to this question.
Very simply, for chemical engineering and data analyst jobs, we do not have any openings at the moment. However, we hope that we can advertise those when we require those.
Okay, so I think the question was the ones who had IT opportunities. Can you break down for data analysts? Is there anyone who wants to take up that, and whether there are any opportunities for chemical engineers?
So in SLB, our recruitment process, we don't look for a particular degree, so to say. What we look for is an aptitude. So the person that has done chemical engineering, what I would suggest to you is check our website. We should have some open positions on there. If they're not up now, they will probably be up sometime next month. So through our engineering program, we will hire you irrespective of what your engineering background is, and we'll train you to do what we need you to do. So it's basically knowledge transfer, and it's a 4-year training program. By the time you're done with it, you'll probably be a drilling engineer or a mud fluids engineer, so depending on what business line we decide to put you into.
Okay, thank you. McDermott, can you probably address any of the questions, but more specifically whether you help your engineers and so on to register with the national engineering boards?
Thank you, Ali. I'll first respond to the chemical engineering and the IT jobs. Again, this chemical engineering, no. We won't be having those positions. But for IT, like I said, the advert, please go onto the website. There's a detailed job description that will have the qualifications required. We're speaking here generally at the workshop, but please go on the website and just look out for that ad, and then you'll be able to see what type of IT competency or skill we need. For the registration into the national body, no, it's not something we support with. What we do is supporting the different online engineering trainings, which could probably be added on the experience that you have that would maybe expedite your registration into the national body. But no, we don't work directly with UIPE.
Can also help us answer the technology transfer question from William. Do you have any technology transfer programs in order that the young people take over the industry fully in the next 10 to 20 years?
So yes, we're required to have a succession plan, not technology transfer, but yes, more or less succession. And for all the expatriates that are usually on the job, the skills, we'll have nationals that are under them. And that's part of the on-the-job training, so that at the end of the project, they'll be able to absorb, even prior to the end of the project, because work permits are limited for these expats. So the on-job training is currently going on, and they're required to train and equip the national employees to be able to take up these jobs at some point. But we have to appreciate that some of the jobs are highly skilled, and our project is going to be 3 to 4 years. So not all the jobs are going to be absorbed by nationals, but there are training programs to help support that absorption. And there's a lady who asked about, I don't know if it was a gentleman, about the updates. We are required to have a quarterly supplier engagement. This is, they're usually live streamed as well. And if you come for these engagements, I think it was a gentleman who works for the university. Yes, Tamukede. Yes. So if you attend the quarterly supplier engagements hosted by Total has a quarterly supplier engagement, PAU has one, McDermott has one. That's where you'll get the updates in terms of the current opportunities that are available, the jobs that have been taken, etc., the subcontracts that have been awarded. And usually we have presentations like we did today, and these are also uploaded on the PAU website. So if you can go on the PAU website, you'll be able to see the updates more regularly.
Okay, thank you. I think there are only 2 questions. The one of NOGTR, whether there is priority, and the answer is no. It is competitive. You go on the NOGTR, it gives you visibility, but we require at the point when they say there are no Ugandans who are qualified, we then check the NOGTR. We also require that adverts for employers are put on the NOGTR. So the level of priority or advantage is along that, but it's not like they must first choose you before they choose anyone. The question on certification by William of universities, I think we can pack it. There is a very good menu tomorrow that has between 9:20 and 10 that has the training institutions and the universities and the certifications. So it will be addressed tomorrow. And also the one for qualifications. How do you qualify and so on? There is a program tomorrow for all the HR experts. I think those are the questions. I would like to thank you all for the participation. I think we've taken more than an hour, but I think it was worth our lunch hour. We have some key takeaways. I would only say that jobs are available. They are at a maximum of 160,000 at the peak, and we can only take advantage if we are prepared. We have put into place systems that are transparent to enable full competition so that we can all participate. And maybe lastly, to say that as we sit here, there are people out there who are trying to stop our project. And they are saying that we should leave the oil underground, we leave all these opportunities, we wait for them to give us handouts, if I should say. It is a duty for each and every one of us to counter these people, especially you, the young people, because these people have taken on internet, they dump very fake information to our funders and so on. So we request you to take this on because it is, as you said, this is your opportunity. It's a generational opportunity. Because of the time we have spent, I will ask only the bishop, who is not a bishop, to say closing remarks on behalf of the panel, and then we close.
Okay, well, it's always a pleasure to come to events such as this with young people who are just starting on their journey in their career. One thing I've learned in my career is you should never stop learning. Take every opportunity to improve your skills, to update your skills. You heard the young man earlier talking about continuing professional development. Take it seriously throughout your career. And remember this one thing. Your degree that you earn at university, in essence, is good for one thing. It gets you the interview. After that, it's all down to you as a person. Your motivation, the way you present yourself. And then, when you get the job, it's about how you perform in the role that you were lucky enough to get. You can put the degree in a nice frame and stick it on the living room wall, and your mother can embarrass you with your friends with it forevermore. But it gets you that interview, so work hard. Get your degrees, and don't give up.
That's absolutely powerful, and that is in any sphere, in any position you're in. I'm going to kindly ask the Petroleum Authority of Uganda Board Chair, Dr. Jane Mulemwa, to join me on the stage. Please wait, my panelists. We have something we would like to award you. And our panel prior, please don't worry, we're also awarding you. It's not only them. There's no socialism. So at this juncture, would like to hand over these gifts to our panelists, and I would like to have our board chair hand them over one by one to each. If they could all please rise. Thank you. If you could be closer to each other so that it's like as if you're taking a picture, which we are actually going to take. All right. I'll ask the representative from Total, from CNOC, EA Corp, and UNOC to join us on the stage to receive their gifts as well. Total Energies rep. CNOC, yes, there we go. UNOC, please just join on the stage and to receive their gifts as well. Moderator is not a panelist. No, could we please have the other gifts as well to be handed over? Thank you. This is a momentous occasion. Please clap, please clap for the panelists. They have done everything in their power to make sure that, as kindly requesting our panelists to make sure that the bag shows the Oil and Gas Expo words. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. If you could just put it at the front as we take this picture, get closer to each other. So, no, actually move more to this side, yes. Move more to this side. I think there is just perfect. If we can just get closer. There we go. There we go. And if we could have everyone. And then I'll have Dr. Jane join me right here in the middle. Right here in the middle, Doctor. Yes. If we could get closer, and if you could show the bag showing the Oil and Gas Skills Expo.
That's yours.
Yeah, everyone benefits. A round of applause for our panelists, our moderators. We still have one more panel, but as Mr. Sekatawa did mention, that lunch is long overdue. So we're going to break up for lunch, but I'd like to encourage all of you to understand that right after this we have another panel, and the panel is the government's role in initiatives in capacity building for the oil and gas sector. We have the government panel here. We also have the much anticipated quiz. The first round is today, the second round is tomorrow. There's so much also lined up for tomorrow. We have panels. We have panels on, again, employment and skilling of Ugandans, skilling Uganda's human resources, recruitment of Uganda's oil and gas projects, and that's all happening tomorrow, as well as the quiz finale. So please, right after lunch, we are right back here for the panel, and you'll also be informed as to where the quiz will be happening with our different universities going head to head. That's going to be so exciting.
That's right. So the quiz is going to be happening as well right here. So after lunch, we're all going to come back here and have one last panel, which is going to be brief because the panel is not as big as this one. There are only 3 or 4 people there, so look out for that, and then we'll go for the quiz. Now, for the lunch, we're going to use the same method. Please, those who have the wristband, you'll follow the same format that we had before, and then we'll be right back here in 30 minutes.
Yes, and the party doesn't stop because it's oil and gas.
Yeah.
We have a cocktail. Yes.
Yeah, sure.
You've been seated for so long. We're going to just network, talk to each other. Like you mentioned earlier, you want more forums where you can speak to the people who are the decision makers. Me, I'll be taking off my shoes and dancing a little bit.
Yeah, I'm
looking forward to that. So again, it's a full day. We're doing this again also tomorrow. Stay with us. Thank you so much again for your attention, for the questions, for your participation. And a big thank you to our sponsors for making this happen. Thank you to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. We're breaking off for lunch, but of course, as always, we'll ask, protocol observed, we'll ask our dignitaries on the first line to please lead us. We're in Africa. That's how we do it. So as you lead us.
So Ms. Ali can, together with the team.
But as you walk, you're praying for the food.
Yeah.
Since you're the first ones, we'll see. If you get any problems, we'll know.
This way.
But we thank you so much for hosting us in this venue, IUEA. We thank you for hosting us, PAU. And we thank you to all our sponsors for being a part of this. Thank you. Remember, we're back here after lunch
At
for another...
exactly...
In 1 hour.
No. 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Yeah, you can chew later. Just swallow.
Yeah, just swallow and come. That should be by 4:15 if possible. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you, my sound team. Welcome back from lunch. I hope you had a good lunch. We are going to have the last panel session for today. Don't worry, it's really not a long one. It's a short one, and we don't have a big panel like the one before, so we'll be able to finish within a very a short time. This panel is the panel for the government, basically looking at the government's role and the initiatives in the capacity building for the oil and gas sector. And the moderator for this panel, representing the director from the Directorate of Petroleum in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, is none other than my good friend, Tony Serubiri. Give up a hand clap as we welcome Tony to the podium to take us through this last panel for the day. You're most welcome.
All right. A very good afternoon to you all. I don't know, members, those who are outside, please come in. Those who are still taking the last bite, I request that you leave it on the table and come and listen to this. Thank you very much. I think we're not going to waste time. Bwana Ochiti, should we just continue? I feel so bad that the spaces are really empty. But we'll kick off, and I will, because we can't keep the board chair and other dignitaries waiting, because others are not keeping time. So thank you very much. Once again, my name is Tony Serubiri. I'm representing my director of Petroleum, who sent regards. He couldn't be here with us. We are having the government panel. Thank you to the team that moderated the previous panel sessions. You listened very well from the employers, the main employers, the contractors. You had the operators give you their word, and I believe it is just starting. I know some of you feel you've had enough, but just know we're just starting. Just like that guy who was here giving his experience, the 24-year-old guy. He said he's still learning. You could tell his CV is just starting. So we are just starting. Thank you very much. We have a panel of 4 to discuss what is the role of government in building capacity in the oil and gas sector. Government mainly coordinates, brings in the policies, brings in the people who are going to do the work, and then continues to collaborate with various institutions. So, but we're going to get in detail. Some of you have never heard of what some of these institutions do in the oil and gas sector, and possibly you could have something to take home today. So I'll start by inviting my first panelist from the lead agency, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, Mr. Almost Doctor. You know what almost doctor means? Almost Dr. Mbile Wilson Tumushabe. You're welcome to the panel. Mr. Wilson Mbile, we don't have his bio here, but he served in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development for about 15 years, first as a geologist, then as a principal geologist in charge of reservoir, and is serving in that position right now. So we'll be telling us about our government's role in the oil and gas sector capacity building initiatives. Next, sorry, I need to read some of these names. I may read them wrongly. Okay, since we have invited the almost doctor, and there are just a few here. I know Dr. Malema will mention, will attest to that. There are only a few, so please push hard to become a doctor, then we can invite you first. Dr. Dick Kamgisha, Deputy Executive Director from Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Welcome. These are the people who do research on industrial aspects, on various innovations, things to do. Now we're talking about the oil industry. There are so many things. The panelists here were talking about so many technologies. So we're going to hear about what IUEA has to say about their initiatives or innovations in the oil and gas sector. Next on the panel is Mr. Joshua Akandwanaho, I hope he's here, in charge of IT services, is the advisory head from NITA, Uganda. These are the guys, we know them as people who give us internet, but there's more to that than just internet. So, Bwana Joshua here is going to tell us, in the oil and gas sector, is it only internet you're giving us? Well, internet is very good, and we need it badly, but there's more to the technology world that these people can offer. Then lastly, the fourth panelist, Mr. Eddie Turiatemba, Assistant Commissioner TVET, that is Technical and Vocational Education, is it? Education and Training, from Ministry of Energy, sorry, Education, I'm so much used to Ministry of Energy. Ministry of Education and Sports. I guess he's here. Oh, great. Good to see you. You could sit there, remove this book here. All right, thank you very much. Once again, I want to thank you, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, in partnership with the university, International University of East Africa. Thank you for pulling this off and for making this historical moment come to pass. Thank you, the sponsors. So we shall drive to the questions or the discussion directly. We're not going to spend much time. I know some people are just coming in, but hopefully they'll find us on the way. I'll start with the ministry. Mr. Tumushabe Wilson. As the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, you lead the oil and gas sector in the country, and therefore you have an obligation to see to it that the nationals, all the people in the country, gain skills. Tell us what's your role as a ministry in building capacity? What have you done? What are you planning to do? And maybe tell us those obstacles you've faced. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, I'm called Wilson Mbire Tumushabe. I'm a principal geologist. You asked the question, what has the ministry done, Ministry of Energy in particular, to make sure that Ugandans are skilled? As you said, we are the lead agency, and we do the policy direction of the oil and gas sector. And of course, another role we do licensing. The international oil companies that were here in the morning or in the afternoon, when they are coming in the country, we are the one who license them. That's one of our major roles. But on policy direction, if I could talk about the National Oil and Gas Policy of 2008, this one actually is the backbone of what we are talking about, because it initiated or it started the talk of national participation, the technology transfer, and skilling. So that's where the story started, and of course, as the ministry, we are the architect who really worked on it. That was in 2008. Then in 2001, the ministry worked on a national content study. This one generated more questions on what to be answered. As members, some of you are aware, we developed acts, that is the upstream and midstream acts of 2013. They incorporated the national content part of it. Of course, skilling was there. But this one we also worked on national content regulation in 2016. Of course, this one we are just putting the policy into place. I mean, like activating them. So these ones really guided the entire sector. So in 2018, a local content policy came into place, and that was, of course, judged by the ministry. And this guided very many things, and one of them is the Local Content Development Fund, which is currently under formulation. And this fund is not yet finalized. It has some aspects where we are looking at having 1% of the contracts that will be awarded to be helping in skilling of Ugandans, and it will also help in helping the SMEs. But this is the background. But there was some study which were also done in 2013, that is the industrial baseline study. We are looking at the different industries in the sector. That one was done. Also capacity needs assessment. This one identified the 160,000 jobs people are talking about. And of course, those ones are direct, indirect, and used jobs. So all that, whatever I'm talking about, was the work of the ministry. If I got specific briefly, Ministry of Energy has engaged over 120 technical institutions in the country in terms of skills. This is initial engagement, but it's a continuous process. Ministry of Energy has translated the national content regulations into 14 local languages. This one is not specifically for the students, it's for Ugandans, but of course students who are here are also Ugandans. So we are targeting all players in this country. Ministry of Energy, through a SOGA project that is under GIZ, we have skilled over 250 youth, and those are some of the achievements. We have so far signed MOUs with 4 universities in the country. These one are majorly helping the review of the curriculum. The oil and gas sector is very dynamic. Technology is changing every now and then. So this curriculum needs to be reviewed. So these MOUs guide us. We don't want any university to come now and then, come and pass here and there. So if we have the MOUs, they guide us. As I conclude, we do a lot of training. That's internships for students, but majorly we are targeting continuing students, because as many of us know, industrial training or internships is a compulsory core subject in universities. So if we don't help these students, it's a challenge. So we are helping many of these universities. It's a matter of applying to a permanent secretary. You'll be guided, and we are training many of them. I think, session chair, I beg to stop here, maybe in case of any more questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tumshale. I believe that gives the listeners, especially the students, what the ministry is involved in relation to skilling, issues to do with policy, issues to do with engaging different institutions, on training, and helping out with other, trying to bridge those gaps with various players. I will move to the next, Dr. Dick Kamugisha. You were in charge, you birthed UPIC out of your innovations, call them innovations. Now the country is looking at you as a leader in industrial research. What do you have for the oil and gas industry of Uganda? Or what have you done?
Thank you, moderator. First of all, it's a privilege to be here today in this forum. But I want to start, as I address your question, I want to start by looking at our theme, government's role in capacity building for the oil and gas sector. Before we go anywhere, I think the first thing is that our goal as a country should be to ensure that all the necessary mix of skills that can sustain a profitable, efficient, safe, and well-coordinated oil and gas sector across the entire value chain, from upstream, where you have surveying and production, midstream, where you have transportation, logistics, and storage, and downstream with refinery process and petrochemical industry, and everything in between is addressed. In other words, a total picture. This effort should be dynamic, constantly adapting to shifts in demands and the pace at which the industry is changing. And I'll share examples in a minute. But on government's role, I think these goals that I've talked about, they include, number one, effective and strategic planning, financing, and regulation. And I think as a country, we have done well. Even when we came to do UPIC as a project, it was because of government being coordinated. And I'll explain why. But Pau has invited us here. I think it's a good example in terms of the regulator being in place and doing their job. Second, among those goals is to ensure, of course, an enabling institutional and policy environment across all sectors of the economy that have a key role to play in anchoring a thriving oil and gas sector. We need something in industry where we are sitting ourselves, and we'll be explaining what we are doing. But energy, trade, ICT, environment, and of course, education, all where we need to develop all the necessary skill sets. There have been some commendable efforts, and I think the first one I want to applaud. As a country, we have involved the private sector in skills development. We are not sleeping. The majority almost are in the private sector, which is very good and very important. Then we established, like you rightly asked, UPIC. That was in 2009. It was an idea. It was a directive, I think, from His Excellency the President. But we stalled. The efforts to establish UPIC initially stalled until a task force was put together, which is how Yuri got on the job. My colleague, Professor Kwesiga, who's not here today, ended up chairing a task force, which included Mr. Ernest Rubondo. He was a member of that task force that established UPIC. And for my part, I was heading a secretariat which was dealing with the technical operational aspects. So we're able to conceptualize, come up with this institution, create it, and so on. At that time, we were being seen as late. We were late in the skills development process. And in fact, maybe something which hasn't been touched on today is that if our oil and gas sector had evolved at the pace originally conceived, would be super, super late. So the delay, partly because of being prudent and diligent, has helped us, I think, to play catch up. So that more Ugandans, more youth, get involved in the sector. Then closer to home, as URI, we've been blessed with a new infrastructure. I invite those of you who have not visited at Namamve Industrial Park, where we've established a machining, manufacturing and industrial skills development center, which has ongoing collaborations with UPIC in terms of upgrading further the skills of technicians. But there's also potential to service the oil and gas industry more with specialized technical training, trade testing, technical services to industry in areas such as advanced welding, instrumentation, which people talked about this morning, materials testing, both destructive and non-destructive. For companies even, the equipment is there, mechatronics and many other machining operations. Mr. Moderator, in doing all of this, the doers also learn. I want to share, I want to use this opportunity to share what we have learned from this process. There are some critical success factors in the oil and gas capacity building effort that if you ignore, you end up like the problems we had with our brothers in Nigeria. Number one, you need to properly assess the needs and conceptualize and the scale of operations and intervention you're going to make. So in putting up UPIC, we had to think, but then you have to stop somewhere in the thinking and just start. And for my part, I always feel privileged to have been called upon to author UPIC's first ever curriculum. It wasn't perfect, but it passed the due diligence. It was peer reviewed, our National Council for Higher Education approved it, and were able to start operations in 2010. So you cannot imagine how happy I was to see the young man here, the alumni from UPIC, talking so confidently about what he's doing, inspiring others that are since following in his footsteps. That is major, that you can see a young man talk the way he was talking with confidence. And once started, it is also essential to engage in strategic international collaborations to continue and build on what you have started. When we began UPIC, I want to share this experience. We engaged RKK of Norway on a few major things that we could not do ourselves. Number one, health and safety training for the oil and gas, which is very special. Curriculum augmentation to bring our curriculum, which was okay, but closer to an international standard from the beginning. And then also specification and procurement of equipment for the technical training facilities in Chigumba. I remember going to the branch of RKKs of Norway, but they had a branch in Walvis Bay, Namibia, where I spent, I think, about 3 weeks working with those good people and were able to equip workshops in Chigumba. Then there was Kenson School of Production Technology, Trinidad and Tobago, where we worked with them on apprenticeship. You see, we were training technicians, but they had to be certified to work for Total. They had to be certified to work for Sinok. And we had that this morning. So for all the years they spent doing that diploma, they could not enter the door. But when we worked with the Trinidad and Tobago organization, they were able to get apprenticeship, experience field engagement, and come back with City and Guilds of London certification, which allowed them to get a job. Now, imagine how happy I was, Mr. Moderator, when one day I'm on a flight to Dubai, and in the business cabin, my neighbor is a student that we had trained ourselves. And he was on his way to Houston, Texas, because he had the job with Baker Hughes. So a point I'm making there is that the skilling we are doing is also an investment for us as a country, because we can export high value labor over and above what they can do for us here in Uganda to develop and cultivate our own sector. Benchmarking, as I conclude, was also key, because when we visited Norway to see what RKK was doing firsthand, we appreciated the scale of training that we should be doing, how we should be doing it. For example, we saw the simulators, we saw the technologies they're using for training, and their practices, how the school relates to the private sector. How does Chigumba relate to Total and Sinok? At a management level, it is crucial. When we came back, some of us were talking to Ministry of Education, who are our bosses that we're doing this project for. And one of the things that some of us proposed was, instead of Total taking a few young men and women, maybe 5 or 10, to train them in Paris, what if we worked out a relationship with them for responsive training? They tell us what they want. We augment, they can even supply some of the technologies if we don't have as Chigumba. And we train 100 in Uganda, so that we accelerate the rate at which we are developing local capacity, local content. It was being entertained at the time that we're handing over. I'm not sure to this day if it happened, but Total was willing. I have to give them credit for that. Sinok, I want to use this opportunity also to thank them, because some of what we did was informed by when they arranged for us to visit their training center, technical training center outside of Beijing. We learned a lot, and some of that ended up forming the vision and mission of UPIC. I don't want to say much more, but as I conclude, moving forward, let us learn from the experiences of what we didn't do well for this upstream segment of the oil and gas sector. Let us not make some of the mistakes we made previously by being late for the upstream, rather for downstream and midstream. We have already committed to building a refinery. What are we doing in terms of building the capacity for that area? URI stands ready to play its role in that effort. I wish to submit. Thank you.
Mr. Joshua Akandwanaho, IT Services Advisory Head, NITA-U. What skills? We're talking about skilling. Yeah? Government involvement in skilling. NITA-U, what services or what involvement are you getting into in the oil and gas sector to build these skills? I believe you have more for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, and a very good afternoon to you all. I'm Joshua from NITA Uganda. I came with my colleagues. One of them is just in front of me. Can you wave please to the audience? Mr. Patrick. But my other colleagues, I think, due to the timing, we've been here since morning, but they've been recalled for other duties. The global and technical skills akin to the oil and gas worldwide require us as a country to be able to undertake strategic interventions to build a skill set as a country to be able to uptake the opportunities in this sector. And Mr. Dick has tried to point out a number of these strategic interventions, but others are up for you to look up to, from Ministry of Energy, Pau, UNOC, and all these other stakeholders. Mr. Kanyike, one of the beneficiaries of these training programs, earlier told us that if you don't use IT, you regret. So IT is here to stay. I encourage you all to please look further into building your IT capacities, but then also using the available mediums to be able to get in touch with the right partners, with the right job creators, with the right skill capacity training companies in the country to be able to tap into these vast opportunities. There is the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. I don't know whether most of you are registered to this talent register. There is also the National Suppliers Database. All these are systems that NITA on one hand or the other has supported to be able to cover most of your needs as players or as students or as employees or job seekers in this sector. But to take you back to what NITA is doing, regard us as the IT advisory and implementation arm of government, where we take keen interest in enabling government and supporting its IT advancements. But the oil and gas industry is on the cusp of a new era that requires digitization and involvement of most of these digital technologies and platforms to be able to function properly. That's of a fact. Digital transformation does not only increase operational efficiencies at workplaces or within the oil and gas companies, but also improves the safety. Mr. Dick still tried to mention something about the safety, the health, safety, and all these concerns. IT is a great partner and pillar in trying to manage these, and it also minimizes environmental impact of this industry. So our transformation initiatives, there are quite many, but I'll try to list a few. And our partnerships with Pau and UNOC are yet to yield a number of these. But I'll list like 5 of them, and one of them is the BPO and ICT park that we're building in Entebbe, that will have the oil and gas research center to drive ICT innovations in this space. We all can't take away the fact that research and innovation is kind of high in our priorities as a country. And for us to succeed or take a path of mature growth and development as a country, we don't need to take research lightly. So we're building a research center within our BPO park and ICT park, and we're going to have this at the Kabalega Industrial Park, but then also in Entebbe, to be able to cover some of these research needs, especially in driving ICT innovations related to oil and gas. We're working with regulators and partners still to extend broadband connectivity services to the unserved and underserved areas along the East Africa oil crude pipeline. And these are the communities that are along the pipeline, and we're extending connectivity. We are going to run a fiber along the pipeline together with the operators and the partners, and you can't tell the efficiencies that will come with that. We're going to run the longest heated oil pipeline in the world, and it requires a lot of technical competencies in terms of improving our capabilities and capacities to be able to track, monitor in real time what is happening over this pipeline. So as NITA, this is one of the greatest areas of interest, being able to integrate the future technologies, the sensors, to be able to capture all this information, the data. If there is a drop in temperature, if there is a breach, if there is a cut on the pipeline, our responsiveness as a country will be accelerated with ICTs. And therefore the reason as to why NITA is a key partner in our oil and gas journey. We also have a cyber skills training program to improve the capacities of our skill set in terms of mitigating potential cyber threats and incidences. This is $1 million industry where many companies are hacking, destroying infrastructure and critical infrastructure. But as a country, we built capacity and capacity both in infrastructure and human resource to be able to mitigate such occurrences. In summary, also doing certification and compliance for the best practices for use of ICT in this oil and gas sector. We have a certification program at NITA where we're certifying IT professionals. Please, professionals or students of university, when you wake up, you graduate, please come to NITA. If your skills are within the IT domain, we're going to certify you. And by certifying you, we are putting you at that international grade or level to be able to provide your skills to the oil and gas, but then also within government, but also to the international players. We just had a testimony for one of the students that is already working in the US. With no much further ado, I would like to submit. I'm here to take all your questions, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joshua Kandwanaho, for that great message regarding IT. We can't do away with you, I can see. If you are thinking of doing away with these guys, you're in trouble. Just imagine you're applying for a job and you have to print all these things and submit to transport yourself all the way from Moroto and then bring them somewhere in Entebbe or wherever, and then go back. So these guys are our help in delivering services in the oil and gas sector. Lastly, Mr. Eddie Turiatem, Assistant Commissioner TVET, will tell us what that is. Minister of Education and Sports. The objective 8 of the National Oil and Gas Policy. That's why we're here. Scaling, national participation, supporting the development of national participation in the oil and gas sector. As Minister of Education and Sports, please tell, because we're actually at a university, tell us what you have undertaken. It's been so many years, by the way, so tell us, of course, they have told us some, but tell us what you've undertaken in building this capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator. My name, once again, is Eddie Turiatemba, Assistant Commissioner in the TVET department. TVET is Technical and Vocational Education and Training. It is a level that graduates people with skills at the lower operational cadres, diploma and below. Now, under the Ministry of Education and Sports, it has a department known as TVETOM, that is the TVET Operations and Management, that department that is responsible to ensure that the institutions that are offering skills training are regulated, have the capacity to give or to deliver the skills that are needed and are relevant to the world of work. Moderator, you agree with me that even when our colleagues were talking, we are talking about UPIC. UPIC is mothered by the Ministry of Education. And therefore, it's a symbiotic partnership with all other players that have helped this UPIC to exist. So UPIC is one of those great institutions in Africa that Ministry of Education has put and supported and has put a lot of money. By the way, if you recall, our project known as URSDP has put a lot of money, many billions of shillings, that has put this institution as a center of excellence in oil and gas. There is no doubt that UPIC is a center of excellence in East and Central Africa. I thought that would be a crap, but you are sleeping. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, by the time this oil and gas came to existence in Uganda, that is the very time that the Ministry of Education was bothered with this Uganda Skills Project, which is known as Skilling Uganda Strategy, which was launched in 2012 in Jinja by the president. This strategy was basically to ensure that the skills that are going to be delivered in our institutions are relevant, but also specifically to the oil and gas sector. Now, doing this, it required a lot of money. About 2,000 billions of money has been required to do this. I can tell you that there has been some funding gap, which is our role, not only as government, but everyone who is here, to write proposals, to write good plans, to pour some money, some resources to improve on what is already there. But also, we have found some funds that have improved. So far now, at the skilling strategy, we have improved and increased the numbers from 42,000 graduates in the TVET graduates every year to now about 13,000, which I think is a good number that is going there in the world of work to join not only the oil and gas sector, but also the other related skills. We have put emphasis on certification. And I wish to inform you that about 6 institutions have now been certified. The TVET institutions, I can name Nakawa Vocational Training College has been certified to offer the building and construction area in oil and gas. Kiriandongo Technical Institute was also certified to offer the welding and pipeline construction. Chibasi was also certified by Sit and Guilds for welding and other related pipeline construction. Also, Iganga Technical Institute and Nawanyago Technical Institute. So now these institutions have gained the capacity other than what they used to train in before they were certified. Now they are more rigorously training people to join the oil and gas sector. We have also given bursaries. You're aware there are even still more bursaries to support people, especially ladies, that would want to join this sector. Because according to National Development Plan 3, this is one of the sectors that is very, very important to this country's growth, and therefore funds are being put to this sector to ensure that the economic growth of this country goes up, but also the incomes of individuals are well in order to reach our vision 2040. To that, there are some skills, bursaries that you can come and get from our department, especially if you're a lady. Please don't hesitate to come to our department. Someone here was trying to clap, and as for you are there sleeping. Yes, we are doing work in this regard, and of course, Ministry of Education is the center of every training and skills training, especially for all Ugandans. It's important that even people who have gotten degrees or even masters and PhDs in other areas can come for short courses. We have developed short related courses that can enable you to be certified, and we are calling it recognition for prior learning if you have also other relevant qualifications, and therefore we don't take you again for the 2, 3, 4 years that you're taking elsewhere. So our TVET institutions, they are ready to train and wash you from the other sectors and enable you to join this sector when you are well certified and well trained. I'm asked to wind up, but as my colleague said, I'm also available for any questions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tuyatemba. Thank you for skilling Uganda. As you mentioned, the economy will rely on how much we skill the country in the oil and gas sector. We have already had 15 billion investments coming in. So the skilling aspects by this group will contribute very much to what we have in the next few years. And I believe we've had quite a good journey. So many people have been trained. Of course, we've even had complaints of some not being absorbed yet. But as we always say, have your papers ready and spread your net quite wide, not just within the oil and gas sector, but whenever called upon, be ready. So thank you very much. I believe we've had some good knowledge about what government is doing in terms of skilling Uganda or skilling in the oil and gas sector. We are going to have just 2 questions.
Yes, only 2.
MC,
I see so many hands, but I think I first saw this one and a lady, one gentleman, maybe, and one
lady. You may have
lady.
to consider maybe if a few minutes.
Okay, then we'll pick. Can I have the second microphone? Just from Alex.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, my name is Kasacha Elzefan, a directional drilling engineer at China Oilfield Services Limited and an energy advocate at Inclusive Dialogue for Energy in Africa. Yes, my concern is about Dr. Kamugisha's point of having simulators or simulation softwares in the different institutions, not only in Chugumba. Reason being, when you consider what the industry needs in the field, it needs people with some additional skills, not just someone with a degree. So having those simulators, having those softwares, such as the Petrel, Landmark, GIS, and the other softwares that may be relevant in the industry, if we can pick up that culture and we introduce them in the different universities.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, something small. This goes to the training institutions. Yes, due to the fact that we have these facilities here, like the drilling rigs and other facilities that we are hoping to get in the country, why don't you keep bringing students so that they can have that feel of being at the rig site, of seeing how cement is mixed, how things are done, other than just teaching them the theory and they fail to get the actual picture of how everything's done. Thank you.
Please keep your questions short. Question starts with how, why, when, what.
Thank you so much, our moderator and our keynote speakers. Being a lady, I'm so much excited to hear from Ministry of Education that ladies are given priority in this participation. Thank you so much for that. My question is, you spoke about the bursaries, and I wanted to know, are these bursaries given to basically the vocational institutions or spread to the universities as well? Then the second question goes to Mr. Wilson. He mentioned about the MOUs with the 4 universities. Please, we need to know those universities so that if we are seeking to enroll for other courses, we should be knowing where to go. Thank you.
The second last one.
Thank you, sir. My name is Usinge Guma Moses. I've been a student at Uganda Technical College, Kichwamba. I did the level 2 diploma in engineering, fabrication and welding, accredited by City and Guilds of UK. And straight to Mr. Editoriatemba, I've not heard Uganda Technical College Kichwamba mentioned anywhere among the institutions of oil and gas. And yet they are saying down there that it teaches. And no wonder I'm one of the students who has graduated from there. So I don't know what plans you have for it, if there can be some other organizations to sign their memorandum of understanding. It can help also other Ugandans, because like right now they are doing their final exams for the second cohort.
Okay.
But we understand that the offer is over. Thank you so much.
Gets to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My name is Nelson Abaho, doing international oil and gas management at Victoria University. I'm in my final year. My question goes technically on expatriates, on skilling and careers as our main theme of this expo. At what extent is proportionate percentage is one expatriate versus Ugandans in terms of training and skilling in oil and gas sector jobs? Second question. According to the...
That question was not clear. Make it clear.
Okay. A question is, at what extent proportionate percentage?
What is the proportionate percentage?
In context, it is how many expatriates, because we need them and we need Ugandans as well, are meant to skill Ugandans in terms of percentage. Because when they are not there, we need to be the ones running those oil fields, refineries, and management. I hope the question is clear, sir. Okay. The second question. According to the product sharing agreements that government did, and vis-a-vis the agreement, no, according to the average annual Brent crude oil prices from sometime back 1976 to 2002. Since United States dollars determines the oil prices worldwide, in 2022 it was 103.71 per barrel of oil. What kind of rule of procedures or resolution do government have if the oil and gas prices per barrel goes high in terms of dollars, will be resolved for Uganda to benefit, not to follow in a cartel as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those are two questions. One is the percentage of the skilled in the oil and gas sector in terms of the expatriates versus locals, and the other one is what happens when the oil price goes high. Those are the two simple questions. Let's have the last one, please.
Good evening. My name is Anabionga Caroline. I'm from Kumba University. I would like to know which plans do we have in place for, to make the university education relevant, because if you're to realize most of the talks from all the panelists and all the people from the big companies are talking about Uganda Petroleum Institute, Chigumba, the different institutes which are there. It's like you're slowly kicking out the university education. So what is the use of us joining university, yet what we are studying is actually not relevant at all?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's have the responses. Let's get the responses quickly.
Well, thank you very much for those good questions. Quite a number of them, and I saw so many hands still up. I think the first one to Dr. Kamugisha, maybe Minister of Education and Sports from Kasacha, Elzefan. The issue of, I would call them supplies, or what term do you call? What do you call this? Things of software, simulators, the practical aspects. The practical aspects of in these universities, in vocational institutes. What are you going to do? I think that was the question. Now, what are you doing to make sure that people gain these skills, the practical aspects? Then the other one was on the, I think it was mainly to the universities and other institutes of taking students to these installations to see for themselves, to study, to learn. So maybe you can first answer that, then we go to the next. Are we having any answers?
Okay, I could start with mine if others are still thinking about it. I would attempt to answer some question. The first one talked about the bursaries, whether they spread to the university. Now, of course, there are other bursaries to the universities, and but for today, we are basically inclined to oil and gas sector. And we are also inclined to those skills that are needed in the oil and gas sector. And therefore, the bursaries that are available as of now are for those who have joined TVET institutions. Those of you who are going to universities, you have bursaries for those who, the loan schemes. I think you are aware of loan schemes. There are also government bursaries. So you are there. Now, this one is for those whom you sometimes you call the lower cadres. because they are more needed, by the way. And I want to say that, ladies and gentlemen, education is a choice. So nobody will choose for you where to go. If you think university is good for you, you go there and support that end. If you think skills at this TVET institution is the best, you also come. But you must know that the trends, for example, China has closed 2,000 universities and turned them into TVET institutions, because it is important for someone to come out of an institution with skills that you are able to do. What are you able to do after here? If you are only thinking, then it will be difficult. Now, somebody talked about UTC Kichwamba. My friend, I am sorry that I might not have mentioned well about Kichwamba. I could not have mentioned all what we have done in wherever and everywhere, but Kichwamba is one of the certified institutions in oil and gas, and you got the biggest share in the URSDP project. Actually, you are a certified, Kichwamba is a certified center of excellence in oil and gas. And it is almost a factory. So begin from there.
You have one more question.
About?
The university education being relevant.
I mentioned, I indirectly answered that. Yes, thank you.
Closing remarks as we
as of now?
One, yeah, now.
Okay, I've been asked to give my closing remarks. In a second. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much. First of all, the choice of coming and attend this expo is pregnant enough to learn what is happening in this sector. And that said, I want to implore you to join and look out there where these skills are. You can get them even as shortest time possible. In 3 months, you can get a skill that can give you a passport into this sector, even when you had a degree in other sectors. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall go the next one, Mr. Triatem, sorry, Mr. Akandonaho. Yes, I know you didn't have any question, I guess.
Mine is not,
but then you could
just a response to a lady who noted that university education is becoming irrelevant. No, it's not. Oil and gas is just one of the few sectors that are within our ecosystem as a country and that are driving economic productivity. But the global food market size in value currently is equal to 2,323 billion US dollars. 2,332. And it's projected to be 5,194 billion. That is close to 5 trillion US dollars. That is the food demand worldwide. When you go to oil and gas, we are just at 621 billions. So choose your careers right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kamgisha, if you had a question, please answer it.
I think I'll respond to a few that I feel are relevant.
In 1 minute.
Yes, thank you. On the issue of universities should also have simulators. Let's understand. Technical training has a continuum. You start with theory, you can then go into simulation where it's possible, and then field. Why? We need to understand. You cannot just take a student out of a theoretical class on directional drilling and take them to the field. It's expensive, it is risky, there is a lot of danger, and the cost is high. So the reason that simulators came into being is that you first build your proficiency and competence on a platform which is risk-free and so on, and then you can graduate. When you reach a certain level of competence, you can now go and operate that drill. So let's understand what they are for. But of course, as universities start their role, because the university's role, again, like my neighbor said, universities are extremely relevant. But for graduate studies, even in the oil and gas industry, I alluded to this in my talk earlier, because petroleum engineers, chemical engineers, those graduate level programs should be in universities like this one where we are today. Issue of oil prices, that is a global geopolitical issue. No one country There's the OPEC side, which sit down and decide prices. There's the non-OPEC fraternity, which also does their bit. So the important thing is, how do you structure your industry to be able to take the shocks of the dynamics of what happens around the world? When you're setting up your refinery, how responsive is it to changes in product prices? How do you make less A1 and more petrol and more diesel and more petrochemicals, intermediates? So it's how you design the flexibility in your system that keeps you competitive. Lastly, skilling by locals. I was tickled by that, and by expatriates. I think that one is simple. The simple answer is that you look for the capacity where it is. The best placed man or woman comes in and does the job. It doesn't really matter if they are expatriate or local. But in doing that, and I think the local content policy is you look inward. You start in the country, and only if you fail do you venture out to outsource. So I think in a nutshell, that's what I wanted to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator.
You have 2 questions, Dr. Mbire. Almost doctor, sorry.
Okay, thank you. 3 questions. One, a colleague asked about what the companies, the university have done MOUs. I think what we are doing as ministry, it all comes on a university approaching us. So if a university approaching, as I said, we are basically concentrating on helping in the curriculum review or initiation. So the few universities which have approached us and have MUs, one is Bakere University, Chambogo, and Bara University. Then if I'm to add on, internship is for every university. But if there is a university up there who want to come and have an MOU with us, I think we are ready. We discuss and work on that. Then hopefully Director Penny will answer this one very well about the expatriates. I would say this, as Ugandans would want the jobs from unskilled up to the topmost level in every company to be Ugandans. But sometimes you find lacking in skills. That's why you have expatriates. The last time I was following up this, there was a succession plan where you find an expatriate comes and is trained for a number of years, and after those years you are supposed to leave when a Ugandan has been trained and takes over that job. So I think that one would be the plan, and that's what we should be heading as a country, to make sure that every coin is retained in this country. Then a colleague was talking about the PSA. Actually, if the prices are very high, I see Director Sekatawa is also here. He's very good at that, I'm very sure. Would be looking at the prices being very high. If we had, because when you are, during negotiation of the PSA, the production sharing agreements, we have a best value, best price, the one we negotiate on. Of course, if it goes high as the price goes high and ours is lower, for us we are an advantage, we are making profits. And of course, if it goes low, it may be a challenge, like some few years ago, when the barrel went down, you had a lot of talking, it was not for the industry. But if it is very high, I would say that would be very good for this country. With that, moderator, I thank all of you, the organizers and students. Be alert, finish your papers, and have your, in my language, you call it ngata. And you have it, and the world will be bright for you. I submit, moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbire, and thank you for the panel that has given us great information, especially from the education sector, and then of course NITAU and industrial research, then the ministry. Thank you very much. I know there are so many other questions, but there will be people to respond to those questions at the booth and even the next sessions. Issues to do with prices and so on may not be for this forum, but Director Penina has done enough models to tell us where we stand. So she can be approached for that. Thank you very much, and I hope you achieved something. A good evening. MC?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please stay. And one more time, let me invite the board chair of the Petroleum Authority to come and gift this very wonderful panel. The photographers. Thank you. Wait. Wait. Yes. Give one by one. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wonderful. I hope now we have all understood and we appreciate the role that government is doing in trying to skill Thank you. Thank you. Board chairs remain in the middle for a photo shoot, right in the middle here. Thank you very much. Can you just, that shot is coming through. Yes, one more time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tony, and thank you, everybody, for, I hope you've learned one or two things on what government is doing, the skills. Give it a round of applause for the work that government is doing. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we are now at the right time, and we have all been waiting for this moment, especially the students. I'm sure they want to know what is going to happen next. And indeed, we have arrived at the time when we are going for the quiz. I know our time is fast spent, but I believe this session is going to be very interesting for many of us, because this is the moment when we are going to be able to see some of the skills in action, the knowledge that the students have acquired over time in this particular sector. And so I want to give you just a little bit background on this quiz session. The quiz session is designed to basically try and showcase the different skills and the knowledge that the students are acquiring in these institutions of learning. And so we have 10 institutions that are competing for a very wonderful prize. I would like to inform you that the top university or the top team from the different institutions of learning and the first and the second runner-up are really going to get a very good prize. First of all, each of them is going to get a plaque. They're going to get gifts, hampers, and we are preparing for them a trip to the oil and gas activity in the Albertine Grave. I expected a clap for that. If you've never been there, you don't know how exciting it is to go and see some of these things in action. You see how the drilling activities takes place, how all the service providers that were earlier on here on stage. You will see what they're doing practically in the Albertine Graben and in the different development projects that we have currently ongoing. So that's what these teams are going to be competing for. And it's exciting to see this because I remember very many years ago, I was part of a competition like this, and I have to tell you, like we mentioned earlier on, I was top on that team. So I hope one of you today will be top on that team. So I'm changing my, sorry. Oops. Yeah. So I'm going to change my role a little bit this evening because I'm going to chair this session. We are going to have a panel, and as we are preparing for that, let me just give you the format of the quiz that we're going to have. So we are going to have the 10 teams. The first team is going to be Uganda Technology and Management University, UTAMO, against Institute of Petroleum Studies, Kampala, that is IPSK. The second team is going to be Nexus University, Virtual University versus Nkumba University. The third team is going to be Mbarara University of Science and Technology versus Kyambogo University. The fourth team is going to be Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba, versus our host, the International University of East Africa. And the last but not least at all is the Makerere University, Kampala versus Victoria University. This team were drawn randomly, and their representatives were present during the draw, and the order in which they will come to compete is exactly the way I have mentioned. The quiz format is designed in a way that we have three categories of questions. We have questions in geoscience and engineering. We have questions in petroleum economics, national content, and health, safety, and environment. And we have questions related to regulation and the general knowledge in the oil and gas sector. The reason why we have designed it that way is not to give any team preferential or maybe competitive advantage over the other. We spread the knowledge across so that whoever the student is, or whichever course they are doing or pursuing, they should be able to answer any of those questions favorably. So we have designed questions that are simple, easy to comprehend, but also it tests a certain level of understanding of the oil and gas sector. And so at this point in time, allow me introduce to you the judges that are going to be working together with me this evening. The first on the judges panel is a person I've known for a while. She is not new to the sector. She has been here for quite a while. She's seen this sector grow from very early stages, and she has an immense knowledge in the sector. From government, she went to the private sector, and now she's working as well as the head of the exploration section at the Uganda National Oil Company. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me Dr. Loida Kichoncho. Secondly, on the panel of judges, I have a lady as well who has been in the sector for a while. I remember when I just come back as well from my stint elsewhere. She was one of those I met. She was, Total had just come in country, and she was one of those few Ugandans who was taken over by Total. And she has been there, grown through the ranks, and now she's working in Total and in the sector as the manager for corporate affairs and communication. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Anita Kayongo. You're welcome, Anita. Ladies and gentlemen, because this quiz is timed, please do not leave. We have a cocktail. I want to reliably inform you that we have a cocktail coming up this evening. So after this quiz session, we'll have a cocktail for everybody. So just watch, be with us, and after this, we'll have a cocktail together. This quiz is timed, so we have a timekeeper for this quiz as well. And our timekeeper is a colleague of mine whom I work with closely at the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Welcome with me, ladies and gentlemen, Kenneth Bintu. Together with this wonderful panel of judges who will be taking you through this quiz session, can I have the people who set up this podium, just let it face each other, please? Thank you. Just at an angle, probably not, so that the students can be able to read the screen, but also they will be able to watch that screen with the question. Thank you. So, In the interest of time, we'll need to progress and invite the first participants to come through. And I would like to invite representation from UTAMU. The first participant from UTAMU, that is the Uganda Technology and Management University, is Dan Nue. Dan Nue, please. Dan Nue, give him an hand clap as he comes. Thank you. Dan Nue is working, is going to be answering questions together with Rita Akamutua. Rita, you're welcome. This is UTAMU. And on my right-hand side is going to be representatives from the IPSK, Kushaba Kennedy. Kennedy Kushaba from IPSK, you're welcome. And Atugonza Immaculate. As those two make their way to the podium, ladies and gentlemen, allow me give 30 seconds each to the panel of judges to greet you, and then we will go straight into the quiz.
Thank you, Bob. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Loida Chichoncho. I'm a geologist, and I'm glad to be here. My main purpose is to really develop the capacity of Ugandans, and I was excited to be part of this panel. Thank you so much, and just to stay in for the best to come.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anita Kayongo, the Corporate Affairs Manager and Communications at Total Energies EP Uganda. And being part of a global entity like Total Energies provides a lot of opportunities for me in my capacity, but as well for the teams that work at Total Energies to interface and share the opportunities to young people like yourselves. And of course, in the morning, you were able to attend to some of these sessions, and I hope they've been very productive. It is our mission at both company level and individual level to empower young people, because it's part of the SDGs, and which are key fundamental pillars for our operations. I'm truly excited to be part of the panel, and I look forward to the games. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Bintu Peter Kenneth, and I'm privileged to work with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda as Enterprise Development Officer. I'm excited by the opportunities that the sector is going to provide, especially to the youth. And I encourage all of you to make sure you try and take up these opportunities that have come up as a result of the sector growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, panel. Our participants, here are the ground rules. And ladies and gentlemen, here are the ground rules. So here, for the participants, you have each team is going to have 6 questions. Now that 6 question is divided into 3 categories. The first category is the category of geoscience and engineering. The second category is a category of petroleum economics, national content, health, safety, and environment. Now, each of you will have an opportunity to answer one question in those 3 categories. But we will be asking those questions alternatively. So when we start with UTAMU, then the next 2 questions will go to IPSK, and then we'll follow forth like that. Now, the rules are simple, or for your information, audience, the rules are simple. When the question goes to the first person, the first person must answer that question within 10 seconds. When the 10 seconds elapses, my timekeeper here will ring a bell. If you have not answered the question within those 10 seconds, you lose an opportunity to make points. When you answer that question correctly, when you answer that question, I'm going to ask your partner or your teammate whether your answer is correct and they agree with it. If your teammate agrees with your answer, you get a full score. If the teammate disagrees with the answer and his answer is correct and yours is wrong, you get a 5. And if your teammate is wrong and you had the opportunity to answer the question, gets it right, you still get a full score. Is that clear? Ladies and gentlemen, for you, the audience, the ground rules are simple. If the participants answer correctly after displaying the answer, please clap to give them encouragement. And if they get it wrong, do nothing. Okay? I think that's good, so that you can encourage the next team. At the end of it all, we will tally the score, and the team with the highest score will proceed to the next round. The next round will be tomorrow, which will be the grand finale. At this point in time, we are ready to start, and we are going to be starting with UTAMU. Are we ready? UTAMU, we are going to be starting with the geoscience and engineering question. I'll take you through that, and then Dr. Loida will take you through the economic section, and my colleague Anita will take you through the regulatory section. Are you ready? We're going to be starting with you, Dan. And here goes the first question. You read that screen, or whichever screen, within 10 seconds, and give us your answer. Dan says B. Okay. So, Rita, do you agree with that answer? B it is. All right, let's see the answer for that question. Geology belongs to which branch of science? B is the correct answer. Thank you. The next question goes to you, Rita. Rita, are you ready? Let's see the next question. Which layer of Earth is the lithosphere? A is the answer that Rita gave. Dan, do you agree with that answer? Is it A? Dan thinks the answer is B. So if Dan is right, Dan will redeem his team with 5 points. If Dan is wrong and Anita is right, they will still get 10 points. If Rita is wrong and Dan is right, they will get 5 points. But if Rita is wrong, then you will get 0 points. So let's see the answer to this question. Which layer of Earth is the lithosphere? Okay. All right. So that's the answer. Thank you. We will move to IPSK. IPSK, are you ready? We're going to be starting with you, Kennedy. Kennedy, here is your question. 10 seconds. What approximate percentage of Earth's surface is covered by oceans?
C.
Kennedy says C. Immaculate, do you agree with that answer?
Yes, I do.
Immaculate agrees with that answer. So let's see what the correct answer is. The correct answer is C. Thank you. The next question is for you, Immaculate.
Yes, sir.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
Let's see the next question. Hydrogeology is a branch of geology which studies?
B.
Immaculate thinks the answer is B. Kennedy, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Let's see the correct answer for that question. B it is. Thank you. So team IPSK gets that. So that ends our question on geoscience and engineering. We now proceed to the question on petroleum economics, national content, and HSE.
Thank you, Bob. Team Utamu, I'll start with you. And starting with Rita, the next question is for you. Next question, please. Rita, your answer in 10 seconds. Dan, do you agree with that? Thank you. Perfect. Going to IPSK, I'll start with Immaculate. The next question is for you, Immaculate.
Yes.
Are we ready?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. In 10 seconds, Immaculate.
C.
Kennedy, do we agree?
Yes, I agree.
Answer, please. Perfect. Thank you very much. The next question, I'll take it to the Utamu team. I'll go to Dan. The next question is yours, Dan. Next question, please. Dan, next 10 seconds. Rita, do you agree? Answer, please. Perfect, thank you. The next question goes to Kennedy. Kennedy, are we ready?
Correct.
Thank you. Next question, please. Ten seconds, Kennedy.
A.
Immaculate, do you agree? Immaculate? Ten seconds running out.
It's A.
A. Answer, please. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to regulatory and general knowledge.
Thank you. So for this section, I would like to start with you, Dan, from Utamu University. Questions, please. There is the question and the countdown starts. Dan, which? B. Dan says it's B before the 10 seconds elapse. Very good. Rita, do you accept? The answer, please. Well done. Moving on to IPSK University, I'll come to you, Kennedy. Question, please.
C.
C, he says.
C.
Can we have the right, can we display the right answer, please? Very enthusiastic, well done. All right, going on to the next question, and that comes to you, Rita, from Utamu University. There is the question. The countdown starts. What's your answer? A, she says. Dan, do you agree with A? C, he says, we have a team that has A and C. What will the answer be? Let's see. It's C. That means that you get five points. All right. Coming to you, IPSK University, Immaculate.
Yes, Adam.
I love your enthusiasm. Okay, let's display the question for Immaculate. That's your question, and the countdown is on.
False.
False. Kennedy, what's your response going to be?
It's false.
It's false. You're sure? The both
Yes.
of you?
Yes, false.
Okay, let's see the right answer. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Team Utamo and Team IPSK. We'll announce the results at the end of this. A round of applause for these teams. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, let's invite the next team on the podium. That is Team Nexus University versus Team Nkumba University. Edwin Owona and Peter Mudiope. Please make your way to the stage. And Nabyonga Caroline and Peter Yai from Nkumba University, make your way to the stage. Team Nexus on my left and Team Nkumba on my right. We will go through the same process again with this team. And ladies and gentlemen, in a scenario that we have a tie, we will have a tiebreaker question. And that will come after we have gone through all the tally session. So team, are we ready? Team Nexus, are you ready? And Team Nkumba, are you ready? Okay. Team Nexus, the first question goes to you, Edwin. Look at the screen. You have 10 seconds to answer your first question. Which of the following is the hardest non-mineral on Earth? You have delayed and you get no score. So you need to answer within the 10 seconds. I go to you, Team Nkumba. The first question goes to you, Caroline. Are you ready?
Yes.
There you go.
A.
A, she says, and I'll ask you, Peter, do you agree with that answer? Yes. Peter agrees with that answer. Let's see the correct answer, please. A, it is. All right, Team Nexus, you have an opportunity to redeem yourself and get some points under this category of question. Are you ready? This question goes to you, Peter. Next question, please. Peter says A, and I'll ask you, Edwin, do you agree? Edwin agrees with that, so let's see the correct answer. A, it is. And last under this category goes to you, Peter. Are you ready? Yes. Let's see that question.
It increases.
It increases. Peter says so. And I'll ask you, Caroline, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Caroline agrees. So let's see the answer. The answer is correct. So we'll go to the next category.
Ladies and gentlemen, next category is petroleum economics, national content, and HSE. Starting with the Nexus University. Next question, please. Are you ready? Next question, please. do you agree with the answer? Let's see the answer, please. Next question goes to Nkumba University, starting with Peter. Are we ready, Nkumba?
Yes.
In 10 seconds.
2022.
Caroline,
C.
do you agree?
Yes.
Let's see the answer, please. Thank you. The next question goes to Edwin of Nexus. Are we ready, Edwin? A. Do we agree, Peter? Yes, I do. Let's see the answer, please. Next question to Caroline. Are we ready?
Yes. False. B.
B. Peter, do we agree? Thank
Yes.
you. Answer, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And for our regulatory and general knowledge, are you ready? Are you ready? All right, let's start with you, Nexus University. Edwin. Okay, we'll start with Peter. Question, please. 10 seconds, counting. B. Peter says B. Edwin, what do you think? B, they both agree. What's our answer? Unfortunately, it's A. Moving on to Nkumba University. My question comes to you, Caroline. That's the question. What's your answer?
A. 5.
Sorry?
A.
A, she says. Caroline says A. Peter, what do you think?
I agree with her.
So A, it's gonna be, let's see, what's our answer? Congratulations to you. Our next question comes to you, Edwin. Let's see that question. The countdown has started. What's your answer? Unfortunately, you ran out of time. We have to move on to the next team, Nkumba University. Your question is coming on, and it's coming to you, Peter. What's your answer?
Fall.
That's letter B.
B.
All right, Peter says B. Caroline, what, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
They say B. What's our response? It's A. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Nexus and Team Nkumba. A round of applause for these teams. Thank you for participating. We'll tally that score and announce it at the end for you to know which of those teams have gone through to the next stage. We'll now move on to the next team. The next team is Team Must, Mbara University of Science and Technology versus Kiambogo University. Round of applause for those teams. Philip Martin Damali and Luboa Arnold James from Mbara University of Science and Technology, and Catherine Nakayima and Mark Mugisha Mushumba. Please make your way to the podium. Give them a round of applause as they come, encourage them. I can tell you it's not very easy to be here. You can already be, I'm sure you're observing how it's all moving out. So just encourage them as they come. Okay, so on my left is Team MUST, Mbara University of Science and Technology. Who is Philip Martin? Okay, and Arnold James. All right, and then on my right is Team Kyambogo University. I can see Catherine and Mark Mugisha. Okay, are you ready, Team MUST? We're starting with you. The first category is the category of geoscience and engineering questions. Are you ready? Here comes your first question. The first question goes to Philip Martin. Philip Martin. Philip Martin says the answer is C. And I ask you, Arnold, do you agree? Arnold agrees with that answer. Let's see the score. Let's see the answer, please. C it is. The next question goes to you, Catherine. Are you ready? There we go.
Water.
That's B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Catherine says B. Mark Mugisha, do you agree? Let's see the correct answer. B it is. Okay, the next question comes to you, Arnold James. Are you ready? Okay, here is your question. Arnold James says the answer to that question is C. And Philip Martins, do you agree with that? Philip Martin agrees. So let's see the correct answer. C it is. Round of applause. Last but not least in this category goes to you, Mark Mugisha. Are you ready? Let's see the question.
C.
Mark Mugisha says the answer is C. Do you agree, Catherine? Catherine thinks the answer is A. So if Catherine is correct, she redeems 5 points. But if if Mark is correct, he will still get the full points. So let's see the correct answer. That's it. The correct answer is C. We move on to the next category.
Under the Petroleum Economics, National Content, and HSE, Team MUST and Team Kyambogo, are we ready? Starting with Team Kyambogo, Catherine, the next question is yours. In 10 seconds, Catherine.
A. It's A. Say A.
Do we agree, Mark?
Yes, I do.
Right, let's see the answer. Thank you. Team MUST, the next question is for Philip Martin. Philip Martin, 10 seconds. Arnold James, do we agree with the C? Thank you. Let's see the answer. Oh, sorry. Next question goes to Kyambogo, starting with Mark. The next question is for you, Mark. In 10 seconds, Mark.
C.
Do we agree, Catherine?
Yes, I do.
Let's see the answer, please. Perfect. Master, are we ready? Next question goes to Arnold James. Arnold in 10 seconds. Martin, do we agree? Let's see the answer, please. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Regulatory and general knowledge. I will start with Mast University, and the question goes to Philip Martin. Let's see what our question is. There you are. The countdown is on. What is it? You sure? Martin says it's B. What do you think, Arnold? Arnold thinks it's B. What's our answer? B. They get it right. Moving on to KYU University. I'll come to you, Catherine. Let's see what our question is. There you have it. And the countdown is on.
False.
False would be letter B. You sure? Time out. What do you think, Mark? Is it a B?
A.
A. So we have an A and B. What is our answer going to be? Let's see. It's B. So you get your 10 marks. So moving back to Mast, and I'll come to you, Arnold James. Let's see what our question is. The countdown is on. What's it gonna be? A. Arnold says it's A. What do you think, Philip Martin? You agree that it's an A. Please, let's reveal our right answer. It's C. Moving on to KYU University. You ready? All right. Let's start with you, Mark. Our question? There it is. We are counting, Mark.
A, true.
True, that's letter A. That's what Mark says. What do you think, Catherine?
True.
True, so that's an A for the team. What's the correct answer? Let's see. A, congratulations to you.
Thank you, team. Thank you for participating. A round of applause as they go down. Let's welcome our second last teams. That is Team UPIC, Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba, and our host for today, International University of East Africa. Bizimana Patricia and Okwir Ivan from UPIC, and Tikol Joseph and Natuera Prosi. You're welcome. UPIC on my left and IUEA will be on my right. UPIC on my left and IUEA will be on my right. The rules are the same. The rules have not changed. And you have equal chance to progress to the next stage. I'm going to start with you, Bizimana Patricia. Are you ready? The first category is the category of geoscience and engineering. Here comes your question. She says A, Patricia says A, and Ivan, I want to ask you, do you agree? Ivan thinks it's true, so let's see our correct answer. A it is. The first question goes to you, Joseph, from Team IUEA. Are you ready? Here comes your question. He thinks, Joseph, that the answer is A. And I would like to ask you, Prosi, do you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Prosi agrees, so let's see our correct answer. There we go. The next question goes to you, Patricia from Team UPIC. Is it? No, Ivan from Team UPIC. Ivan, are you ready? Here comes your question, Ivan. Ivan thinks the answer is A. And I would like to ask you, Patricia. Patricia agrees. Okay, so let's reveal our answer. The correct answer is A, bottom hole pressure. And now I'm going to you, Joseph, in this category. Here comes your question. Are you ready? Are you ready?
It's not me, yes, but I'm ready.
Sorry, it's Prosi, yes. Prosi, are you ready? Okay, here comes your question, Prosi.
False.
Prosi thinks the answer is B, which is false, and I would like to ask you, Joseph, do you agree?
Yes.
Joseph agrees, so let's reveal our correct answer is A. Okay, we'll move on to the next category. That's the category of petroleum economics.
Under the category of petroleum economics, national content, and HSE, UPIC and IUEA, are we ready, teams? Are we ready? I'll start with IUEA. Starting with you, Joseph. The next question is yours. Joseph, in 10 seconds. Counting down.
B.
Proceed. Do we agree?
Yes, I agree.
Let's see the right answer. Perfect. Going to UPIC, Patricia. Are we ready? The next question is yours. Next question, please. Patricia, 10 seconds. Ivan, we agree. Let's reveal the answer, please. Thank you. Next question goes to Prosi. Are we ready, Prosi? Yes. Thank you. Next question, please. 10 seconds, Prosi. Counting down, running out.
Yes, A.
A. Joseph, do we agree with A?
B.
Let's reveal the answer, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, back to our category of regulatory and general knowledge. No, there's one more, I think, on your side. Yes.
Sorry about that, Ivan. Patricia, do we agree? We agree. Thank you so much. Let's reveal the answer, please.
Yes. Yes, there was supposed to have been the last question here, and that's what they were answering. So now we are going to the category of regulatory and general knowledge.
Thank you very much. So, for this category, we are going to start with UPIC. And I'll start with you, Patricia. Sorry. Yeah, I'll start with you, Patricia. So, let's see what our question is. Patricia? Patricia says it's A. You're sure it's A? All right. Ivan, you agree? So the team thinks it's A. What's our answer? A. A hand clap for them. Yes. All right, let's move to IUEA. And I'll move to you, Joseph. All right, Joseph, let's move on to the question. There is your question, Joseph. What's the answer?
C.
C. Joseph thinks it's C. Proceed. You agree?
A.
Wow. Joseph thinks it's C. Proceed thinks it's A. Wow. Okay, let's reveal our answer. Let's see. It's C. So 5 points you get. Oh, yes, it's 10. Sorry about that. Yes, you get 10 full points because Joseph answered first, and he was right. Okay, so now we'll move back to UPIC, and I'm coming to you, Patricia. No, we started with Patricia, so we'll go to Ivan. All right, let's reveal the question for Ivan. Ivan says it's A. Patricia, do you agree? The team thinks it's A. Let's reveal our answer, please. They pass. Congratulations to you. Sorry? Yes. So we come back to you with our last question. And it comes to you, Prosi. So let's see what our question is. Countdown has started. What is it, Prosi? Prosi.
True.
True. Prosi thinks it's A. She says it's true. That's letter A. What do you think, Joseph? A, is it A? Joseph? Is it B?
B.
Joseph thinks it's B. We have A and B. Let's see what the correct answer is. It's B. All right. So those are 5 minutes, 5 points for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, team. Thank you, team IUEA, and thank you, team UPIC, for that. I hope the audience is learning as well through this quiz session, because that's the purpose for which we are having this. Just imagine you were up on the podium here. I hope that you are not only enjoying the answering, but also learning through those questions. We're going to have the last team for this first round of quizzes. We are having MOOC, that is Makerere University, Kampala. I think it's MAC now. During my days, it was MOOC. Versus Victoria University. Victoria University is represented by Kayanja Alex and Brenda Namwanje. And then we have James Edison Kwikiriza and Emanuela Kaduchi from Makerere University. Makerere on my left and Victoria University on my right. Encourage them as they come. It's not very easy to be up here and answer these questions. Okay, so let me just confirm. James, Edson, and Emanuela Lagan. Okay, Lagan, all right. Lagan Gaducho. And then on my right, Victoria University, Alex and Brenda. Are you ready?
Yes, we are.
Are you ready, Team Makerere? I'm going to start with you, James Edson, on the geoscience and engineering questions.
Here comes your question. James says C, and I would like to ask you, Manuela, do you agree? Manuela agrees to that. Let's reveal our answer, please. Okay. That's 10 points for you. We're going to Team Victoria. The first question goes to you, Alex.
Yes.
Here comes your question.
True.
Alex thinks the answer to that question is A. And I would like to ask you, Brenda, do you agree?
I think it's B.
Brenda thinks is B. If Brenda is right and Alex is wrong, she redeems for our team 5 points. Any other, if the other is correct, Alex still gets 10 points for his team. So let's reveal the correct answer. A. I come back to you, Team Makerere, and this question goes to you, Emanuela. Are you ready? Here comes your question. Emanuela thinks the answer is C. And I would like to ask you, James, do you agree? James agrees with a C, so let's see the correct answer. Okay. The last question under this category goes to you, Brenda. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's see your question. Here comes.
C.
Brenda thinks the answer is C. And I would like to ask you, Alex, do you agree?
It's A.
It's A, and if you're correct, you redeem 5. If Brenda is correct, you still get full points. Let's see our correct answer. The correct answer is C.
Thank you very much. Going to Petroleum Economics, National Content, and HSE. Team Makerere, Team Victoria University. Are we ready?
Yes, we are.
I'll start with Team Victoria University, starting with you, Brenda. Next question is yours. Brenda, in 10 seconds.
66, A.
Brenda thinks it's A. Alex, do we agree?
I take C.
Let's reveal the answer, please. Thank you, Team Victoria University. Team Makerere University, are we ready? Starting with Emanuela. Next question is yours, please. Emanuela, 10 seconds. Emanuela thinks it's A. James, do we agree with A? What's your answer? James thinks it's a B. Let's reveal the answer and see which one is the correct one. Perfect. Thank you very much. Next question goes to Alex,
Yes.
Victoria University. Next question, please. In 10 seconds, Alex.
False. B.
Alex thinks it's false. Brenda, do you agree?
I think it's A.
Brenda thinks it's an A. If Alex is correct, then he gets a 10 points. If Brenda is correct, then she redeems the 5 points. Let's reveal the answer, please. Correct. Thank you very much. Next question goes to James Edson. James, are we ready? Next question, please. James, in 10 seconds, counting down quickly. Very good. Let's see what Emanuela thinks. B, that's a very good tactic, but let's see what the answer is. So Emanuela redeems the 5 points for the team. Thank you so much, Team MOOC and Team Victoria University.
And back to the category of regulatory and general knowledge. And my question will come to you, James, from Makerere University. Let's see what our question is. There you are. The countdown has started. James thinks the answer to that question is C. Okay? All right. Emanuela, do you agree? Emanuela thinks it's A. James thinks it's C. So let's see what the right answer is. It's C. Congratulations, you get your 10 points. And I'll now come to you, Alex?
Yes.
All right, Alex from Victoria University. Let's see the question for Alex. There is your question, the countdown as well.
C.
Alex says the answer to that is C. Brenda, what do you think?
I think it's A.
We have a C and A. Alex thinks it's C, Brenda thinks it's A. What's the right answer? It's B. Okay, moving back to Makerere University. I'll come to you, Emanuela. So let's review Emanuela's question. The countdown is reviewed as well, Emanuela. C. Emanuela says it's C. What do you think, James? James thinks it's C. Makerere University team thinks it's C. What do we think the correct answer is? C. Congratulations to you. Coming back to Victoria University, I'm coming to you, Brenda. Let's see what Brenda's question is. There is your question, Brenda, and the countdown has started. Brenda, you're running out of time.
B.
B. Brenda says the answer to that question is B. Do you agree, Alex?
I take C.
We have B for Brenda and C for Alex. What's the right answer? Let's see. The right answer is C. Okay, that's a wrap from this section.
Thank you, Team Makerere and Team Victoria. A round of applause for all our participants. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first round, so I'll allow the DJ to play something and give us only 5 minutes so that we tally, and then we'll be able to give you the results for this first round. And if we have any tie in any of the team, between any of those teams, we will have a tiebreaker question. But if we don't have and we have straight wins, then they will proceed to the next stage. In 5 minutes, we'll come back with the results.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to announce the results. Our time has gone, and I thank you very much for staying with us up to this point in time. It's important that we announce the winners so that you know the teams that are competing tomorrow for the grand finale. I will announce based on each of the teams, how they came and participated. So the first teams that were on stage was Team Utamu versus IPSK, and Team Utamu scored a total of 45 points. You clap, please. And Team IPSK scored 60 points. The second group was composed of the Team Nexus and Team Nkumba. And so Team Nexus scored 30 points, and Team Nkumba scored 50 points. The third group had MAST versus KYU, Kiambogo University, and MAST scored 40 points, while Kiambogo University scored 60 points. The fourth group had UPIC versus IUEA, and UPIC scored 60 points, while IUEA scored 40 points. The last but not least at all of the groups was MOOC or Makerere versus Victoria University, and Makerere University scored 55 points, while Victoria University scored 30 points. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, what that means is we have the five teams that have gone through to the next stage automatically, and according to our rules, one best team from the losers group also progresses to the next round, so that we shall have 6 teams tomorrow competing for us to end up with 3 teams that are going to have a round robin against each other in the grand finale. So the 6 teams that are going to be competing tomorrow are 1, IPSK, Nkumba University, Kiambogo University, Uganda Petroleum Institute Kigumba, Makerere University. These are the 5 teams that have gone through automatically, and the best losers, the best team among the losers is Utamu. I would like to request these teams that have gone through to the next stage to remain behind as the rest move out, so that we do a quick draw to see which team you'll compete against tomorrow, okay? So we'll do that draw immediately after this. In the interest of time, I would like to bring this to a close, but allow me give 1 minute to each of my colleagues, judges here, to say a word before we close this session. I'll start with Anita.
Thank you very much, and I would like to congratulate all of you. Winning, losing, it doesn't really matter. I think the main objective of this session was to equip you with some knowledge on the sector in the various fields. So I congratulate you all who were able to stay behind and learn something, and I hope you'll find it very useful. And I know that most of you came here for the opportunities, for how you can get into the sector. And on behalf of Total Energies, for those who are not here in the morning, they mentioned the forums where you can find the opportunities for the jobs, for the graduate management training, and for the internships. But as well, you can follow our pages, Total Energies Uganda or UG, on Facebook and Instagram. You'll find them. You can also follow individuals like myself, Anita Kayongo. We reposit these jobs from our company. So thank you very much for staying with us, and have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob and Anita. It was a great team, and thank you very much, Bintu, for supporting us on time. And thank you very much, the audience, And particularly, thank you very much for the participants into this quiz. It was a quick one for everyone to learn. And I believe that it was good for all of us, not only the participants, to kind of refresh ourselves on the things that we have already had, on the things we have read, but also to remind us of the things that we need to look out for. Because as we look at skilling, skilling is not only geoscience, that is because I'm a geologist, or engineering. It goes beyond geoscience to all other aspects that really support the process and the sector. So it was a good session for us all to learn from, and I thank you for participating. And it kind of gives me more energy on behalf of the Uganda National Oil Company, whose mandate is to develop in-depth expertise in the oil and gas sector. So it kind of supports in delivering onto our mandate. And you're all requested to come to us. We have a booth that is running. It will also be running tomorrow. Come find out more information on what we offer, the opportunities that are available, both jobs and services provision, so that we can learn more and develop our capacities as Ugandans. I thank you very much for your patience, and I thank you very much for interest in this session, and I wish you a very good evening.
Thank you. Let me have also our timekeeper to say a word.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you all for sacrificing your time to stay with us to this time. And I'm very excited about the prospects for tomorrow's competition. And I look forward to seeing all of you again so that we can get to hear more opportunities, get to see how what has started today will end tomorrow, and also to encourage you to take advantage of the access to the different companies that are going to have jobs and those that actually train for oil and gas, so that you can see how you can benefit from the opportunities that are arising. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that we have a cocktail this evening. So please don't go away from here. We will all march down where the cocktail is happening so that you can continue interacting. Think about the things that we have done, that we have gone through today. And there is a wonderful lady, Betty. Betty, can you please come? Is she around? Oh, yes. She'll be able to lead us to where the cocktail is going to happen. But I would like to request the 6 teams that are competing tomorrow, let's just meet down here so that we can do the draw in just 2 minutes, and then we'll proceed. Maybe Betty will give us a closing remarks and direction to where the cocktail is going to happen. Is that one?
Hello. Good evening. Thank you very much, first of all, on behalf of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the organizers of this event for staying up to this time. Congratulations to the students, the universities that have emerged best, but even those that came second, you're still the best. You really tried your best, and you should clap for yourselves. So we are going for a cocktail just down here where we had lunch from, and you're all welcome. Thank you so much. We continue tomorrow. We have the program that is continuing. Please, let's be here tomorrow by 8:30. We resume, and then please be expectant. I want to request the winners of today to read hard for tomorrow, because there are lots of goodies that are coming with winning. So thank you very much. On behalf of PAU, once again, I would like to thank you for staying long. Let's meet up at the cocktail. Don't miss going to the cocktail. There's a lot of networking. There are many people who have been talking about many things here, about skilling, what you need to do, how you need to get into the oil and gas sector. Please get there and network. Thank you very much. And to our panel of judges, we are really grateful. Thank you, Loida. Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Anita. And thank you, Kenneth, for taking us through that session. We look forward to its conclusion tomorrow. Thank you very much, and have a good evening.
Hey, meanwhile, our presence, please, please, please.